Charles began to wonder if Archer's behavior might become extreme. All that talk of invincible power had clearly meant something to him. He hoped if Archer did become an extremist, he wouldn't go too far and provoke the military. But whatever Archer does, I have to destroy this water mansion, Charles thought. He decided not to say anything about his plan just yet. As Charles and the scouts continued walking slowly toward the lake, some people began to emit a soft blue radiance, attracting the attention of others around them. "What's going on? Why are they glowing?" asked one of the onlookers. Some of the people who were glowing took out ancient tokens from their pockets. The tokens started flashing with a blue light, and at the same time, the appearance of the 12 doors of the water mansion also changed. Some strange markings began appearing on the doors, and although they weren't in a language anyone could read, they instinctively understood what they meant. They were all symbols relating to water. At the same time as the symbols appeared, the locks on the doors also started emitting a blue light. The lights flashed and resonated with the tokens people were holding. Very quickly, the people with the tokens became the focus of everyone's attention. And then, Charles' body also began to shine with a blue light. He knew it couldn't be of his own making, because he had already put his water mansion token into his energy storage space and sealed it carefully. The blue light didn't come from within his body. It came from something outside it. "I know what's going on here," he thought. "Something or someone wants this crowd to focus on me. They think I'm responsible for all this." People in the crowd of onlookers began to mutter among themselves. "These tokens are the same as the locks on the water mansion," said one. "Let's give them a try and see if they'll unlock this place." Some of the people with tokens tried to place them against the locks on the doors. When the first token made contact, the blue light on the door dimmed. A few seconds later, the door opened just a little, and rich soul energy began to seep out through the gap. "Wow, that's such dense energy," exclaimed the woman whose token had made the door open. "I think the speed of cultivation in there must be faster than it is outside." Not everyone agreed with her. "It's just because the water mansion is sacred ground for water-type abilities," said another. "If we go in there, will we be able to get stronger?" asked someone else. Although the door had only opened a tiny crack, the aura coming through it was enough to benefit a lot of people. A water-type paranormal broke straight through from level 5 to level 6 just by standing near the door. The crowd broke into uproar. Such a feat was astonishing, and people began to shout and cheer. Another token holder put his token against a lock on the second door, and it opened too, its blue light dimming as it moved. The gap that opened up was a little wider than with the first door. It looked about an inch wide. At the same time as the second door opened, the first door opened a little more, until it stood ajar by the same amount as the second one. More soul energy surged through both doors, and the onlookers became even more excited. Someone put a third token against the lock on the third door, and the same thing happened again. As its light dimmed and it opened, the gaps around the other two doors widened to match it. "It looks as though these tokens are the keys to opening the doors," said someone. "The more tokens we place against the locks, the wider the doors will open," said the woman next to him. "If we can put tokens on all the locks, we should be able to open all the doors." "Let me try to go inside," said a paranormal, flattening her body to only an inch deep. But as she tried to squeeze through the gap in one of the doors, an invisible force pushed her away. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body returned to its original size and shape. She collapsed on the ground, and her teammates ran to revive her. Everyone realized that even if a door was open, they wouldn't be able to get through the small gap using their superpowers. Only by gathering enough tokens could the water mansion's doors be opened far enough for people to walk through them. Regardless of whether they were local, or had come from afar to see the mysterious mansion, everyone stepped forward one after another and used their tokens on the doors. With each token used, the doors opened a little wider, and more water-type soul energy flowed out of the mansion. The water-type paranormals who were there could refine water-type soul energy and use it to grow at a much faster rate than they could with soul energy from other sources. They were surprised and very happy to have a sudden influx of water-type energy, and they were looking forward to seeing what other treasures might be inside the water mansion. With so much soul energy flowing through the doors, everyone thought that just being close to the energy stream would benefit them. They were convinced that anything inside the mansion would be very special. But when the next person put their token on a door, nothing happened. The doors didn't move for quite some time. "We don't have enough tokens," said someone in the crowd. "More tokens! We need more tokens!" "The tokens shine with a blue light," said someone else. "Just look for people whose bodies are giving off blue light." They all looked at Charles and Archer, having noticed the blue light coming from them earlier. Some time ago, Archer had given Charles the token that was now safely in his energy storage space, and he didn't expect to get another one anytime soon. Looks like I won't be getting the Water Mansion inheritance, Charles thought sadly. Several of Archer's paranormals came up to him. "Hurry up and put your token on the door," said one of them. "This is too good an opportunity to miss." Another one looked impatient. "You have one too, don't you?" she aggressively asked Charles. "Stop wasting time. Get your token onto that door." The paranormals were all Archer's teammates, and they were getting frustrated that he hadn't gotten his token out yet. Archer turned to Charles and looked questioningly at him. "Do you want to go in there?" he asked. Charles shook his head. "No, I don't," he replied. "But if we don't, they'll all kill us," Archer said, nervously gesturing at the surrounding crowd. They're desperate to get inside that place. The crowd had grown to some 10,000 people, and their mood was turning ugly. "No, all right," said Charles. "If you trade me your token for a level 6 crystal core, I'll take care of this." Archer looked at him with a solemn expression, and he said, "If you say so." Archer traded the token in his hand to Charles for one level 6 crystal core, as the nearby paranormals gaped in disbelief and gossiped among themselves. "Is that guy stupid?" one said, pointing at Charles. "Does he think he's going to keep that token to himself when we all need it to open the door?" "Maybe he's going to try to sell it for a higher price," another said. "Who does he think he is?" The crowd broke into laughter, thinking that Charles was a fool to have made what seemed to them to be a terrible trade. They had all placed their tokens into the Water Mansion's door to try to open it, and they thought Charles clearly would have to do the same. Otherwise, the crowd would force him to. The post-apocalyptic world was no longer the civilized world of the past, and if someone dared to provoke everyone, they would become the target of an angry mob's violence in short order. Archer looked at Charles sadly. "I'm sorry about all this," he said. Then he called out to his team, "Let's get out of here." He knew Charles had helped him before, and he felt a pang of guilt for having transferred the dangerous crowd's attention along with the token. But he wasn't willing to put his life on the line for Charles, just because he had a conscience. He and Charles had only met by chance, and he didn't consider them to be close friends. "What's the meaning of this?" one of Archer's team members asked him, frowning. "Why'd you trade the token away?" "That mansion is dangerous," Archer replied. "You better come with me or you're going to get yourselves killed." He was about to leave with his teammates, but when he saw the determined look in their eyes, his heart skipped a beat. "We believe you," a woman named Naomi Bartlett said. "But don't we have to take some risks if we want to reap the rewards? Even if there isn't any danger inside, we'll still end up fighting with each other over the treasures there. Wealth goes hand in hand with danger, and if we run away in the face of potential riches, then we're just a bunch of cowards." The other teammates chimed in. "That's right," one said. "Danger is everywhere nowadays." "Yeah, since when are you so timid, Archer?" another asked. The group looked at Archer with suspicion, and he felt a chill ripple through his body. He had brought them all there, and they had treated him with respect up until that point. He felt he had done his best to be a good team leader too, but with the appearance of the strange mansion, everyone had begun to doubt him, and he wondered if they had ever truly been his teammates after all. "I don't have the time to explain," he said in exasperation. "There's far more to this place than meets the eye, and it's incredibly dangerous. Just please, listen to me. If you believe me, then you should get out of here. If you don't believe me, well, it's your funeral." The group was caught up in a dilemma. The energy they had gained from the mansion had greatly increased their strength, and they knew that even more power awaited them inside. But they didn't want to abandon Archer to access it. "Let me handle this," Naomi said, walking over to Charles. "I don't know why you traded our boss for that token, but everyone's waiting for that mansion's doors to open. If you know what's good for you, you'll hand over the token." The other paranormals also started to approach and surround Charles. At first they hadn't cared much when they had seen him trading with Archer for the token, as they had assumed he would still place it in the door with the others. But it seemed that for whatever reason, he wasn't about to part with it, and that made the group nervous. "Naomi, shut up," Archer shouted anxiously. "If you don't want to die, get over here and leave him alone. You really shouldn't mess with him." "What the hell does she think she's doing?" he thought. "I saw him obliterate a giant turtle with no problem. He'll easily destroy her if she steps on his toes." "Why should we be afraid of him?" Naomi said, scoffing as she circled around Charles. "Opening the mansion will help us all. Why are we wasting time waiting for him to place the token with the others? Is he toying with us, or does he want to turn a profit from it?" The others joined in, closing in around Charles as they spoke. Yeah, hurry up and place the token on the door, one said. Everyone's waiting. What's the holdup? Another asked. Do you enjoy wasting our time or something? Facing Charles's apparent dilly-dallying, the group felt a little impatient. Charles glanced around at everyone, seeing that they were determined to try to pressure him into using the token himself before resorting to using force. What if I don't want to hand it over? He calmly asked, palming the token. It's my token now, so I can do whatever I want with it. What's the big deal? This kid is too cocky, one paranormal said, sneering. Who's going to teach him a lesson? Charles's attitude had angered them all, but no one was willing to stand out and make a move against him. Don't pretend to be ignorant, Naomi said. We need that token to open the mansion. If you don't give it to us, everyone will be unhappy. So what? Charles said with a shrug. Why should I care? Who do you think you are? Naomi replied, clenching her jaw. Do you think you're the mayor of Dawn City or something? Can you fight 10,000 people by yourself? She sized him up and crossed her arms in front of her chest. I think you're just some punk with a big mouth who wants to make money by exploiting others. There's no way you can stop us from getting that token. She was about to continue when she felt Archer's hand pressing on her shoulder. Let go of me, Archer, Naomi cried as she felt a chain made of water wrap around her body. The chain forcefully pulled her away from Charles, making her jump in surprise. I'm saving you, Archer said, glaring at her. You're making a huge scene, and you don't even know who you're talking to. Do you have any idea how much danger you're putting us all in? It's a new world, Naomi muttered, struggling to free herself. There aren't any laws anymore. What does it matter who he is? The only thing that matters is who's the most powerful. Well, if that's the case, all the more reason for you to leave him alone, Archer replied, sighing. Do you think you can pressure him just because there's a lot of us here? He's killed way more people than that before. Naomi felt her back turn cold, and her body started to tremble, but she shrugged it off as just a natural response to a threat. Don't be ridiculous, she said, rolling her eyes. There are more than 10,000 people here. There's no way just one person could kill so many people. Her teammates couldn't believe it either. She's right, one said to Archer. How could a guy like that possibly exist? Don't let him fool you. Even if there are no official laws now, the army is still enacting their own justice, another added. If anyone dared to cause such heavy casualties, the army would take care of them. There are some people who still manage to get away with murder, a third said. But with the army and the Super Squad Guild around, they'd have to spend their lives in hiding. Everyone found it hard to believe Archer's claim. Even if the law and morality had lost their binding power in the post-apocalyptic era, they thought that fear of punishment from the army, or other powerful forces, would still prevent someone from killing so many people. There were people who had killed some innocent people out of hatred, or because they had something to gain. But those who had gone too far had all died for their actions. Someone who had killed tens of thousands of people, but was still walking free, was too much for the group to believe. They all thought that Archer had been deceived. Of course, it's impossible for a normal person to kill that many people, Archer said. But what if he's not a normal person? What if he killed those tens of thousands of people in self-defense? What if he never needed to worry about the military or the Super Squad Guild because they work for him? Are you delusional? Naomi asked, putting the back of her hand on his forehead to check his temperature. How could that be possible for one person? She trailed off for a moment. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, an indescribable fear suddenly overcame her as the realization finally hit. That guy can't possibly be Charles Federer, she thought, her stomach in knots. Why would the mayor of Dawn City be here? She felt her body go limp. Like everyone else in the region, she knew that Charles's reputation had been built on bones and bloodshed, but she hadn't known what he looked like until the moment she had realized who was standing in front of her. Who is he? One of her teammates whispered to another, feeling the tension in the air. I don't care who he is, the other replied. He still can't take on all of us at once. There's too many people here. Do they seriously think that there's too many of us for him to handle? Naomi thought as she listened in. He wiped out all of Stellar technology. Destroying our whole group would be child's play for him. They have no idea who they're dealing with. She knew that if the man in front of her really was the infamous mayor of Dawn City, then she would have to thank Archer for saving her life. She looked at her clueless teammates with sympathy, knowing that she wouldn't be able to convince them to back down. The group slowly closed in on Charles, and the Dawnians quietly pulled out their weapons and prepared for battle. You're still planning on fighting all of us? A young man said mockingly as he stepped forward. There's always someone who thinks they're stronger than they are and doesn't know their place in the new world. Well, unfortunately for you, What you think doesn't matter anymore." A woman walked between the young man and Charles. "We really don't want to have to fight you," she said gently to Charles. "There's enough violence in the world already, but this is an important discovery for all of us, and we can't just let you keep us from it because of your own wishes. We should work together to open that mansion up." They were all in a strange land far from home, and they didn't see the point in wasting their time and energy fighting if they didn't have to. But Charles's actions were too much for them to bear. Seeing that the group still didn't want to attack him, Charles felt a bit sad. He knew that while people would often fight each other for resources in the post-apocalyptic world, those who helped each other and worked together had the greatest chance for survival. What the group didn't know was that it was precisely that bit of humanity remaining inside them that would save them from Charles's wrath. "Let's stop messing around and get down to business already," he said. His aura gradually became stronger and fiercer as it dissipated from his body. "I didn't come here today to make friends and keep the peace," he said. "It's fine if you don't want to fight because you're afraid others will judge or punish you. But if that's the case, then you should get out of my way. I have work to do." 4 tokens appeared in his hand, causing everyone to gasp in awe and wonder where he had gotten them. While the group was frozen in shock, Charles used his soul energy to amplify his voice, making it resonate like thunder in everyone's ears. "The token is mine now," he said, "and I won't give it to you for free. If you want it, you'll have to pry it from my cold, dead hands." His sharp gaze swept across the crowd, and he added, "But if you're going to try to kill me, then I hope you're prepared to die." When the distant crowd of berserkers and herders heard Charles's arrogant words booming through the lakeside, they all fell silent for a moment as his message sank in. Just a few seconds later, they flew into an uproar. "Did I hear him right?" one man asked a woman. "What did he just say?" "He dared to challenge everyone here by himself," she replied, chuckling. "I think he's completely lost his mind. He has to think he's invincible or something to make a ridiculous threat like that." Everyone looked at Charles in disbelief, not knowing quite how to react, and the group of archer subordinates that had surrounded him quickly distanced themselves from him. "I know we need to work together with others to survive, but that doesn't mean working with a lunatic," one of them said. "We shouldn't get involved. He's going to provoke the crowd no matter what we do." "That's right," another said. "Either way, the tokens will eventually be placed on the door after he dies, whether we get involved or not. We just need to watch from the sidelines and hide while the situation sorts itself out." "Let's go duck behind that hill over there," a third said, pointing in the distance. "It doesn't look like a bad climb, and it should keep us hidden." No matter what kind of thoughts or doubts Archer's group had, they were sure that it wasn't the right time to get involved in a messy situation. They knew they would be foolish to stand up for Charles against everyone else who wanted to enter the water mansion, and they thought it was his own business if he wanted to get himself killed. Naomi scratched her chin. "I heard that the mayor of Dawn City is a very calculating person," she said to Archer. "Are you sure that reckless guy is actually him?" Archer fell silent for a few seconds. "That doesn't matter right now," he finally said. "Let's get out of here before we get caught up in everything." The group nodded in agreement and tried to leave as quickly as possible, while the herders and the berserkers closed in on the area and surrounded Charles. "Why is he so bold?" one of the herders said to another. "He's not even from around here. He's acting like he owns the place." "There are foolish people everywhere," the other herder replied. "But it doesn't matter why he's acting the way he is. We just need to worry about killing him and getting that token." Hearing the commotion coming from around the water mansion, more than 10,000 people flocked to the area, ready to fight. At that moment, only 500 of them surrounded Charles and the Dawnians, but Charles knew that many more were on their way. Charles's team only had 30 people, and the enemy had only sent the 500 people over to ensure that Charles didn't escape. They thought that they would have no trouble disposing of one seemingly self-destructive man and 30 of his subordinates. The scouts were also prepared to fight. Although they didn't know why Charles was acting so arrogantly in the face of danger, they trusted that he knew what he was doing. Charles felt helpless to stop things from devolving into a bloody battle. Even if he wasn't afraid of becoming enemies with everyone, he felt there was no need to make any more enemies than he already had. However, when those blue lights had flashed on his body and had given away the location of the tokens, he had known that a fight would be unavoidable. The others would stop at nothing to try to take the tokens from him and get inside the water mansion. He knew that even if he did give up the tokens, he or his teammates could end up dead in the fight for the treasure inside. "It's not realistic to fight everyone here alone," he thought. "But we're not alone. We have the Dark Legion now, and they're more than powerful enough to deal with these people." Just as the scouts were about to attack, Charles suddenly stopped them. "They're going to target Jenny," he said loudly enough for the enemy to hear. All you need to do is protect her. If I can fight them without worrying about her, then they don't stand a chance. Following his orders, the scouts formed a defensive formation around Jenny. Inside the formation, more than a dozen cranes circled around her, sensing that their master was in danger. They were ready to protect her with their lives. Although Charles's order to protect Jenny made the enemies pause for a moment, none of them had any intention of changing their mind. Since he insisted on protecting the token, they felt they had to kill him to get it. But they worried that Jenny would get caught in the crossfire, and their comrades would think they were just as reckless as Charles, so they waited for him to distance himself from his team before attacking. After Charles had walked a few paces toward the enemy, he stopped in his tracks. "Do you all really want to die here?" he shouted, scanning the hundreds of people around him. Seeing him stop, everyone started to move. The herders went on the offensive, while the berserkers hung back in case Charles tried to escape. After all, the berserkers were a proud group of warriors, and they would only attack Charles if they absolutely had to. If they did have to, the rest of their team would laugh at them when they returned. More than a dozen herders attacked from different directions, trying to leave Charles with no room to dodge their onslaught. Their cooperation wasn't perfect, but they had a tacit understanding of what they needed to do to stop him. Meanwhile, Archer's team watched the battle from the nearby hillside. They wanted to see how long Charles could survive against seemingly impossible odds. But it seemed like the herders didn't plan to fight a fair fight. They were ready to kill, and they wanted to win as quickly as possible. Facing all the herders attacking at the same time, Charles smirked. "You guys just made a big mistake," he said, shaking his head. A dazzling red sword energy burst out from the crimson flame sword in his hand, burning so brightly that it looked like it would scorch both the sky and the earth around it. He swept the sword across the crowd, a bloom of blinding red light trailing behind it as he swung. After finishing his attack, Charles stopped, and the herders' lifeless bodies all collapsed heavily to the ground. It's not over yet, he thought. Then he rushed toward the surrounding crowd. Charles drew an arc in the air with his crimson flame sword. A few herders desperately tried to block his blade with their own, but his sword cleaved theirs in half before cutting them down too. Seeing that Charles still dared to take the initiative to counterattack despite being surrounded by so many people, everyone was shocked. "He might be a fool, but he sure is a brave one," a berserker said, watching from the sidelines. "No matter how brave he is, he's still going to die," another said. Charles's movements were so fast that his opponents couldn't keep up, and none of them could defend against his fiery blade. In just a few seconds, he easily disposed of 20 people. His terrifying killing speed made the crowd start to panic. "This isn't good," a herder said. "There's no way we can fight him in close combat and survive." Everyone came to the consensus that fighting Charles from a close range would cost them their lives. So instead, some enemy paranormals started casting spells from a distance, preparing to use their ranged abilities to finish him off. Searing blasts of true fire, strong gusts of wind, chunks of flying rocks, and other elemental attacks targeted Charles from every direction, cutting off any chances of dodging. "He's dead for sure!" one paranormal shouted triumphantly. They all thought that no matter how good Charles was at close combat, he still didn't stand a chance against such an overwhelming flood of magic. The elemental paranormals naturally had an advantage against bio-altered types, and they felt there was nothing unfair about exploiting that advantage against such a powerful foe. But soon after they launched their attacks, Charles pulled out a Hellfire amulet, and dozens of black flames appeared around him. Then he directed his flames at the paranormals. As the flames flew toward the enemy, they collided with the incoming spell attacks first. "It's just a last-ditch effort to save himself," a paranormal said, scoffing. "He doesn't stand a chance." The surrounding paranormals looked at Charles like he was a dead man walking. They didn't think that a few black flames could do anything to them, but the smile on their faces soon froze. No matter what type of spell the black flames touched, they snuffed it out, and then they continued on their way, quickly enveloping the paranormals' bodies. With a loud boom, the flames burst at the same time, devouring the paranormals before they could even let out a scream. The rest of the paranormals who wanted to attack fell back in horror. "Is that what I think it is?" one said, his hands clutched to his mouth. "There's no mistaking it," another said shakily. "It's true hellfire. I've never seen it before in person, but every paranormal has memories about it from their awakening." "That's impossible," a third cried. "True hellfire is a level 7 ability. Is this guy really that powerful?" Even though they had witnessed the scene with their own eyes, they didn't want to believe that Charles, who had killed more than 10 paranormals in a close combat battle, had actually used true hellfire, the symbol of a level 7 paranormal. They felt like their whole world had flipped upside down. They knew that a level 7 fire-type paranormal was practically invincible in close combat, and they wondered if any of them would make it out of the battle alive. But they didn't know that Charles had learned to use true hellfire extract amulets at level 6 because of the mysterious ancient book. The book had taught him that when using extract amulets for an attack, one only needed to have sufficient soul energy to draw out their power. Charles had reached level 7 since then, and due to all of his practice using it in amulet form, he had already mastered his ability to control true hellfire, making his flames particularly deadly. On top of that, he still hadn't used his preservation ability to show off his most powerful flames. So what if he's a level 7 paranormal? One paranormal shouted above the panicked chittering of the crowd. We just have to make him use up all his energy, and then he'll die like anyone else. However, as soon as his voice faded, Charles pierced his throat with a throwing knife. After they watched the paranormal die, the others around him began to think of how to deal with Charles, and some of them began to release special abilities. A gleaming flame shield appeared next to Charles. Fire paranormals typically used flame shields as protection, but at that moment, they had other plans for them. One shield after the other formed next to Charles, boxing him in the middle of 4 fiery walls. Charles calmly looked around, as if he didn't care about his predicament at all. "Hurry up and attack!" a fire-type paranormal shouted. The other paranormals attacked one after another, launching all kinds of superpowers at the flame shield from several directions. When their attacks were about to land on the shield was suddenly removed, and only a thin layer remained. Then the superpowers all landed on the last layer, where they combined into a deadly energy, ready to break through the barrier and destroy Charles if he tried to escape. They're just trying to buy time, Charles thought, so I shouldn't waste my time trying to break the shield. Seeing that Charles seemed to be completely trapped, the paranormals cheered, sensing their imminent victory. A moment later, a violent explosion shook the ground as the Earth-type paranormals opened a huge pit beneath Charles. Then all the paranormals continued to release their superpowers to try to push him into the pit. Many of them had never seen a level 7 paranormal before, but they didn't know just how powerful he was, so they wanted to be sure that they finished the job. "Phew," one paranormal said, wiping her brow as she watched the massive cloud of dust and smoke from their attack settle. "He has to be dead after that." Since the paranormals had used more than half of their soul energy, they stopped to rest and used crystal cores to recover their strength. "I hope we didn't break the tokens," one man said. "That'd be embarrassing." "Didn't you see how sturdy the water mansion's door is?" a woman replied. "Even with so many of us attacking it together, we barely made a scratch. If the door's that strong, then the keys to opening are probably even stronger. I doubt they'd be damaged so easily." "You're right," the man said. "Let's go get the tokens." "Wait a minute," the woman said, and the others looked at her with puzzled expressions as she pointed in horror at the pit. The few paranormals who were about to take out the tokens from Charles's body saw a smooth reflective surface appear in front of them. Upon closer examination, they realized a transparent ice shield had formed in the center of the explosion. The surrounding ground had been blown into pieces, but Charles stood on the shield in the center of the pit, completely unharmed. As soon as the paranormals realized their attack had failed, Charles lunged at them with his sword. The scarlet energy flowing around Charles's crimson flame sword cut through dozens of enemy paranormals, instantly killing them. They slumped to the ground, their lifeless faces frozen in disbelief that Charles had managed to survive their attack. "He used true ice!" a water-type paranormal cried. "How can he use level 7 fire abilities and level 7 water abilities? That's impossible!" Meanwhile, Archer's group silently watched from the hillside, their mouths agape. "It's a good thing we didn't end up fighting him," Naomi thought with a shudder. "If we had attacked him, he would have slaughtered us all. Even 200 of us wouldn't have been able to take out a monster like him." The shock of the surrounding crowd didn't faze Charles. After killing a few people who tried to loot the bodies of the fallen paranormals, he quickly moved through the mob around him, felling one enemy after another with his sword as he ran. Seeing their comrades crumple under Charles's blade, the remaining attackers cried out in fear. They scrambled away from the lakeside, startling some birds and beasts as they fled. They knew that no paranormals were invincible, and that no matter what kind of paranormal Charles was, he would die if his soul energy was depleted. But they weren't willing to throw themselves at him as cannon fodder in an attempt to find out just how much soul energy he had left. Even the berserkers, who were known for being brutal and fearless warriors, couldn't help but retreat in the face of such terrifying power. In less than 3 minutes of battle, There was no one alive within 600 feet of Charles. The 300 people who had survived had already run far away, unwilling to sacrifice themselves to try to save the others. Nearly 200 corpses lay on the ground around him, some of them so badly charred by his true hellfire attack that even their ashes had turned to a fine dust. "Those are his teammates," someone suddenly shouted. "Let's go capture them as hostages." A large number of herders and a few berserkers started to charge toward the Daunians' camp. Their eyes locked on Jenny, who seemed like an easy target. They thought that capturing a hostage was their only chance of getting the tokens from Charles. Facing the incoming attackers, the Daunians unleashed all of their power to stop them and protect Jenny, as Charles had ordered. Within moments, the snow was red with the blood of their fallen enemies. "They can't all be level 6, one of the berserkers muttered as he ran away from the carnage. "Where'd they all come from?" "Elemental paranormals, attack!" someone yelled. At the start of the attack, the group of warriors had been a mob with a common goal. But after the Daunians fought back, the group fell into chaos, and the remaining enemy paranormals attacked desperately from afar. Although it had become much easier for paranormals to increase their cultivation level as the apocalypse had progressed, level 6 paranormals were still fairly uncommon. The enemy had never seen so many gathered in one place before, let alone working together as a tightly knit and organized team. At that moment, a looming shadow appeared behind them. "It's him!" an enemy paranormal cried, and the others felt an indescribable fear envelop their hearts as they turned to meet Charles's piercing gaze. He raised his right arm, and the tattoo on his arm turned into a black lightning dragon, which flew into the air and extended its massive wings, blotting out the sky. The enemy warriors screamed as they saw the dragon charge up a beam of black lightning. They helplessly ducked for cover before it either fried them to a crisp or completely paralyzed them with one blast. Those who managed to survive struggled to crawl away from the battlefield, but Charles cut off their escape. No matter how they begged for mercy, he killed every last one of them without a moment's hesitation. When he had finished massacring those who had tried to kidnap Jenny, he slowly walked toward the rest of the crowd. "Anyone else want to try something?" he asked, a murderous look on his face. Seeing Charles walking toward them, a dozen or so surviving paranormals scuttled away in a sorry state. As he continued walking, a large crowd of people appeared in front of him, making sure to keep a good distance away from him. No one dared to get within 100 steps. Naomi stared blankly at Charles as she watched the people running away from him. "I can't believe I was stupid enough to try to challenge him," she muttered to herself. "I'm lucky I'm still alive." In just a few minutes, Charles had killed more than 300 people. The survivors knew they might have been able to kill him if they'd been brave enough to work together. But they had all thought it would be foolish to challenge someone who so clearly outmatched them, and so their more courageous or foolish allies had died. Charles raised his crimson flame sword, and the group of people in front of him quickly scattered off into the distance, fearing that he would start attacking again unprovoked. Using a beam of red sword energy, he carved a 100-foot-long gully across the snow. The mark was only about a foot wide, but everyone felt that it might as well have been an untraversable canyon. "Anyone who crosses this line will die," he said. Then he used his true hellfire to start cleaning up the bodies on the battlefield, absorbing and refining their power in the process. As he worked, no one dared to cross the line. A biting wind blew snow in gusts across the plains. The onlookers watched Charles's boundary line gradually disappear under the developing drifts. They looked up at the black lightning dragons hovering in the air. No one dared to step across the line. "Is this what things have come to?" asked a muscular man, his face ruddy in the harsh cold. "We have to be brave to survive this new world. Are we really going to let him scare us with a line in the snow?" He raised his sword and ran forward. Nobody stopped him. They just looked on, speechless. The moment he crossed the line, a black thunderbolt crashed down from the sky and burned him to cinders. The others remained still and silent. Their number had grown to over 4,000 people. Many of those who had been at the Water Mansion had come to join the others watching the show. They started talking among themselves. "What else can we do?" one of them asked. "Any ideas?" "If we all attack together, maybe we can overpower him," said another. "Great idea," said a third. "Who's going to strike the first blow?" They didn't feel any hatred toward Charles, nor he toward them, but they were so focused on their desire to gain access to the mansion that they were ready to take desperate measures. However, they could see that Charles wouldn't think twice about killing anyone who approached him, and so after the example of the muscular man, Nobody dared to step any closer. It was the same for the berserkers. Although they were prepared to sacrifice their lives to avenge their fallen friends, they weren't about to throw caution to the wind just for the sake of a few tokens. At that moment, a man stepped foot over the boundary. The others looked at him in disbelief, sure that he had to be drunk, idiotic, or suicidal. The man was thin and not particularly tall. His name was Sylvester Duke. He hadn't stood out at all among the other berserkers, who were mostly tall and muscular. As everyone expected, as soon as his foot crossed the line, another bolt of black lightning shot down from the sky. The berserker clenched his fist and geared himself as if to try to punching away the lightning. "Is he an idiot?" asked one of the onlookers. The others in the crowd also wondered if the man was a fool, forgetting that they had also considered Charles a fool before he had killed some of them without mercy. The lightning struck Sylvester's fist with a bang, sending a blast in all directions. The ground beneath him was reduced to rubble. Once the effects of the blast had subsided, Sylvester remained on his feet. Charles saw him still standing and couldn't conceal the surprise on his face. He knows how to use an element shield, he thought, impressed. No wonder he was brave enough to step over the line. It was very dangerous for someone without elemental powers to try to resist an elemental attack like the dragon's black lightning blasts. However, an element shield gave a bio-altered paranormal the ability to do just that, allowing them to guard against a spell-type attack directly without having to dodge it. After seeing that first strike had been unsuccessful, the black lightning dragon prepared to descend and devour the human who would dare to defend against its attack. But then Charles called out. "Stop," he shouted. The dragon halted, and then it continued flying in circles over the area. Charles fixed the man with a serious look. "If you've reached level 7 already, you must have some skill and intelligence," he said, "and yet you're foolish enough to try facing up to me." If anyone else had said those words, they would have come across as arrogant in the extreme. From Charles, though, they sounded just like a simple statement of fact. All of Charles's followers were aware that those who reached level 7 had the status of heroes. Those in his immediate circle were all highly skilled and talented, but none other than Charles had reached level 7. "One of us has to stand up to you," said Sylvester. He pulled a two-handed sword from the scabbard on his back. It was almost as tall as him, and its entire length was bright white and sparkling. Not even Charles knew what material it was made of. After steadying his stance, the man rushed toward Charles like an arrow loosed from a bow. Although his sword was huge, it didn't affect his agility at all. He reached Charles in no time, bringing the sword down in one smooth stroke. He didn't know Charles's strength or how much of a threat he posed, but it seemed clear that if he didn't stand up to Charles, nobody would, and then their fate would truly be sealed. It didn't matter if he succeeded or not. He simply had to make a stand. In fact, it was that determination that had led to him reaching level 7 so quickly. When Charles saw the sword coming down upon him, he pulled out not his crimson flame sword, but a burnished golden shield. He had crafted the shield from the giant turtle's shell. He held it with both hands, just as his opponent held his sword. The sword met the shield with a deafening crack. Wind blasted out from the point where they made contact, filling the air with a blizzard of snow. From the point where the two were fighting, the wind sounded like a rush of voices. The onlookers watched them fight with bated breath, feeling foolish for having mocked both of them. It was clear that each was immensely powerful, and apparently evenly matched, and it stung their pride to learn that they had so badly misjudged their abilities. After some frantic fighting, the battle calmed down. The snow that had been kicked up in their dueling began to settle. When the conditions cleared, the onlookers were amazed to see the golden shield on the ground, split in half. "Did Sylvester win?" asked one of the berserkers. They couldn't believe that someone had stood up to Charles, let alone one of their own number. However, when the air completely cleared, they were able to make out what was actually happening. Although the two halves of the golden shield had indeed fallen to the ground, they could see that Charles was standing with his crimson flamesword pressed into Sylvester's neck. "I lost," said Sylvester calmly. "If you want to kill me, then get it over with. Just know that whatever you do, I'll never follow you." He could sense that Charles might want to discuss terms of surrender, and wanted to make it clear that he wouldn't engage in such negotiations. He was also aware that Charles hadn't killed him immediately, even though he obviously had the opportunity. He wondered what Charles was hoping to achieve by keeping him alive. Charles put away the crimson flame sword. "You can leave now," he said. He had no scruples about killing his enemies, but he didn't view Sylvester as an enemy. Rather, he was simply an opponent. "Why didn't you kill me?" Sylvester asked. "If you let me go now, I might become your enemy in the future." He knew that he was already very strong and that his powers would only grow with time. If he had a chance to face Charles at some point down the road, he was sure he would be able to defeat him, and he knew that he wouldn't show him any mercy just because Charles had spared his life in the past. "We're being played by the real enemy here," Charles said. "They want us to fight each other so that we'll pose less of a threat to them. I don't know their overall aim, but I know that they're trying to pit us against each other to weaken us. I don't care if you come against me in the future. At the moment, you're nothing but a chess piece played by our true opponent. We all are. But when I've defeated them, you'll understand that I'm not your enemy. So what use would there be in killing you now? Holding back from fighting isn't always a weakness. Or if it is, there's a difference between showing weakness through wisdom rather than through a lack of ability." Sylvester quickly managed to calm himself down. "If you truly believe that this has all been a trap set by some greater enemy, then why'd you kill so many people?" he asked. "Doesn't that mean you fell into their trap too?" Although he was lacking in experience, that didn't make him a fool. He had known that had he directly asked Charles how he knew that they had been caught into a trap set by the enemy, Charles would have spun out some in-depth story that he wouldn't have been able to verify. However, by pointing out the one inconsistency in Charles's version of events, he had cut to the heart of the matter. His question was so pointed and perceptive that even Charles was impressed to hear it. He had come across many talented people who would arrogantly cast themselves as saviors of the world. However, Charles knew that to become a true leader wasn't a matter of showing your strength or making loud speeches. Instead, it was vital to remain calm and see through to the crux of the matter. He knew that if he tried to justify himself to Sylvester, he would be opening himself to more questions. Even if he answered with the truth, it would mean nothing unless he could provide evidence. However, he had other ways of responding to such a question. "You should ask them that same question," he said, pointing first at the ground that was stained red and then at the retreating crowd. "Why did they come here if not to fight to the death? And for what? Just a few broken tokens?" Sylvester didn't know how to respond. Charles hadn't explained why he had taken such measures to protect the tokens. Rather, he had turned the question on the Berserkers, asking why they had desired the tokens so badly that they had been willing to die for them. The onlookers were stunned into silence, but they soon recovered. Some were ready to charge at Charles, but the people around them held them back. They were furious to hear Charles suggest that they had gone there to die. As far as they had been aware, Charles was just one person working alone, and they assumed that he had stolen the tokens from someone else in order to sell them on for a profit. And so they had wanted to attack him in order to take the tokens and keep him from profiting from his violence. From Charles's point of view, things had been completely different. He had thought it evident that his strength was much greater than everyone else's, so provoking him was surely a suicide mission. Seen from that perspective, their attack had been foolish indeed. It was clear that both sides had approached the fight from different perspectives, and so they had seen the ensuing problems differently too. All those nearby were smart enough to recognize what had happened. However, the group of people further away on the mountain slopes was left perplexed. Sylvester opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't find the right words. He wanted to ask why Charles had refused to hand over the tokens, but it was clear what the answer would have been. Charles simply hadn't wanted to. He clearly had the strength to defeat everyone there, so he had no reason to hand over the tokens if he didn't want to. "I understand," Sylvester said at last, returning the huge sword to its scabbard on his back. Then he turned around and walked away, knowing that there was nothing more to be said. After he had left, Charles ordered the scouts to stay on guard, and then he approached the water mansion. At that point, the mansion was still too high above the ice for many people to reach it, but some water-type paranormals had been able to build ice blocks from the surrounding lake, forming them into steps. Charles walked toward the steps and climbed them. Everyone got out of his way, not daring to obstruct him. When they saw him approach the door to the mansion, they cursed him inwardly. They thought it outrageous that he had just performed such a farce, apparently just for fun, when he had known he was about to go inside the mansion himself. However, they knew that they couldn't afford to voice any of their frustration. As the crowd glared at him, Charles proceeded to walk up the steps. When he was almost at the door, he sat down and entered a state of cultivation. "What's he doing?" asked one of the onlookers. "Can he go inside or not?" Why is he dawdling like that? Nobody had any answers, and it was hardly like any of them were about to approach a man who had just killed hundreds of paranormals and demand that he explain himself. Charles remained seated. He began to draw a stream of soul energy from the mansion into the energy storage space. Soon after, a huge amount of energy began to pour into the storage space with the force of a waterfall. Charles understood that the impending invasion from the enemy species seemed to be changing the way that the world's energies operated. When he and his followers had summoned creatures from hell, they had in effect given the creatures permission to walk in the human world, without the world's will forcing them back to their own realm. However, it was clear that the new enemy's invasion involved no such permission or invitation. As a result, their arrival would be incompatible with the world's will. The world's will was unable to reject them outright, but it could influence the creatures and forces of the human world to work against the enemy. The indirect way in which the world's will operated was the reason that certain groups didn't even acknowledge its existence, dismissing it as mere superstition. Up until that point, whenever Charles had refined the corpses of zombies, bugs, and other resources, he had been able to use himself as a bridge into the energy storage space. For other things, though, he needed to enlist the help of the world's will. After all, he knew that the world's will would treat species who enter the world from another realm as invasive and antagonistic. Seated in front of the water mansion, he began to use the power of the energy storage space to refine the power of the water mansion. He knew the world's will wouldn't oppose his efforts. It would even be glad to see him succeed. With its permission, he was able to refine the water mansion's energy at great speed. Even so, he felt that it was insufficient. How can I go faster? He wondered. He could sense that although he could borrow the power of the energy storage space to refine that of the water mansion, the storage space's energy was quickly running out. The faster he went, the less energy he would have to continue. Meanwhile, although the world's will didn't obstruct Charles, it also didn't do anything to directly repel or weaken the water mansion. Why won't the world's will try to expel the water mansion in the same way it's done for other entities that have come from outside this world? Charles wondered. It seems like it's simply accepted the mansion's presence. Does that mean it sees the mansion as somehow useful? His eyes lit up with understanding. The three great treasures are closely related to the world's will, he thought. Although the giant turtle came from outside this world, it must have done so with the use of the three treasures, and so the world's will has accommodated it. With that realization, he was able to piece together what the other party was planning. Although the world's will hasn't rejected the water mansion, that doesn't mean it doesn't want to, he thought. It hasn't fully accepted the mansion after all. Otherwise, it would have stopped me from using the energy storage space to absorb its power. So in order to succeed here, I need to somehow influence the world's will so that it rejects the mansion completely. He didn't know much about the world's will, but he understood that it was entirely fair and unbiased. As a result, it was almost unnatural to try to affect its decision-making. In the big picture, it was the right of all living beings on Earth to use whatever they could from the wealth that the world offered, taking into consideration their own limitations. As far as the world's will was concerned, everything eventually returned to the Earth, so it wasn't concerned with what its creatures did with their time while they were alive. In the face of such an impersonal intelligence, it was difficult to see what could be done to influence it to act one way or another. If I want the world's will to listen to me, I need to show it why it would benefit from doing so, Charles thought. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then an ancient token entered the core of the energy storage space, where it was refined into pure soul energy. However, the refinement process didn't end there. He then took that lump of energy out of the storage space and into the human world. In the new environment, its energy quickly dissipated. At the same time, Charles felt that a force was accelerating the power of the water mansion, pouring into the storage space. The only way to make the world's will happy is to feed it energy, he thought. Although he hardly understood the world's will, he was still able to work with the things that he did know. He could sense that it was still at the stage of simply observing the water mansion, and that he needed to grasp the opportunity to show it the best use for the mansion before it had made up its own mind. He had shown the world's will certain benefits that the mansion could provide in the form of the extra energy he had brought into the world. However, it was clear that it couldn't access that energy on its own, and it needed someone like Charles to get it. He was happy to oblige, seeing that he would of course benefit from that situation too. After he had released that energy, He felt a surge of soul energy enter him and pour into the energy storage space. His ability to refine the Water Mansion's energy increased threefold. Understanding the new deal he had struck, he made sure to channel some of that energy back into the world to please the world's will. In return, the world's will allowed him to refine the Water Mansion's power even faster in a perfect cycle of reciprocation. 3 hours passed without Charles even realizing. In that time, the onlookers waited for Charles to move, not understanding why he was sitting so still and silent. At some point, they decided to make the most of the time and began to cultivate themselves. After the 3 hours, the gate of the Water Mansion suddenly opened, and a large number of strange creatures walked out. As soon as they saw Charles, they rushed to attack him. "The mansion is opening up!" cried one of the onlookers. Although most of them had stopped paying attention to what Charles was up to, focusing instead on their own cultivation, there were still some who had occasionally looked up to watch Charles in case he had some kind of breakthrough. They had spotted the 4 tokens in his hands, but weren't sure if he had the final token yet. When the doors of the Water Mansion opened, everyone started to chatter in surprise and fear. They watched as a large group of strange creatures walked out of the gates. They were mostly humanoids with fish or shrimp heads. They held weapons made of fish bones and raised them high above their heads as they charged at Charles. Charles was still sitting cross-legged before the door, his crimson flame sword lying across his legs. He stood up and summoned his red sword energy, channeling it through the sword, which he had taken in his hand. He cut down a dozen of the monsters, their corpses falling to the ground around him. A ball of water struck Charles. His body emitted a golden light in defense, but he was still sent flying. He was hurled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground some distance away. "Lowly human, you won't get far," boomed a deep voice from inside the Water Mansion. The door opened even wider, and a giant turtle with a dark gold shell poked half of its head out. Its gaze fell on Charles. It had been one thing for Charles to extract some soul energy from the Water Mansion, but another thing entirely to have started doing so at the speed he had managed with the assistance of the world's will. Moreover, that speed had evidently been increasing. If it had continued, it was clear that he would have stolen all the Water Mansion's strength. As far as the giant turtle was concerned, Charles couldn't have known the true power of the Water Mansion, or else he wouldn't have dared to steal its energy. Until that point, the intelligence behind the Water Mansion had been happy to be patient while carrying out its plan. But Charles's audacity had forced its hand. It knew that if it allowed the greedy human to continue absorbing its energy, the entire Water Mansion would be sucked dry, and so Charles needed to be stopped. The golden light on Charles's body faded. A little blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He pulled himself to his feet and looked at the giant turtle with a smile. The giant turtle hadn't noticed Charles's expression change when it had called out to him. The berserkers had also undergone a change of attitude. Sylvester, for one, was filled with the desire to attack the sea creatures. Only a few hours ago, his fury had been aimed directly at Charles, but the turtle's words had made it clear to him who the real target was. It no longer mattered to him whether or not Charles had been telling the truth all that time. When the turtle had made clear its high and mighty attitude toward not just Charles, but all of humanity, Sylvester's pride as a human had flared up, and he knew he needed to take action. Others in the crowd also glared at the turtle, although it didn't seem to notice. It was already used to living in an environment where the strong preyed on the weak. It was immaterial what attitude or manner of speech either side took, as the outcome would be the same. The weak might not like being spoken to in a dismissive or disrespectful way, but they could do nothing to stop it. Even if the strong humiliated them, they could only submit. As far as the giant turtle was aware, humans were no different from other creatures in that regard. It didn't matter if a small portion of them were prepared to take up arms. Their number would never be high enough to make a difference. However, the turtle was about to learn that humans weren't to be underestimated. Charles used a restoring amulet to help him recover from his injuries. He drew on the power of the energy storage space to refine the amulet. To his surprise, he had discovered that the space was still able to refine even after the commotion with the energy of the Water Mansion. However, the further from the Water Mansion he got, the slower the refinement speed seemed to be. Still, he was able to continue the process. "You're courting death, human," said the giant turtle, noticing that Charles was still drawing power from the Water Mansion. Charles scoffed. "I've already killed 2 of your kind," he said. "In fact, I've ended up with quite a nice set of turtle shell shields. Not as many as I'd like, but I've just spotted an excellent opportunity to make some more. When the paranormals in the crowd had first sensed the powerful aura coming from the giant turtle, they had been unsure if Charles could pose much of a threat to it. However, his confidence made them take pause and wonder at how powerful he really was. It was a great feat to kill one giant turtle, let alone two. But they didn't know if he was actually lying about having done so in order to scare the new turtle. The scouts summoned their nightmare horses, quickly changed from their wolfskin coats into their dark iron armor, and rushed to Charles's side. Meanwhile, the turtle was obviously enraged. "Foolish human," it boomed. "Once again, you've offended the giant turtle race. Because of your stupidity, your entire species will be annihilated. Aquatic army, listen up. We must capture this lowly human at all costs." At those words, more monstrous sea creatures rushed out of the water mansion. They managed to kill some of the humans standing in the way of the gate. At first they came out of only one gate, but then all 12 opened up. From them came great clouds of mist, obscuring the onlookers' view. At the same time, the ice on top of Lake Superior began to melt. A large number of creatures emerged from the water, including giant crocodiles, fish that could walk upright, and water snakes. They all charged toward Charles. Fortunately for him, the scouts were already by his side and were able to help him fight against the creatures. Just as Charles was about to run into the fight, he was surprised to see Sylvester approach. "I didn't come here to help you," he said, pulling the longsword from his back. "But it's clear we have a common enemy, and so we need to fight together." After all he had seen, he had come to believe in Charles. No matter what was inside the water mansion, it was clear that the new enemies needed to be defeated. They had shown that they had no respect for humans, and they needed to be killed before they could unleash their full power. "You heard the turtle," said Charles. "They want to destroy humanity because of me. Don't you blame me for drawing them here? My people have always relied on our strength to win our battles, not the charity and kindness of the enemy," Sylvester said. Charles smiled. "I didn't get your name," he said, stretching out his hand. "I'm Charles." Sylvester was taken aback at the introduction. He quickly gathered himself and took Charles's hand. "And I'm Sylvester Duke," he said. They shook hands, and then they turned to face their common enemy. After properly introducing themselves, Charles and Sylvester felt a lot closer. Just after they had shaken hands, some berserkers arrived to assist them. The people who were watching them further away looked at each other and began to discuss what they should do. "Should we go and help?" one asked. "Those monsters that came out of the mansion look really powerful, and there are so many of them. If we go and help, it could be very dangerous." "But did you hear the way the giant turtle spoke to Charles?" said another. "We can't let it talk to us humans like that." "So what?" asked the first. "Are you really going to try to kill everyone who disrespects you?" "This isn't the time to get caught up in silly disagreements," said a third. "Our fellow humans are in trouble. Even the berserkers have gone to help out. We need to do our duty and help too." The others nodded, slowly coming around to the idea. Since the apocalypse had begun, it had become clear that many people were reluctant to help strangers. It had seemed at times that charity was a luxury that had no place in the New World Order. People would often leave others to die rather than step in to help. As far as many of the onlookers were concerned, Charles had brought the new crisis upon himself, and they didn't see any reason to help solve his problems. But watching the berserkers rush to Charles's aid, they felt compelled to join the battle. Even if they weren't moved by sympathy, they knew that it would be immoral not to pitch in, and so they too ran over to Charles, sure that if they chose to hang back, the decision would haunt them for the rest of their lives. However, there were still others who retreated entirely, sneaking away from the conflict into the blizzard. The scouts rode on nightmare horses, waving their crimson flame blades as they charged at the monsters. Sylvester waved his huge sword, hacking left and right with simple but effective strokes. It was the same sword that had broken Charles's turtle shell shield in half, so he had no problems cutting down the aquatic creatures that piled on him. Seeing that more and more people were coming to Charles's aid, the giant turtle changed tack. "There are many benefits in the water mansion waiting for you humans," it said. "With them, you'll grow strong and develop the ability to control rivers, lakes, and seas. We only want to kill this one upstart who broke our rules and tried to steal our energy. As long as the rest of you stay back, I promise you'll be granted the treasures of the Water Mansion." Some of the people stopped to weigh up the giant turtle's promise. Not everyone was above switching sides if it looked like they could stand the benefit. In fact, some saw that switching to the turtle's side might be their only way of surviving, and they weren't inclined to sacrifice their lives in the name of loyalty to their species. After all, some of them had been ready to abandon Charles and the Berserkers even before hearing about the mansion's opportunities. With the turtles' promise that it only wanted to kill Charles, the others naturally wondered whose side they should be on. They had already seen some of the power of the Water Mansion, and it was indeed tempting that they might be able to claim it for themselves. By that point, over 8,000 Berserkers and herders had accumulated around the mansion. It was clear that the great majority of them were wavering in their loyalty to Charles. "We need to look out for ourselves," one of them said. "Did you hear that the turtle said we'd be able to access the treasures in that mansion? You've seen the power that comes out of there. If we could use it, we'd get much stronger." "That's right," said another of the herders. "Although we've been helping out the others, that doesn't mean we have to follow them to our deaths." "But you heard how that turtle looks down on us," said another. "That's only because we're so weak now," said the second herder. "Once we've absorbed the mansion's energy, we'll grow much stronger and win its respect." They were torn between the great power promised by the turtle and the danger of not knowing whether they could trust it. It seemed like an impossible choice. All that time, many of the herders had been sizing up Charles with bitter expressions, wondering if they could stab him in the back and be done with the whole situation. Meanwhile, others were having another debate. "This doesn't even have anything to do with us," said one of them. "We don't need to pick a side," said another. "As long as we don't participate, we'll be safe." "But won't people see us as cowards if we don't join the fight?" asked another. Sylvester frowned, clearly unhappy with how things were unfolding, but he didn't speak. Although he had made his decision to fight alongside Charles, he didn't see it as his place to convince others to join them. Charles stepped forward and looked up at the giant turtle. "You said there's a treasure in the mansion that'll increase people's strength, right?" he asked. "That's right," said the giant turtle in a mocking tone. "It's most valuable to water-type paranormals. But anyone would benefit from the mansion's gifts. In fact, the only person who doesn't stand to gain from it is you. Even if you got on your knees to beg for mercy right now, I wouldn't forgive you." The people nearby looked confused. "I thought this Charles guy had some backbone," one of them said. "I didn't think he'd try to barter with his enemy." "I misjudged him," said another. "He's weak and unworthy of our help." "It isn't any of our business who the turtle wants to punish," said another. "We just need to look after ourselves. It isn't worth protecting someone like Charles if it means passing up the opportunity to increase our own strength." By that point, the solution to their dilemma seemed much clearer. They could see no real benefits at all in protecting Charles. "Beg for mercy?" Charles asked the turtle, and then he laughed. "Just who do you think you are? What makes you think I'd ever beg for mercy?" He looked around, taking in the crowd. By that point, thousands of aquatic creatures had emerged from the Water Mansion. "Since you said there's something in the Water Mansion that can improve our strength, hand it over," he shouted. Nobody could believe Charles's arrogance. They couldn't understand why he expected that the turtle would pay any attention to his request. But then they gasped as Charles's aura began to shift noticeably. It was clear that he was getting ready for some kind of powerful attack. "I'll give you a very simple choice," he said to the turtle. "Either you hand over these treasures you've talked about, or else I'll kill you and take them myself." When they heard Charles's arrogant words, the onlookers burst into an uproar. "Who does he think he is, trying to force that giant turtle to hand over its treasures?" one of them asked. "Is he crazy or something?" "Neither crazy or powerful," said another. "Only a warrior of incredible strength would dare to make such a demand. I wonder if I could ever become that strong." "Sure, he can talk the talk," said a third. "Let's wait and see if he can walk the walk." It was clear that Charles's words had had a big effect on the crowd. "Remember my promise," shouted the giant turtle. "All who follow my orders will be granted access to the Water Mansion and the treasures inside. If you want to win my favor, hurry up and kill this lousy human." However, Charles's confidence had swayed many who had been set on helping the turtle. The doors of the Water Mansion stood wide open, and yet nobody tried to pass through. They still couldn't believe that Charles had had the audacity not only to ask for the treasures inside, but to demand them. Although they too wanted the treasures of the mansion, they weren't prepared to surrender to the turtle and rely on its mercy, knowing that would hurt their pride too much. Even though their reason told them that it was better to comply with the turtle, who evidently was immensely powerful. Charles had shown them the value of keeping hold of their integrity and pride in humanity. Sensing that the crowd's attitude had shifted, the giant turtle felt a little uneasy. It couldn't understand what was driving the humans. It had just promised them incredible treasures and opportunities to improve their strength, and yet they had thrown its promises back in its face by not even trying to get inside the mansion. It couldn't believe that they were even considering listening to Charles. At that moment, a few people broke free of the main crowd and rushed to the bottom of the steps leading up to the front doors of the water mansion. "If you guys want to die out here, be our guests," shouted one of them. "We're going to see what's inside." "See you later, losers," shouted another. When they had run inside, others in the crowd wavered and ran in too. They were worried that the people who had gone inside would come out much stronger and crush them. In all, around 200 or so went inside. Most were driven by their egos, desperate to pursue strength and power, without caring how selfish it made them look to others. Those who remained outside felt that they were helping Charles's cause. Meanwhile, another group had gathered together. Those people sized up Charles with unfriendly looks. "You'll pay for your insolence, lowly human," said the turtle. It couldn't understand why so few people had been lured into the water mansion, and it had decided to vent its frustration on Charles. Thousands of aquatic creatures surged out of the mansion and surrounded Charles. He and his team were able to kill many of them, but there was such a large number of them that even though they were fairly low-leveled, they still presented a challenge. Many people decided to stand their ground and watch to see what would happen next. All kinds of merfolk with fish heads and human bodies rushed at Charles, along with some monsters with shrimp heads and others with crab pincers. They attacked any humans who got in their way, whether they were people loyal to Charles or those who were simply standing nearby. Just then, a group of herders charged toward Charles and his followers. The merfolk made way for them, and a battle broke out between the different factions. "You idiots!" shouted one of the herders. "Don't you understand? We need to do whatever we can to get the treasures inside the mansion." "Kill these outsiders and that turtle will let us in!" shouted another. The people still watching from the sidelines were shocked that the herders had been brave enough to run in and take advantage of the situation. The matter was no longer one of taking sides, but of standing up for humanity itself. The berserkers couldn't help but pull out their weapons and prepare to teach the herders a lesson. They had been allied with the herders for a while and had never expected them to make such a reckless decision. They felt humiliated on the herders' behalf. Seeing the herders join the fight, Charles became even more furious. He summoned the Dark Legion from the energy storage space, and then he charged at the herders. Some giant demons, holding shields made from giant turtle shells, blocked the approaching herders, protecting Charles and his team from their onslaught. Then a large number of blade demons and shadow demons arrived. They had fought in enough battles together by then that they worked as a well-oiled machine. Meanwhile, the black lightning dragon danced in the air, spitting out billows of black fog that surrounded the herders. Miserable screams burst out from the fog. No matter how loudly the herders begged or cursed, though, Charles remained unmoved. He summoned Bullet and rode through the crowd as a streak of black lightning. Wherever he passed, all the nearby merfolk were cut in half by his sword. He arrived beside the herders. "All of you will die," he cried, his fury reaching its limit. The crimson flame sword in his hand flickered, and then he descended on the herders. Charles met the herders in battle like a wolf breaking into a field of sheep. Within minutes, he had surrounded himself with the bodies of his victims. When the herders behind the first group saw the beginning of Charles's massacre, they turned around and ran towards the berserkers. "Help us!" one of them cried. "We need to join forces and kill this lunatic!" They thought it was necessary to slander Charles, as though the berserkers wouldn't understand the cause of their plight when it was plain for all to see. Charles was hot on their heels, riding Bullet to chase down the herders. Wherever he went, he killed more and more herders, speeding them on into the protection of the berserkers. Although they had hoped that he might slow down the further they got from him, they were mistaken. "Stay back!" shouted a particularly burly berserker. "This is our territory." He stood in Charles's way, trying to block him. Before he could say another word, though, Charles had cut him down. The surrounding berserkers were enraged to see Charles kill without even giving the man a chance to say anything more. "Kill this brat," said one of them. "He seems to think he can live by his own rules," said another. "Let's show him how far that'll get him." They were so angry that they didn't give a thought to the fact that Charles was obviously more powerful than them. Their pride had been dented, and they were fixed only on exacting their revenge. After casually killing 40 of the berserkers, Charles continued his pursuit of the herders, killing anyone who stood in his way. He didn't want to aggravate things with the berserkers, but if any of them stood in his path, he showed them no mercy. He didn't care what their intentions were, whether to surrender and reconcile with him or to challenge him. He was entirely focused on getting past them so that he could get to his main target, the herders. Nightmare horses were known for their great speed, and Bullet was one of the most renowned of their herd. Ever since Bullet had reached level 7, when it ran at full speed, ordinary bystanders couldn't even make out an afterimage of it speeding past. Even the highest powered paranormals could only make out the vaguest blur. Charles sped across the battlefield. He and the Black Lightning Dragon killed hundreds of herders and berserkers. "Anyone who gets in my way will die," he cried in a thunderous voice. Many saw the speed at which he was killing and tried to flee when the herders approached them. They realized that the herders were Charles's main targets, so they needed to do all they could to get away from them. Meanwhile, some of the berserkers refused to stand for Charles's actions. They took up their swords and turned to face him. However, they soon found that if they were struck by even one of Charles's attacks, it would be fatal. "He wants to kill all of us," said one of the herder leaders. "He's merciless and extremely strong, but he seems to be working alone. I doubt he'll be able to deal with all of us." "That's right," said another. "Aren't we supposed to be the bravest fighters in the world? We shouldn't have any problems taking him down." The leaders ordered the nearby herders to charge towards Charles. "It saves me the trouble of hunting them down," thought Charles with a wicked smile as he watched them approach. He clasped a few extract amulets in his hand, which soon started to burn with gleaming flames. He cast a firestorm, a move that he had developed in his previous life to help him at times when he found himself surrounded by the enemy. It was specifically designed to deal with group attacks. A great mass of true fire fell from the sky onto the herders, who tried to defend themselves with their paranormal abilities or their weapons. When the flames struck them, though, they burst out in violent explosions. The fire laid waste to almost everything. Any herders who weren't able to dodge the flames were swallowed by the fire, screaming miserably. The Black Lightning Dragon chased after the enemies who tried to flee, lunging down from the sky and catching them in its huge jaws. The herders were so scared that they even cried for their parents, but it didn't help. Before long, the snowy ground had turned red with their blood. All the while, the scouts had been busy hunting the herders who were outside the main force. Charles didn't need them to help him in his fight, and so they focused on killing the herders outside the main group. The fighting was soon over. Most of the herders lay dead, along with some berserkers who had been dragged into the battle. In all, over 2,000 corpses littered the ground. Those left standing were in shock, watching Charles. "Who is he?" asked one. "A madman, that's who," said another. "Stay far away from him." Although they were brave, they were smart enough to know when not to engage such a powerful enemy. If they hadn't developed a sense for when to attack and when to hold back, they would have been killed long ago. A chill had gone through them when they had first beheld Charles, a madman who killed people without a thought. They realized it would be foolish to provoke such an unhinged person. In fact, while watching Charles' slaughter, some of them were awestruck. "Imagine following someone like him," one of them said. "He'd be sure to protect us." "Protect us?" asked another. "He'd kill us all." After he had dealt with the herders, Charles walked towards them. When they saw him approach, the group tensed up. The berserkers among them clenched their fists, glaring at him. When Charles had chased the herders, he had shown no hesitation in killing the berserkers that had gotten in his way. As far as the surviving berserkers were concerned, it was the same as if he had charged at them directly. A third of the Dark Legion demons that Charles had summoned were fighting the aquatic army at the perimeter of the battlefield, while another group was protecting Jenny and Alice. The final third was spent preparing to fight the berserkers. Meanwhile, the scouts who had helped defeat the herders were returning to the main force. Thousands of aquatic warriors continued flooding out of the water mansion, and the giant turtle watched the scene with interest. A powerful aura had appeared from the depths of the mansion, although after the turtle turned around and bellowed an order, the aura disappeared. Sylvester arrived at Charles's side. If he had been anyone else, Charles wouldn't have given him a second thought. However, he hadn't forgotten that Sylvester had helped him in his time of need, and so he felt that he owed him at least an explanation. "These creatures want to launch a full-scale invasion of the entire human race," he said. "If you still want to take your revenge on me, you can do whatever you want after we've killed these monsters. However, if you try to take advantage of their attack and come at me in the middle of battle, I'll show you no mercy." His drive to protect humanity ran so deep that he was willing to forget any personal enmity he had with Sylvester and his people. It seemed clear to him that such bad blood was irrelevant in the face of an impending attack on their whole species. As he had said, that meant that if any of Sylvester's people got in the way of his plans, he would kill them without thinking twice. He felt it was a matter of principle to which all humans should adhere. The threat to humanity was much more important than any personal grudges. "I understand," said Sylvester. "When we've dealt with the Water Mansion, though, you can count on me finding you out to settle the score between us." With that, he turned away, and with his giant sword, he cut down the aquatic creatures that rushed to block his way. Although he agreed with Charles that their priority was to deal with the Water Mansion, he couldn't simply forgive those who had slaughtered his people and fight side by side with them as though they were comrades. So he needed to turn away and fight the fight by himself. The remaining berserkers glared at Charles, and then they went to follow Sylvester. They knew that without Sylvester, they wouldn't stand a chance against Charles. They weren't quite as moved by the fact that they faced a threat to their species. As far as they were concerned, the arrival of the Water Mansion did nothing to change the fact that Charles had killed some of their number. They felt that if they let him get away with that, it would amount to betraying the memory of their fellows. What petty people, Charles thought, shaking his head. The berserkers were giving him a headache. Although he admired their courage in battle, he had no patience for their grudges and squabbling. They had already been angry after the business with Gideon, and with the most recent fighting, their frenzy had reached a fever pitch. He could understand their point of view, but it was clear that there were more important matters to deal with. For him, the only important thing was to kill the creatures threatening the human race. To disregard that just so he could iron things out with the berserkers would be the highest folly. "How amusing," boomed the giant turtle. "Not only have you foolish humans ended up killing one another, you've bought us time to strengthen our own forces. I'll make my promise one more time. Any of you who put down your arms will be invited inside the Water Mansion to claim the treasure. I ask only that you don't get in the way of me killing this one human." The turtle then commanded thousands of aquatic warriors to launch an all-out attack. From his new position on the battlefield, Sylvester turned to see that the aquatic army was several times larger than before. It would have been a difficult enough force to fight at their full numbers, but after the casualties they had sustained in the fight with the herders, their chances seemed to be near impossible. From that point of view, the herders were to blame for their plight. If they hadn't charged at Charles, they would have still been alive and able to help defend against the new enemy. They wouldn't have brought down the berserkers with them either, but instead, they were many fighters down, and they had also given the Water Mansion time to increase its forces. Had the herders still been alive, Sylvester would have punished them in the most extreme way. He felt thoroughly sick of the actions of his fellow humans, and he decided there and then to give up fighting alongside them when that battle was over. He wasn't sure if that was the right choice, but he was past thinking about right and wrong. Just as the aquatic army was about to attack, Charles summoned more Dark Legion demons from the energy storage space. Since he had reached the 7th level, he'd been able to open the energy storage space more often, letting him bring more and more soldiers out to join the fight. The surrounding people were amazed by Charles's feat. "Is this a new summoning technique?" asked one. "How can one person summon so many different soldiers?" They had never seen someone with such powers before. At first they had thought Charles was only a normal warrior, before realizing that he clearly had magical powers. However, he had exhibited such a variety of paranormal powers that they couldn't work out which element or type he specialized in. With his most recent display of power, summoning an entire army out of nowhere, they were completely stunned. In total, Charles had summoned over 200 giant demons. Some of them carried shields made from the shells of giant turtles, while the rest had shields made from dark iron or unholy cold iron. Each also wielded a battle axe or large sword. Charles had many more giant demons on his side, but he had brought only a small number of them out because he wanted to release them in phases. The blade demons didn't need weapons, and if the blades that took the place of their arms were cut off, Charles had prepared some dark iron blades that could replace them. Behind the giant demons and blade demons waited the formations of shadow demons and magma monsters. Charles didn't need to bring out any of the Minotaur tribe, which he kept inside the energy storage space. He knew that while the battle was raging on, he would need powerful and talented creatures to remain in the storage space to ensure its upkeep and maintenance. Everyone who saw the full force of the Dark Legion was chilled. It was terrifying to see that so many hellish creatures, known for their disorder as much as their great power, had been corralled and made to fight under the same banner. They knew that Charles had to be extremely powerful in order to have achieved that. Those on Charles's side were relieved to see they had such a formidable force fighting alongside them. Meanwhile, Charles's scouts had arranged themselves among the Dark Legion soldiers to fill in any gaps in their defensive line. "Thank you for your help," Charles said to his reinforcements. "Focus on the creatures in the sky. Use as many long-range attacks as you can, and make sure to protect your teammates. If you use up more than half of your power, I can help you replenish it." With those words, he had made it clear that he was in no way relying on their help. They were only there to support the main army. It made some of them feel that they were surplus to requirements. However, they kept quiet. When they looked at the aquatic army, they could see that Charles would need all the help he could get. At that point, the berserkers who had left the battlefield looked back and gritted their teeth. They had left as a matter of principle, but on turning back, they saw that the battle would happen with or without them, and nobody would care about their principles when it was all over. The aquatic army launched its attack on the Dark Legion. Most of its soldiers were at level 3, but their weapons were so sharp that they were able to hold their own against level 5 opponents. That meant that they were not only able to break through the giant demons' shields, but they could also deal some damage to the blade demons and shadow demons. Although their individual damage wasn't impressive, there were enough of them that it added up. Some more creatures crawled out of Lake Superior. The most formidable were some giant crocodiles, which posed by far the greatest threat. Just as it looked like the aquatic army was losing, some powerful auras appeared from the water mansion as some particularly strong creatures stepped out of the front doors. First was a majestic merfolk wearing dark blue armor and carrying a trident almost as tall as itself. It was followed by a merfolk cleric wearing a black robe and carrying a wooden staff. It murmured something, as if preparing an immensely powerful spell. Next came 3 giant lizards, who stomped towards the Dark Legion. The fighters on Charles' side were terrified when they saw the monsters and felt the powerful energy coming from them. "They're all at level 7, shouted one. "They're too powerful, and there are so many of them," cried another. "We're dead for sure." "Charles might have summoned some strong creatures from hell," said another, "but they don't stand a chance against these sea creatures." Although the Dark Legion had many powerful creatures, it seemed that there was no way they would defeat the sheer number of sea creatures, especially with the new level 7 monsters that had joined them. The defenders were strong enough that they would be able to break free from the battle and escape, but their aim was to fight the sea creatures to the death. It was apparent that before long, they would exhaust themselves. "Does this guy ever run out of energy?" asked one of the onlookers, pointing at Charles. "He must have loads of crystal cores to keep him going," said another. Although they didn't know how Charles hadn't yet shown any signs of exhaustion, it made sense that he was relying on crystal cores. However, even if he never tired, he was only one man, and it seemed certain that he would soon be overrun by the sea creatures. As the battle between the Dark Legion and the aquatic army continued, it was clear that the Dark Legion soldiers were becoming weaker and weaker. Their attacks had less effect and became slower. The newly arrived level 7 sea creatures didn't seem in any hurry to join the battle. Instead, it seemed that they were waiting for something. An enormous aura began to emit from inside the water mansion. It sent a chill down the spines of all the humans who felt it, even though they couldn't quite see what was causing it. "What is that?" one of them cried out. "Is there something even more powerful inside the mansion?" asked another. "Why do I feel so weak at the knees all of a sudden?" The people fighting were disheartened. They hadn't yet found a way of overcoming the apparently endless supply of lower-level sea creatures, and it seemed that there was potentially a much more powerful one on the way. They still believed that they could win, but they had a very limited number of fighters. Because of the fighting that had gone on before the aquatic army had even joined the fray, many berserkers had already left Charles' side. They would be very lucky to make it without the berserkers' help. Charles was hardly weak and helpless, but he had too few allies to help him win. He was beginning to despair. He thought, "I didn't expect so many people to give up and run away. Maybe this will be our last battle after all." Just then, a space opened up in the middle of the aquatic army. Archer stood there, flanked by some of his teammates. "Didn't you leave?" asked Charles, shocked. Naomi looked at Archer with disdain. "He took us away because he didn't want anything to happen to us," she said. "But we decided to stay and fight with him. He didn't think we had it in us." "That's right," said another of Archer's team members. "He seems to have forgotten that we agreed to live and die together, and now he thinks he can just leave us behind. It's disrespectful." Archer blushed. "I just felt that my ability was a bit higher than yours," he said. "I was worried that you'd slow me down or get hurt." Charles couldn't conceal his smile. Although there had clearly been some disagreements in their group, it was obvious that they were as tight-knit as a family, and he knew as well as anyone that families were given to quarrel. However, that did nothing to change the fact that they would give their lives for one another in a heartbeat. As he looked at them, he thought, Perhaps this is the reason humans still manage to struggle on in such a hopeless situation. Not everybody could be expected to make rational choices in such a desperate situation. Indeed, Archer's decision to leave his team and rush to Charles's aid had been highly irrational. However, since the apocalypse had begun, it had been very common for people to be led more by their feelings than their brains. In fact, if everyone had based their decisions purely on reason, nobody would have made the necessary sacrifices to defend one another. Archer had left his teammates because he didn't want to drag them into his decision and put them in harm's way. But the conflict that it had caused among his team was soon forgotten, overcome by their camaraderie and love for each other. Charles pointed to the sky. "The most important thing here is to defend against aerial attacks," he said. Many winged creatures and seabirds filled the sky. Their purpose was to protect the sea creatures on the land. They weren't big or strong, but they were very agile and perceptive. Even the most highly skilled paranormals would find it difficult to take them all on. They needed to wait for the creatures to come closer before they could hit them reliably. At the distance they were keeping, the creatures would find it too easy to dodge the humans' attacks. Archer didn't respond to Charles. Instead, he organized his team members to focus on guarding against the air. Just then, the aura coming from the water mansion grew even stronger, and a long shadow stretched out from the sky above the mansion. The berserkers looked in its direction, breathless with anticipation. Although they could only see the shadow, it was clear that it belonged to a huge enemy. They finally saw the source of the shadow when a giant whale descended from the sky. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a huge stream of water. Not good, thought Archer, his pupils shrinking. He summoned a large water shield to protect the Dark Legion from the whale's attack. He didn't have much hope that it would work very well, but his instinct had told him to create the shield nonetheless. The scouts had gone deathly pale. They realized that if it weren't for the protection of the Dark Legion, they would have already sustained many casualties. At that moment, they heard a calm voice. "Didn't I tell you to guard against aerial attacks?" asked Charles. His words gave them hope. After reassuring his troops, Charles rode Bullet forward. The horse leaped into the air, and a giant demon raised his shield above his head. Charles guided the Bullet to land safely on it. The whale blasted another stream of water at them, as powerful and steady as a waterfall. However, just before it reached Charles, a crack opened in the wall in front of him. The water passed right through, not harming him at all. Those who saw it happen were even more shocked than before. "What just happened?" asked one. "His space powers are so strong, it's scary." "He's mastered so many different skills," said another. "He must be a genius. I've heard that the only person with this many skills is the mayor of Dawn City. Could this be him?" "I've never seen a paranormal with all its attributes," said another. "Isn't the point of the paranormals that they all have different powers, so they need to cooperate? How come this guy has so many different skills?" They didn't realize that Charles had managed to evade the water attack because he had opened the energy storage space, guiding the water there instead. Under normal circumstances, opening the space wouldn't have had such a great effect. But in that instance, it was clear that Charles had managed to enlist the help of the world's will. After the water attack failed, the whale disappeared. It was clear that at that point, Earth was unable to contain such a powerful entity, so after casting its attack, it had been forced to return to its own realm. The giant turtle and the level 7 sea creatures approached Charles, making sure to use the aquatic army for protection as they advanced. They were further protected by some oddly shaped sea creatures holding protective shields in front of them, ready to use their bodies as shields too if need be. They don't look too sure of themselves, Charles thought, smiling mockingly as he watched his opponents' cautious advance. Although the giant turtle had insisted that it wasn't afraid of Charles, it clearly knew that Charles had killed the other two giant turtles. It knew that if it rushed at Charles, Charles would make light work of it. After advancing a certain distance, the turtle and its soldiers stopped in their tracks. Then 3 large lizards covered in fish scales strode over to Charles. "Do you want me to use my divine wrath?" he asked them. He roughly understood what they were planning. Since the divine wrath attack couldn't be dodged or resisted, it also took a lot of energy from the wielder. If the lizards could trick him into casting the power on them, it stood to reason that he would be unable to cast it again at the turtle, and then the aquatic army would be able to rush in and defeat the Dark Legion. Unfortunately for them, they didn't understand the power of Charles's extract amulet. In his previous life, he had spent his days either fighting or fleeing from his enemies. He had had to conserve every bit of his soul energy, and he had learned to spend it in the most economical way possible. In his new life, with so many followers helping him gather resources, he no longer had to worry so much about retaining energy. There was sufficient energy in the storage space that he could spend as much as he wanted and still be sure to have some left over for him to draw on. It had grown to such a quantity that he no longer needed to keep track of it. He summoned the Divine Wrath Spear in his hand. It flickered with white lightning. Then he launched it at the head of one of the lizards. The lizard exploded, catching dozens of nearby aquatic creatures in its blast. However, the other large lizards were left standing, with only slight burn marks on their bodies. "They're better prepared than I expected," Charles thought. Although he didn't know how they had managed to block his attack, he wasn't too surprised. He simply summoned another Divine Wrath Spear. No matter how they had defended against his first attack, it was bound to have taken a great deal of energy. He knew that he just needed to keep casting the same spell, and he was sure he would grind them down. The giant turtle watched Charles warily, surprised that he was already preparing his next attack. At that moment, a figure wearing a blue robe appeared beside the giant turtle. In its hands were two weapons made of ice and snow. The merfolk warrior holding a trident and the merfolk cleric wearing a long black robe lowered their heads in disbelief as they looked at the ice swords that had penetrated their bodies. They had been waiting for Charles's next move, but they hadn't expected they would be ambushed by an unknown force before they could unleash their own power. The ice swords that were embedded in the two merfolk released a strong chill, freezing them into ice sculptures. Then a figure dressed in blue rushed toward Charles. "Catherine!" he exclaimed. Charles was very surprised. He hadn't seen her for a while, and he hadn't expected to see her anytime soon, but she had easily killed the two powerful merfolk as soon as she had shown up. The giant turtle was horrified to see its two companions die from her ice swords. "You're despicable!" it shouted at her, and it spat out a huge column of water. The water turned into a dragon that ran at Catherine. She didn't even bother to turn her head to look at it, but made a huge ice garden appear at her side. Its trees were carved out of ice and snow and were vivid and lifelike. As the ice trees grew, their branches speared a lot of the merfolk. Their thorns killed and injured many more. The ice garden soon looked more like a battlefield than anything a gardener would tend to. The water dragon continued to run towards Catherine, but a huge tree made of ice and snow blocked its path. As the water dragon collided with the ice tree, the tree exploded and sent shards of ice and piles of snow flying in all directions. 200 more merfolk died in the explosion. Watching Catherine's amazing powers, the scouts felt a collective chill run down their spines. They weren't particularly worried about being trapped in an ice garden, as they knew they could hack down the ice sculptures blocking their way. But they were very alarmed by Catherine's skills and didn't think their armor would provide good enough protection. The ice thorns were especially vicious and could aim specifically at any weak spots. "Is this something only a level 7 water-type paranormal can do?" Archer muttered to himself. "When you reach level 7, you'll understand," Charles said, glancing at him. "This isn't something a level 7 can do. Producing an ice garden is Catherine's unique superpower. Some of the other water-type paranormals had tried to imitate her, and though it wasn't impossible, it had required a huge amount of their energy to mimic her ice garden ability. They weren't as skilled as she was, and the ability didn't come naturally to them." Catherine ran past a giant ice lizard and didn't stop. Everything within 100 yards of her turned to ice and became part of her ice garden, its size growing quickly as she ran. The lizard opened its mouth and condensed a breath of cold air. Huge balls of ice appeared in its mouth, which it wanted to fire at Catherine. Alice could see what was going on and swallowed hard, but before she could do anything, Charles sprang into action. He called on his power of divine wrath, and the sword in his hand flew several yards to the ice lizard, hitting it right in its wide-open mouth and shattering the lizard to pieces. Catherine ran to Charles's side. She had just killed 2 level 7 merfolk and helped him kill a giant ice lizard, and he felt grateful for her assistance. "Thank you," he said. "Why do I get the feeling you could have handled it without me?" she replied. "Perhaps, but it would have taken a lot of energy," he answered. Catherine wasn't in the mood for small talk. She waved her hand and another huge ice garden appeared, burying hundreds of merfolk inside of it. Alice was concerned that Catherine was using so much water. "Don't you think it's wasteful to keep using so much water power?" she asked. Catherine could turn water into ice, and then turn that into thorny plants, creating huge gardens in the process. And Alice thought that her ability had to be more taxing to use than it seemed. She couldn't figure out how Catherine made such a huge ice garden. It seemed to go against all the laws of nature. Archer also looked at Catherine with anticipation. He too was a water power possessor. If he could understand her technique, it would also help him improve his strength. Catherine realized she was going to have to give Alice and Archer some sort of explanation. "I don't make the water do anything," she said. "It's not me turning it into ice and snow." Alice and Archer looked surprised and confused, and Catherine continued, "I only obey the will of the water and help it become what it wants to be." "I don't get it," said Archer. "Water has life," said Catherine. "If you can understand water's true essence, you can do the same." "Water has life," said Alice. "What do you mean?" She and Archer were even more bemused and thought Catherine just wasn't willing to explain her powers to them. Charles intervened. "Everyone has their own skills and their own path through life," he said. "You don't need to copy other people. All you have to do is follow your own path carefully and with determination." He didn't know what Catherine's path was, but he did know she had already learned part of the law of the origin of water. Trying to teach these two level 6 paranormals what Catherine knows would be like asking a toddler to understand advanced math, he thought. "I know there are a few geniuses in the world, but Alice and Archer aren't two of them." Alice nodded. She trusted Charles completely, so when he told them to follow their own path, she stopped thinking about Catherine and her superpower. But Archer's mind was still full of questions. He was envious of Catherine and desperately wanted to be able to do what she could. Charles sighed inwardly when he looked at Archer and saw his expression. He knew that jealousy was a major enemy of teamwork, and he realized that Archer wouldn't be the only one to fall foul of envy over Catherine's ice garden abilities. No one else would be able to succeed like she had. It was simply an exclusive skill, and that was that. Charles knew that ice garden envy wasn't the only problem he had with his troops, but he didn't have the time to put a lot of effort into dealing with all that. He had his own path to consider. Charles had been taken aback by Catherine's sudden appearance, but he realized she had to have been summoned to the mansion with the others. 11 of the 12 tokens needed to enter the mansion had been accounted for, and only one was still missing. "What are you doing here?" he asked her. "I wasn't expecting to see you. What made you come? Was it something to do with the missing token?" "When I saw that token shining, I threw it to the bottom of Lake Superior," she replied. "I watched several people dive in to try to find it, but they didn't resurface. So I knew something was wrong. There's definitely something strange going on here." Charles was impressed by her intelligence. It was easy for anyone to understand simple things, but she clearly was capable of solving very complex problems, and he had always admired that. Humans were the most intelligent beings on Earth, but not everyone could use what they had. Catherine had known exactly the right moment to arrive and kill the 2 level 7 merfolk. She was decisive as well as very intelligent. Catherine looked at Charles. "I guess you have a way of resolving this situation," she said. "You could just take your people and leave now. I can't see any reason why you need to stay and keep fighting." Charles smiled and pointed at the giant turtle not far from where they were standing. "It's not me that needs to figure out how to resolve the situation," he said. "It's that thing." Catherine thought Charles sounded very arrogant. Then she looked to where he was pointing and saw the giant turtle. She knew that they were highly intelligent creatures, and she wondered why it was staying so still. Charles had already killed 2 of its breed, and here's another one, she thought. Has it given up hope of staying alive? Why isn't it fighting back? And those giant ice lizards, they're tougher than they look. They have weaknesses like any creature does, but they usually fight by cooperating with each other. Catherine thought the situation was strange. It seemed like the aquatic army had previously had the upper hand, but she wondered if their strategy had pushed them into a position where they couldn't back down. None of the aquatic army creatures dared approach Charles. Their soldiers kept trying to fight but died, using up a lot of the Dark Legion forces. As time went by, the Dark Legion's combat strength began to decline gradually. When a giant demon was almost killed by the sea creatures because of its weakness, Catherine, Archer, and the others began to feel anxious. Another ice garden appeared. The merfolk that tried to rush through gaps in it were stabbed by all sorts of plants and trees, leaving only dead bodies on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, a giant demon at the back of the formation quickly ran to take up the front row position of another giant demon. "We can't keep on fighting," said Catherine. "The physical strength of these creatures is very limited." "Now let's just change them over," replied Charles. Summoning another 100 or so giant demons, he ordered the front row to swap places with the back row. He then told the new back row to take off their armor and weapons and go into the energy storage space to rest and recuperate. The new demons picked up new equipment and joined the rest in the fight. Charles then told the demons in the energy storage space to eat lots of food as quickly as they could, and to drink plenty of water from the spring. They all fell asleep and used the time to digest the food and water as well as replenish the soul energy in their bodies. Once the reformation of the giant demons was completed, Charles turned his attention to the blade demons, the shadow demons, and the magma monsters. While the demons were switching positions, some paranormals released their superpowers, using amulets to wash the ground to make sure the process went smoothly. It was an exciting time for the paranormals, and they felt truly alive. But the process used up a great deal of their energy, so Charles gave them all some essence water. Catherine had some too, and after her first mouthful she said to Charles, "You didn't use crystal cores. You used this water to help us recover our strength instead. So presumably, the water costs less than the crystal cores. Why don't you sell to make a lot of profit?" Archer looked at Charles, interested to hear what he would say. "Although the essential energy in this water is abundant and the cost is low, it can't sustain its energy level for long," Charles said. "At most, it'll dissipate in 6 hours. Even if we drink it within 6 hours, it won't be as powerful as it is when used right away." Charles had decided to use the essence water because it could exist just fine under the natural laws operating in his energy storage space. But if it were kept outside, it would return to its normal state very quickly and have no energy content. He knew that it should be possible to maintain its energy content in the outside world, but he thought it would require a number of arcane walls to do so. Using arcane walls was even more costly than using crystal cores. As it was, he could give it 6 hours as life, and that would have to be enough. Charles also knew that his troops were perfectly capable of killing monsters to obtain crystal cores. That was a much easier way of financing his operations than trying to preserve the essence of water for longer outside his energy storage space. "Can't you freeze it?" asked Catherine. "No," replied Charles. "Freezing it only gives it an extra hour. It's not worth it." More research needed a lot more time and energy, and he needed to give all of his to the battles he was fighting. "Perhaps one day I'll be able to do the research it needs," he thought. Once the formation of giant demons had taken on its revised state, the giant turtle became even more furious. It had originally thought that a battle of attrition would have some effect, but it hadn't foreseen what Catherine could do. It didn't dare to gamble on how she and Charles would react to a sudden attack, so the battle continued as it had. After 5 hours, the sun began to set, and the Dark Legion had already changed their battle formation twice. Charles stayed calm throughout, and seeing their leader look so confident, the paranormals felt more confident too. They assumed that Charles had been expecting such a situation to arise and had a plan for victory. But the aquatic creatures were clearly getting very worried. Charles was very effective at helping his people boost their soul energy quickly. He constantly absorbed energy from the water mansion, but he was far away from it. So the speed at which he could absorb energy from the mansion was far slower than when he was at its main doorway. Even with him far away, the drain he caused on the mansion was still a great burden on its supply. If he continued to use its energy at the same rate, the mansion would begin to suffer serious consequences. Some of the onlookers started trying to get inside the mansion, wanting to see if they could soak up some of its energy. Some tried to attack the sea creatures, but no one dared to attack Charles. They could remember what had happened to others who had tried that. After night fell, the aquatic army increased the ferocity of their attack. Charles continued his rolling reformation of the Dark Legions as giant demons, and arranged for everyone else to take turns grabbing some sleep. Because many of them had reached level 5, they could stay awake for more than 10 days at a time if the need arose. But if they did, they couldn't maintain their peak fitness. Battles were still raging all around. More and more aquatic troops appeared, but gradually they became fewer in number. According to the Daunians' estimates, some 300,000 sea creatures had been sent into battle, but less than half of that number remained. Throughout all the fighting, the giant turtle hadn't had enough courage to approach Charles, but it approached the water mansion under cover without leaving any trace. The ice lizards were also too scared to go anywhere near Charles's army. Even though there were many aquatic soldiers, and so they should have had the advantage in battle, they had taken a lot of casualties. This was a great relief to the Daunian troops, who even found time to chat to each other during their breaks, wondering how long the aquatic army could withstand their attacks. Catherine took Charles to one side. "Can your Dark Legion really recover their strength in time?" she asked him. Charles was surprised by her question. "At the start of this battle, the Dark Legion lost about 10 soldiers an hour," she continued. "But in the last few hours, you've been losing about 30 soldiers an hour. Even though they've taken turns resting and have returned to the battlefield at peak fitness, they don't seem to have recovered from the mental fatigue. I think that's why their loss rate has increased." Charles was very impressed with Catherine's observation skills. She had noticed things that no one else had, and that was very valuable to him. Alice looked anxiously at Charles. "Is that true?" she asked. "Yes, it's true," he replied. "Catherine's right, and we need to do something about it." Charles knew that he had only about 1,000 more troops from the Dark Legion in his energy storage space. Even he, who had wiped out so many armies in hell, couldn't bring every prisoner he had ever taken into space. His Dark Legion warriors were fine fighters, but they were weakening under the strain of this lengthy war of attrition. The essence water Charles had given them had revived their soul energy and their physical strength. But in such a hard-fought battle, their energy reserves dwindled fast. Alice's anxiety was rising. "We should retreat, and quickly," she said. "No," said Charles without the slightest hesitation. "I know we've used up a huge amount of energy, but so have the enemy fighters. Let's just wait and see how well they can hold out." He knew he could easily fetch more Dark Legion troops from Hell if he needed to replenish their numbers. When he first conquered the other territories, he needed the help of the Knights of Hell. But it wasn't too difficult to mobilize soldiers from the conquered territories. He would have to be careful not to use too many demons as cannon fodder, though, or the territories in Hell would be affected as well. He couldn't leave them short of soldiers. Even so, thought Charles, the cannon fodder troops know they're there to be sacrificed to save the higher level, more talented fighters. It's got to be done. The nighttime battle lasted for more than 3 more hours, and the aquatic army's attacks began to slow down. But then, some of the elite aquatic fighters began moving from the water mansion towards Charles's troops. They were all either level 5 or level 6 merfolk. Their charge towards Charles's camp speeded up, and his troops started to feel nervous. The sea creatures had deliberately waited until the Dawn's army began to feel tired before their elite fighters began to attack. The giant turtle's expression was filled with expectation. It was a creature with a long lifespan, and over that long life, it had developed a sense of indifference towards ordinary creatures. It knew that war had never been about the gains and losses of just one battle, and that the overall situation was important. It also knew that the loss of low-level aquatic soldiers was nothing. It didn't think they mattered, as when the Water Mansion victory was complete, all the oceans on the planet would belong to them. It was written in secret symbols on the doors of the mansion that all the rivers, lakes, and seas belonged to them. Catherine looked at Charles, who was still calm and composed. "Now that our enemy has revealed its trump card, do you have any way of dealing with it?" she asked. "A way of dealing with it?" he replied. "I think you've misunderstood something. I'm not trying to defend against their attacks. They're trying to defend against my attacks. If these are the aquatic army's trump cards, then they'll be wiped out in their entirety today." As he spoke, he channeled his preservation ability, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Charles had chosen to use his preservation ability rather than increase his attack or defense, because it was a divine ability and more suited to his situation at that moment. In his previous life, he had lacked a lot of important inner resources, and even though he had been successful for some time back then, his achievements had come about with a huge amount of support from the survival base. He had viewed the base as his personal support system, with little thought for anyone else. And the survival base had been short of food and water, crystal cores for his cultivation, and all sorts of high-end genetic medication that would have been good to use while he'd been developing his powers. So he had relied on his own strength, and that had made his cultivation pace very slow. He knew it was important that he didn't repeat those mistakes in his new life. Although his preservation ability didn't directly increase his attack or defense capabilities, once it was firmly established, it allowed him to enter a state that was almost mechanical. If he was fighting under his preservation ability, his emotions or pain wouldn't interfere with his ability to strategize or react quickly to his enemies. And it gave him a phenomenal ability to control his soul energy. Archer was shocked when he saw the Divine Wrath spear appear in Charles's hand. "Shouldn't you save that for dealing with the enemy's leader?" he asked. "If you use it on the cannon fodder now, will you still have the strength to cope with the giant turtle?" "How many times do I have to tell you?" replied Charles. "It's not me that's trying to think of how to deal with them. It's the other way around. They're trying to work out how to deal with me." The spear flew from his hand and stabbed one of the level 6 merfolk. Its body exploded, and so did many other merfolk nearby. The giant turtle looked on with a smile on its face. It thought Charles wouldn't be able to use a move like that many times, so that was one shot of the Divine Wrath spear used up already. And the Dark Legion soldiers were already exhausted, so the turtle thought Charles would be a pushover in a fight between them. Although the turtle wasn't happy about losing a level 6 merfolk, its sacrifice was worth it, because it meant Charles had used its Divine Wrath spear right at the start of that phase of the battle. But at that moment, the Divine Wrath spear appeared in Charles's hand once again, and once again, it flew at lightning speed and stabbed through the heart of another merfolk leader. The resulting violent explosion woke the paranormals, who had been resting, and they came out of their tents to see what was going on. Charles had used his Divine Wrath Spear twice, and his scouts were worried that he wouldn't be able to use it many more times. At a command from the giant turtle, the aquatic army charged fearlessly at Charles. The turtle kept the two ice lizards and itself back from the attack in case they were needed later. Alice and the others watched anxiously as Charles stopped attacking. She and the rest of the scouts were on full alert. Alice hoped that the two attacks with Charles's Divine Wrath Spear hadn't completely drained his energy, because he needed something in reserve to deal with the giant turtle and the ice lizards. Just then, a gleaming flame danced in Charles's hand, and then it turned into sword energy with white lightning hovering all around it. Charles could remember creating the technique in a previous life. Back then, the enemy I faced was already very strong, he thought, so it was right to use my most special weapon. I could deal with ordinary enemies using the Terminator sword ability, but if I had faced such a large number of enemies in that life, I would have just run away. But he knew he was facing a different situation with the aquatic army. He needed to design a technique specifically to fight what he was up against in the battle at hand. Using the Divine Wrath Spear to take out the level 6 merfolk was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, he thought. But I needed to kill them, or my Dark Legion troops would take a high number of casualties. The merfolk were weaker than the Dark Legion, but much greater in number, so Charles was worried that his cannon fodder troops wouldn't be able to fight them off. Using his preservation ability, he entered a state of great mental speed. He could think so fast that he began to develop new techniques on the spot. He still based his attack on the concept of his Divine Wrath Spear, but the details were different. I only want to kill a level 6 enemy, so I don't need the power of my Divine Wrath Spear, he thought. I can just use 3 explosive flame amulets instead of 9, and I only need 3 lightning strikes, but I better not reduce their ability to pierce flesh. That combination should guarantee plenty of death and destruction. Still thinking at lightning speed, Charles turned his attention to the merfolk. I have to inflict some serious damage on the leaders, he thought, and that needs to happen at the same time as dealing with the rest of the merfolk. So I'll add the Storm Extract amulet to make the wind blades whip up an almighty storm. In just a few short seconds, Charles created his new attack technique, and a gleaming energy sword appeared in his hand with white lightning dancing on it. The sword's energy silently dissipated, and for a moment, only Charles knew what had happened. But then a merfolk leader looked at his chest in disbelief. It could see a small hole, but before it could cry out, its body exploded, and flaming wind blades flew in all directions. 30 other merfolk were cut down and badly injured by the power of the wind blades. They lay powerless on the ground, groaning in pain. Before any more merfolk could react, another energy sword appeared in Charles's hand. I can do plenty more damage yet, he shouted, as 8 more energy swords materialized. I've reached the limit of my control over this new technique, he thought. The accuracy will decrease a little, but even so, it'll be precise enough to take down a level 6 merfolk. All 9 energy swords fired at the same time. A second later, what looked like 9 massive fireworks went off, illuminating the battlefield for miles around. But that was only the beginning. Charles's new weapon continued to produce energy and explosions that sounded all around. The surrounding crowd was astonished to see violent explosions. "Is this what a level 7 paranormal can do?" asked one. "If that's the case, why does he even need our help?" replied another. They were awestruck at the realization that a level 7 paranormal could be so terrifyingly powerful, and wondered if there was any point at all in them trying to fight. They thought they might as well just stand on the sidelines and cheer Charles on. The giant turtle was also surprised to see Charles using such a high-level technique, and it began to feel frightened that he would be able to use his energy storage space to convert any amount of soul energy that he wanted. Meanwhile, Charles was already evaluating the first use of his new technique. "Looks like I might need to refine my Divine Wrath sword technique," he thought. The basic requirement of any weapon is that it should kill any opponent at exactly the time I need it to do that. In a life-or-death battle, a second's hesitation can spell disaster. But there's a lot more than just one opponent facing me right now. He turned his attention to how his new technique had dealt with the different levels of enemies on the battlefield. Level 6 merfolk were no trouble, he thought, but the collateral fallout from the explosions flew far and wide, so it wasn't fatal to the level 5s out there. Even so, it did inflict serious injuries on the level 5 merfolk, and that means they're much less of a threat to my Dark Legion soldiers. He carried on his evaluation by thinking about his weapon's effective range. The damage done by the fallout wasn't comparable with the direct damage. I reckon that if the fallout would be powerful enough to kill rather than just maim, its effective range would be only about 5 yards. But I know it can cause serious damage from further away, so if I start off with the goal of inflicting serious injury instead of outright killing an enemy, the fallout range could be even further. While he had been using the Divine Wrath sword for the first time, Charles had concentrated on its power and penetration, pushing the modified Divine Wrath spear to the limit. He wondered whether using so much power had really been necessary. He didn't want to waste precious energy, but he thought that if he reduced its power, it was very likely that it wouldn't be able to break through the enemy's surface defense. The critical functionality of the technique was built on the basis that it would burst out from the enemy's body, causing an explosion. But then again, he thought, a lot of power is wasted when that happens. Overflow damage like that could be very high, so it'll increase its collateral damage capacity. He decided to try his best to cause serious injuries to high-level enemies, or to kill lower-level ones. But I'm back to the issue of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, he thought, especially when it comes to dealing with merfolk. Charles's preservation ability had enabled him to make his evaluation in a matter of seconds. As he fired more attacks from his new sword, a level 6 merfolk exploded. More wind blades shot bolts of lightning out in all directions, and under the phenomenal power of his preservation ability, the wind blades began to condense at an incredible rate, penetrating further each time. Charles reduced their power and increased their number again, killing the merfolk within a 5-yard radius of him. Any that were up to 10 yards away were seriously injured. Charles made another modification mid-battle, and the merfolk that were within about 30 yards of him were also badly wounded. After the adjustment to his technique, he could inflict great damage on even more merfolk over a longer distance because they were quite small and densely packed together. He could easily injure 60 in one attack and completely disable their combat strength. The injuries weren't meant to be fatal, they were just meant to reduce the strength of the higher-level enemy troops to a point where they could pose no threat to Charles's Dark Legion. Charles continued to attack, killing more than 100 level 6 merfolk in the space of a few seconds, and wounding the other aquatic warriors with them. He had successfully reduced their combat ability by a large amount, and they could only consume a small part of the Dark Legion's energy. How many times can he unleash such a heavy attack? Asked one of the paranormals watching the fight. Many of them couldn't believe the scale of the devastation that Charles continued to inflict. None of them had seen him use any crystal cores to recover his strength, and yet his soul energy seemed to be boundless. Staying absolutely calm, Charles continued his attack, improving his effectiveness all the time. That's the high-level merfolk out of the way, he thought. Now for the rest of the level 5s. They could still cause problems for my Dark Legion troops, so they've got to go. A large-scale traditional attack would use up a huge amount of my energy, but I don't need to do that. Charles's fighting mentality had undergone quite a change while he had been using his preservation ability so efficiently. He had realized that he didn't need to always go to extremes to triumph over his enemies. The important thing was to use his energy as effectively as possible. Firing off dozens more blades, he killed his level 5 targets, and he changed to using his new weapon's lightning bolt facility. A bolt of bright white lightning exploded in the group of survivors, and all the merfolk within 100 yards of him seemed frozen and numb. Some of the merfolk at the rear of their formation kept on pushing forward, with the result that the least agile merfolk ended up being in the front row. They were mowed down before they could even raise their weapons. It's still too powerful, thought Charles. I need to reduce the force of the lightning amulet. Having done that, his target area increased again, injuring yet more enemies, but the impact was a little less than before. The Dark Legion troops were able to finish off large numbers of merfolk, and the threat from the merfolk to the Dark Legion was greatly reduced. The giant turtle had watched the battle with increasing horror and was shaking with fear. Could a warrior who had single-handedly won a massive battle really be merely a human being? After a while, the Dark Legion began to relax. The sea creatures were cowering in the distance, and didn't dare approach them. Are they afraid? One demon asked another in wonder. It was unbelievable to them. They had thought the sea creatures would keep advancing until all of them were dead, so it was surprising that the creatures were too afraid to attack. But just because they were keeping their distance, didn't mean that Charles was willing to let them live. Kill them, he shouted, raising his fist. Attack the water mansion. The Daunians were dumbstruck, thinking Charles had to be joking, or else he was a madman to order a counterattack against the monsters. They had hundreds of hellish creatures on their side, but the Water Mansion had thousands of troops protecting it. The idea that they would succeed was laughable. But they had no choice but to set their shock and disbelief aside, because Charles had already ordered the Dark Legion to change their formation and slowly move forward. He had also summoned over 100 Hellhounds through the contract with the Cerberus pack. The last time he had gone to Hell, he had helped remove the curse from more of the Hellhounds, which had returned them to level 6 and greatly increased their strength. More than 30 of the ones he had summoned were level 6. He hadn't summoned the Cerberuses that had recovered to level 8, but he had summoned 3 two-headed Hellhounds. As soon as the Hellhounds appeared, they began to spew out hellfire. It fiercely burned their surroundings, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of fire. The aquatic army struggled against the hellfire with all their might. Charles didn't attack the sea creatures himself. Instead, he ordered his army to advance, with the Hellhounds in the lead. "Charge!" he yelled. With that order, the battle intensified. The Dawnings behind him shouted out zealously, "Kill them all! Let's show these sea creatures how powerful humans are! Yeah! These beasts are nothing more than ants compared to us humans. There are treasures in that mansion, and they belong to us." The atmosphere of battle ignited everyone's pride, which was a great motivator for the humans. Under Charles's lead, they all released their superpowers and launched a counterattack against the sea creatures. Charles ordered the Dark Legion to protect the water-type paranormals behind them, while the paranormals worked together with the Hellhounds to create a path forward. If there were too many sea creatures blocking the way, Charles used his divine wrath to clear them out. The Dawnian soldiers, who had recovered some of their energy, rushed through the aquatic army fearlessly. They had powerful mobility and combat strength and could move freely among the enemy. Together with the Dark Legion, they attacked the horde of sea creatures that severely outnumbered them. When the Berserkers saw what Charles's army was doing, they were shocked and muttered to one another, "Are those guys crazy? Apparently it's not enough for them to escape danger. They're actually provoking those monsters. What if there isn't even any treasure in that mysterious mansion? Maybe they're powerful enough that it doesn't matter. We're the most courageous warriors on Earth, but we don't hold a candle to their strength. It seems like the new era has made them even more powerful. I swear, unless they threaten us or our home, I'll never lift another finger against any of them for the rest of my life." Most people could only see the surface of things they didn't understand. The people fighting the battle were only a small portion of Dawn City's forces, but to the Berserkers, they represented an entire nation of people who were fearless in the face of death. Their incredible strength and performance against seemingly impossible odds left a deep impression in the Berserkers' hearts. Charles was also leaving a similar mark. After that day's battle, his image would be deeply engraved in the hearts of every Berserker who had witnessed the battle. But he didn't care about the Berserkers' opinions of him. He had much more important things to worry about. Many of the sea creatures had been killed, and Charles's team was getting closer and closer to the Water Mansion's front doors. Everyone was tired, but the excitement of their attack filled them with adrenaline, and they pushed themselves to their limits. After 20 minutes of fighting, they had reached the Water Mansion's front doors. Behind them, the corpses of the sea creatures were piled high. The giant turtle and the 2 giant ice lizards had already retreated to the entrance of the Water Mansion. They were relying on the protective barrier in front of the Water Mansion to stop Charles's advance. But when his army arrived at the gate, Charles began absorbing soul energy faster and faster. He fed half of the soul's energy directly into his energy storage space, which only increased the speed at which he absorbed energy. His desire to attack the Water Mansion became even more urgent. With so much soul energy pouring into it, the energy storage space began to change drastically. The tree ants inside grew quickly, and the crops that had experienced wind and rain also rapidly matured. Even the wolves broke through several levels, and the entire pack was immersed in jubilation. The spirit spring in the middle of the energy storage space had transformed into a huge lake that was about 20 miles wide and still expanding. But as the energy storage space grew, the natural disasters inside also increased. Charles looked into his energy storage space as if he were staring into a vault with infinite treasures. He marveled at the strength contained there. All he had to do was open the door to the vault, and everything inside would be his. Then a group of humans walked out of the Water Mansion. They were wearing armor made of clear crystal, and they shouted, "Protect the Water Mansion!" In addition to their crystal armor, the humans who had walked out of the Water Mansion brandished weapons made of dazzling crystal. They immediately attacked Charles's army. The paranormals among them used their superpowers to attack a dozen giant demons standing on the front line, and Alice used a shield made of water to protect the demons. Charles pulled out his Divine Wrath spear and launched it at the enemy. A deafening explosion sounded, and the dozen or so paranormals at the front were blown to bits. Then an ice garden appeared under the remaining paranormals' feet. As the ice sculptures grew, they easily trapped the paranormals by wrapping around their bodies, and then they saw gaps in their armor and pierced their vulnerable skin. The humans, armored with crystal, didn't seem to be afraid at all. They just continued fighting with all their might. "What's going on?" one of them asked. "It doesn't matter," another answered. "These people are here to destroy what's ours, but we won't let them." When some of the berserkers in the distance saw the armored people, they were curious and talked about them among themselves. "Wait, why does that person look familiar? Let's go take a closer look." The berserkers rushed over, eyeing the people with suspicion. Although it was late at night, everyone could see well enough to recognize people's rough outlines in the dark. They knew that many people had entered the water mansion before, and many people had just come out of it, which seemed fishy to them. They were also shocked by how familiar the armored people's accents sounded. Since many of the sea creatures had been killed, there was nothing stopping the berserkers from drawing closer to the battle. Charles saw them crowding over, so he intentionally threw a few corpses of the armored people their way so they could see them clearly. When the berserkers saw the faces of the corpses, they were furious. "I know these people," one said. "They're berserkers too. Why did they come out of the water mansion, and why are they fighting to protect it?" "What's going on?" another asked. "Are they sleepwalking?" "That damn water mansion must be controlling them. This place is awful. Let's smash it to pieces." "Yeah! Destroy the water mansion!" The berserkers rushed towards the remaining sea creatures that had come out of the water mansion, but the creatures quickly killed several of them. Sylvester walked over to a corpse wearing crystal armor and carefully examined it. Then he looked up at the people who were still pouring out of the water mansion, and his heart burned with anger. Among the people, there were berserkers and herders, but without exception, they were all those who would enter the water mansion during the day to search for treasure. At first, Sylvester was angry at Charles's extreme methods. He didn't mind if Charles killed the herders, but he had wanted Charles to have a reasonable conversation with the berserkers instead of killing them. But after seeing the battle with his own eyes, his anger towards Charles had disappeared. He realized there was no place for talking nicely in a situation like that. Sylvester pulled out the giant two-handed sword strapped to his back and charged at the army of sea creatures. Everywhere he went, he left corpses in his wake. After the berserkers joined the battle, the aquatic army began to collapse very quickly. Some of the berserkers were unhappy with those who had entered the water mansion, while others were proud that at least those warriors still had the courage to fight for the treasure. But they were all surprised that the armored people had given in and were being controlled by the things inside the water mansion after only a day. They were outraged about that, and they wanted to destroy the mansion at all costs. The battlefield had fallen into chaos. Some of the berserkers were so blinded by rage that they turned around and rushed towards the Dark Legion, who showed them no mercy even though it was a misunderstanding. The entire lakeshore around Lake Superior had become a mess. Charles led the Dawnians to block the entrance to the water mansion and become the main force fighting against the armored people. Elena stayed by Jenny's side and killed any enemies who approached her daughter. Jenny didn't do anything to draw attention to herself, but she used her light power to heal the paranormals' injuries and recover their physical strength. Charles used his Divine Wrath at full power a few times and on a smaller scale a few times. After that, the situation was completely under his control. He hadn't been idle on the way to Lake Superior. He had created extract amulets constantly, day or night, whether on horseback or in the camp. He couldn't even count how many extract amulets he had made, but after such preparations, he could use them without fear of running out. When the battle was over, all the warriors wearing crystal armor were dead, and the berserkers were holding back the aquatic army. Charles's team arrived at the water mansion's gate, but the giant turtle stood in front of the gate and addressed Charles. "I can give you the treasures inside the water mansion," it said, "but then you must leave immediately. We will never meddle in each other's business or start a war again. But if you insist on fighting us, even if you can absorb all the soul energy here, you and every other human will become the enemies of every sea creature. It's your choice. Choose wisely." Charles laughed at the turtle's words. He was surprised that even then, the turtle was proud of its own species and still spoke to him in a haughty tone. Any other creature might have chosen to compromise for the sake of their species, but Charles had witnessed the darkness of the future, and he understood that other creatures' hearts were different from human hearts. He knew that any peace the turtle offered was just a naive fantasy. Its idea of peace with humans was the ability to control them. Charles's eyes narrowed. "You dare to threaten me when you're about to die?" he growled. He entered the calm state he always entered when he used the preservation ability. A black fire spear formed by true hellfire appeared in his hand. "The only compromise you'd offer is for humans to become your slaves," Charles said to the giant turtle. Everyone was afraid of the black fire spear in his hand. Black fire danced along its shaft, along with black lightning, and it emitted a terrifying aura. Black fire was a type of true hellfire that could only be controlled by level 7 fire-type paranormals. And black lightning was divine lightning, which could only be controlled by level 7 thunder-type paranormals. Of course, being a level 7 was only a basic requirement, and there were exceptions. Some very skilled people could use those powers even if they hadn't yet reached level 7, while others with poor aptitude, who would reach level 7, would need a long time and a substantial amount of crystal cores to even hope to control them. Those who had seen a lot of battle and who possessed the firmest beliefs could increase their aptitude. They might never be quite as gifted as those who had natural talent, but everyone could achieve that level of skill with enough effort. Once Charles had reached level 6, he had been able to apply his knowledge from the nameless ancient book to learn how to wield black fire and divine lightning sooner than most people. But his skill with them was still rudimentary, so he rarely used them. Most of the time, the Crimson Flame Sword has been more than effective, but by the time he had reached level 7, he had mastered them to perfection. After all, anyone with a level that high had perfect control over their strengths. Up until that point, whenever Charles had used his Divine Wrath Spear, he had had to use True Fire and White Lightning instead of Black Fire and Divine Lightning, because the more powerful elements required extreme control of his soul energy. If he made the slightest mistake with them, he could hurt himself. Even in his past life, he'd barely begun to control those elements at the peak of level 8. But once he had mastered them, he had broken through to level 9. In his new life, he had advanced a level further and had condensed a divine seed to get his preservation ability. His control over soul energy far surpassed that of his previous life, which allowed him to use black fire and divine lightning more readily to create the Black Fire Spear, the ultimate form of his Divine Wrath Spear. Regular true hellfire was frightening enough, but black fire seemed capable of destroying everything. Everyone around him could feel how destructive the Black Fire Spear was after a single glance. The giant turtle could also feel the spear's power, and his eyes widened in fear. "What kind of attack is this?" it asked. "Don't be ungrateful for the generous offer I've made. Lay down your weapons now, and we'll still spare you all. But if you don't, all of humanity will suffer." Charles didn't respond to the turtle's threats. They weren't on the same wavelength at all. The turtle viewed itself as a high and mighty creature and thought of humans as lesser beings. But humans thought of it the other way around. Charles saw no point in trying to argue with the turtle. It would get them nowhere. Besides, he didn't have any interest in talking to a creature he was about to kill. But Charles felt that something was missing from the spear. It was as if it had no soul. The preservation ability let him strengthen his body, and even though it came with great power, its source was still his own body. He knew he should use it wisely and not activate it every time a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. But he also knew that the only way he could use the spear effectively was with the help of the preservation ability. It seemed odd to him that the spear felt so calm and soulless. But then he had an idea. He pulled some death energy from his energy storage space and poured it into the spear. After the infusion, the spear seemed to have undergone a strange transformation. Charles had a feeling that even if he removed the preservation ability, he would have no trouble controlling the Black Fire Spear. But he didn't want to risk that just yet. Even if it were possible, he would have to wait until after the battle was over before he tried out that theory. With a shout, Charles threw the spear towards the water mansion. It collided with an invisible barrier, sending layers of blue ripples through the air. His previous Divine Wrath Spear wouldn't have been able to pass through the barrier, but the upgraded Black Fire Spear pierced through it as easily as a knife through paper. The spear kept going until it struck the turtle in the head like a bolt of lightning. A deafening explosion rang out, and black fire shot in all directions. Everyone around the water mansion was hit with bits from the explosion and died instantly. Since Charles had added a little bit of death energy to the spear, any enemies it wounded died immediately, even if none of their vitals had been hit. For a moment, the water mansion was in chaos. The other fighters around Charles saw how easily the terrifying giant turtle had been killed, and that he had created a terrifying storm of destruction, taking countless lives. Everyone's impression of the mysterious water mansion was also greatly reduced. At first, they had thought it was the remains of some advanced civilization, or some sort of treasure bestowed by very skilled paranormals. But after Charles had pierced the barrier, they wondered how strong the people inside could really be if all it had taken to open the water mansion was one human and an explosion. They thought perhaps whatever was inside wasn't as great as they had expected. The spear had damaged the water mansion's front doors, but an invisible force began to spread, repairing the damaged barrier. Charles approached the barrier and absorbed the healing force into his energy storage space. The healing force was gentle, so he could absorb it much faster than he could forcefully seize it. As he fed half his power back to the real world, the absorption grew even faster. He stepped into the water mansion. The ground cracked beneath his feet, and the crystal bricks that made up the floor crumbled into fragments. Charles also absorbed the soul energy inside them. The cracks spread like a spiderweb from the spot where he stood as the mansion started to collapse. The crystal bricks paving the floor of the water mansion continued to crack and crumble until they had turned into powder, and all the while, Charles was still absorbing soul energy. Those who were more sensitive to soul energy could see a whirlpool of energy around him. It was astounding for them to see someone pouring that much energy into his own body, thanks in no small part to the help of the world's will. Charles fed half his soul energy back into the world, and the world's will helped him grow stronger in turn. The entire water mansion began to shake. Some of the remaining sea creatures rushed towards them, but the Dark Legion and the paranormals easily eliminated them. Any creatures that were near Charles were vaporized so quickly that their bodies disintegrated. The weapons and other crystal items inside the water mansion had been sparkling before, but they grew dim, and some even turned to dust. They had been formed from soul energy, and since Charles was sucking the soul energy out of them, they became dull and lifeless. He knew that the weapons were only there to intrigue people and show off the water mansion's supposed superiority. After all, mysteries made people stop and think. Everyone watched in disappointment as most of the weapons quickly lost their luster. But there were still a few sparkling items left, and that made everyone's eyes light up again. "This must be the really good stuff," one paranormal said to another. They pushed into the water mansion and began fighting over the treasures inside. Weapons that couldn't be refined, special books, and crystal lamps. Charles took the opportunity to collect some, but he only took a few items. He knew that greed was the biggest enemy of survival. He had already taken all the soul energy inside. If he fought with everyone else for such superficial treasures, his reputation would take a drastic hit, and some people might even attack him. He didn't care much about his image, and he knew that the people there wouldn't be able to hurt him, even if they all banded together. But he preferred to do everything above board. There was no need for him to covet such small items at the risk of hindering his future. Charles was still collecting soul energy when he felt a mysterious being with a vast will descend upon him. "Stop," it said. "We still have a chance to reconcile." Charles felt like laughing because the being spoke very similarly to the giant turtle. "Do those in charge of the water mansion always speak so oddly?" he asked. The being paused for a moment, and then it said, "We don't want to become enemies with Earth. We can coexist peacefully, and will be of great help to humans." "That's good," Charles said nonchalantly. "Surrender to me or another human representative, and we'll give you the legal status you need to live on Earth." His casual attitude made the mysterious man angry. "You've gone too far," it said. Charles laughed. "Don't you have anything new to say?" he replied with a sneer. "I've heard all this before, just in a different voice." He knew the idea of coexistence was a joke. If the sea creatures really wanted to coexist peacefully with humans, they wouldn't act so high and mighty, he thought. Their so-called peace would probably involve our enslavement. Besides, with his experience of what the future had in store from his past life, he knew better than to ever believe an invader. "You," the being started, but it stopped itself when it remembered what Charles had just said. What it had been about to say was something that had already been said by someone else. It didn't want to prove Charles right. The raid on the water mansion lasted for more than 6 hours, and it crumbled to pieces the whole time. Everyone who participated in the raid left with a full load of treasures, but many of them died when parts of the mansion collapsed on them. While everyone else was plundering, Charles went straight to the center of the water mansion, where there was a huge fountain over 30 feet in diameter. In the middle of the fountain was a small blue tablet the size of his palm. It was a water tablet. Although he didn't know precisely what it did, he knew it was too dangerous to leave it out in the real world, so he immediately put it into his energy storage space. Then he tried to refine it, but he wasn't able to, even with the added strength of the energy storage space. The problem wasn't that the energy storage space's level wasn't high enough, it was that Charles's level wasn't high enough. No matter how amazing the energy storage space was, his strength was still the limiting factor. After he had put the water tablet away, a large section of the water mansion began to collapse and fall into the lake. "Let's go," Charles called out, leading his army away. "These people are still fighting over the treasure, and they might try to take yours too. If you don't leave now, it might be too late." His team shook their heads as if they had just woken up from a dream, and they followed him out of the water mansion. They knew it was better to guard against others than to wish to harm others. They were severely outnumbered by the berserkers and had no wish to provoke them. But if the berserkers let greed drive them to irrationally attack Charles's team, it would be the berserkers who suffered in the end. Catherine also collected a few treasures that were related to water, thinking she might be able to make some use of them. As soon as everyone had hurried out of the water mansion, it collapsed into ruins. Catherine curled her eyebrow at Charles. "You're not worried that the creatures from the water mansion might take their revenge?" she asked. "They're obviously a highly evolved species." "I'm not worried about them seeking revenge," he said, "but they should be worried about me. One day I'll personally eradicate the forces behind the water mansion." Back in Dawn City, Chloe reported to Olivia. "A dense fog is rising from the ocean, and we've lost 19 of our people outside the city," she said. "As the sea level continues to rise, the fog gets worse. It looks like those sea creatures are targeting us." Olivia's brow was tightly knit the whole time she was listening to the report. Ever since the sea level had started to rise a month before, several miles of coastline had been submerged. Countless survival bases built by the sea had to be moved urgently, but some of the more stubborn survival bases were preparing to fight the aquatic army. By necessity, those who were willing to stay had a certain level of strength. They could also use the dead sea creatures as food. Eating the sea creatures was harmful to people of low levels, but once a person reached level 4, the meat from the sea creatures was even more satisfying than ordinary food. At least, that used to be the case. After the nuclear pollution had grown severe, level 4 people were in danger if they ate the sea creatures as meat. Only characters at level 5 were strong enough to eat it after it had been irradiated, which meant that the meat's value had been greatly reduced. After all, a level 5 paranormal could simply exchange a few zombies and crystal cores for a month's worth of food from the Super Squad Guild. The scales and bones of the sea creatures weren't very valuable either. Sometimes a 10-person team's harvest of them couldn't even compare to the resources obtained from a single level 4 zombie. But humans were clever, and they quickly thought of a better use for the sea creatures. While their combat strength was relatively weak, their flesh was actually very nutritious. Since the humans couldn't eat them, they decided to feed the sea creatures to the zombies. The human teams began capturing the weak sea creatures, cutting off their limbs and feeding the meat to the zombies, which could then level up and be hunted for their crystal cores. Even Olivia was shocked that such an elaborate strategy had spread. She thought that sometimes humans were too creative for their own good. But the new approach had attracted many low-level super squads. They were powerless to hunt high-level monsters, so they went to the seaside to hunt sea creatures instead. They could obtain high-level crystal cores by feeding them to the zombies. The scales and skins from the sea creatures were also guaranteed income. They wouldn't be enough to pay for any powerful weapons or armor, but they could at least be exchanged for a day's worth of food. Being able to cultivate a level 5 zombie was quite an achievement. But even if that wasn't achievable, being able to cultivate level 3 zombies to level 4 would also bring in a small income from their crystal cores. That was the way things had gone until the fog appeared over the sea and changed the culture there. At first, no one considered it a big deal. They had thought everything would be fine as long as they tried to avoid it. But just a few days before, the fog had changed. A super squad had been hunting sea creatures when the fog suddenly spread like crazy. Within seconds, it had covered miles of coastline, surrounding the super squad team. For the next 10 minutes, the sounds of fighting and screaming had been heard from inside the fog. When the fog had dissipated, there had been some traces of the fight, but there had been nothing left of the super squad, not even any corpses. It hadn't been a coincidence. After that first incident, more than 10 such incidents had happened in a period of 3 days. Many of the super squads who made a living by the sea were scared out of their wits. They no longer dared to approach the beach. There was one relatively powerful super squad led by a level 6 paranormal. They had disguised themselves as low-level paranormals and gone to investigate the fog. When the fog appeared, a large number of sea creatures came ashore and attacked them. The paranormals hadn't been able to see more than a few feet in front of them, but they were very powerful. There had been a level 5 wind type among them who had dispersed the fog, opening up a path for everyone and allowing the squad to escape. After they announced what had happened in the mist, it caused an even greater uproar among the people. "These sea creatures are treating us like their prey," one said. "Oh, it's all just a conspiracy," another replied. "Why would the sea creatures want to rule the land?" "We're not going anywhere near the sea anymore," a third had added. "We're going inland." If they believed the information provided by the super squad, then the beach was no longer a good place for them to farm monsters and level up. Instead, it was an abyss that devoured life, and the sea creatures there were an intelligent and dangerous threat. After the super squad had retreated, the sea level had risen faster and faster, and much of the coastline was underwater. Although the sea was still very far from Dawn City, no one could guarantee that it wouldn't be drowned like the other areas. "Olivia," Chloe said comfortingly, "I don't think you need to worry. Dawn City's foundation isn't the land it's on. It's our mayor and his Knights of Hell. Even if we retreat to the Midwest, we'll still have everything that makes us great." Olivia scoffed. "And if the Midwest also gets submerged, will we retreat to the Southwest then?" she retorted. If they encountered an unstoppable force, she wouldn't be willing to sacrifice the true foundation of Dawn City just to protect a piece of land. It wasn't in her nature, but she wasn't going to give up hope yet. She explained to Chloe that she had already arranged a path of retreat for everyone. "But since we're not in a truly desperate situation yet," she said, "why can't we find a better solution? If we always run away, then we'll never face our enemies." Chloe was speechless. She really wanted to say that it was impossible, but she also knew that if she did that, Olivia would just produce evidence to the contrary. It wasn't a dispute. Olivia was in charge and had all the decision-making power, so Chloe had to be careful and avoid making judgments. She just didn't want to believe that Olivia's suggestion was possible. "But what can we do?" Chloe asked, feeling powerless. "It doesn't matter how powerful a paranormal is. Even if they can change the terrain, they're not strong enough to stand against a natural disaster." Powerful paranormals could change a small area of terrain, but they consumed a lot of energy. A task as huge as stopping the sea level from rising was almost impossible. After all, there were still so many sea creatures blocking the way. Even if they could build a dam, the sea creatures would just destroy it. After listening to Chloe's concerns, Olivia tried to reassure her. "You shouldn't underestimate the strength of human willpower," she said. "Sure, we're powerless against natural disasters, and they knock us down over and over again, but we've never been completely defeated by them." Chloe's eyes grew cold, and she looked at Olivia intensely. "If Charles came back right now, what would he do?" she asked. She admired Olivia, but the more she admired her, the more she hated Charles. In the eyes of the Dawnians, Charles was a beacon of light in the darkness, and many of them felt he was the sole reason they had survived the apocalypse for so long. But as Chloe got closer to Olivia and learned more about Charles, she suspected there were sinister motives underlying his glorified public image. She saw him as a cold-blooded monster who would only use Dawn City as a tool for his own gain, and who would discard it as soon as it became an inconvenience for him. "I know you don't like him very much, but he's a capable and trustworthy leader," Olivia said, meeting her gaze. "And having to stay cool and collected for so long in the face of so much danger would take its toll on anyone. I don't know if he can lead people out of this disaster, but I know that he can increase people's will to live and encourage them to fight." "But urging people to fight can cause even more disasters," Chloe replied in frustration. He's going to get people killed. If you don't like how he runs things, you can always just give up and go feed yourself to the zombies, Olivia said, looking at her blankly. You're free to leave Dawn City whenever you'd like. Chloe was at a loss for words, regretting what she had said. She hadn't meant to be so openly critical of Charles in front of Olivia, but her words had spilled out due to her concern for everyone's survival. Pass on my order, Olivia said. Tell everyone to prepare to take refuge, but also prepare to fight back. She knew Chloe was a smart and trustworthy person, and she was confident that she would follow orders. But she was finding Chloe's personality harder and harder to tolerate over time. If Olivia had been able to find a suitable replacement for her, she would have replaced her as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in Butte, some survivors stood on the top floors of the crumbled ruins of a few skyscrapers and looked down at the flooded streets. They played cards to pass the time as they chatted with each other, and heavy drops of rain pelted the windows around them. This storm has really been something else, one said. I can't believe it's flooded so much. Why hasn't the Army's rescue team come yet? Because there were a lot of people in Butte, the Montreal Army spent a lot of energy and paid a huge price to eliminate the zombies there. Under Charles's guidance, they hadn't been in a hurry to rescue the survivors. Instead, they had distributed weapons to them and asked them to fend for themselves. It had seemed like the most logical choice, and it had saved the military a tremendous amount of time and manpower. From his experience in his past life, Charles knew that the military needed to maintain a certain pace with their zombie extermination efforts, or the zombies would transform into more powerful beasts and overwhelm them. But leaving the Butte survivors to their own devices, with a generous supply of weapons, had caused many of them to be reluctant to ever leave the city. Several people had left for nearby military survival bases as soon as they had gotten their hands on some weapons to protect themselves on their journey. But the majority of people had chosen to stay behind, feeling that since the military had killed most of the zombies in the area, Butte was the safest place for them to live. Before the apocalypse, Butte had been a bustling city, and countless workers had traveled there from far and wide to try to strike it rich. While some of them had succeeded, most of them had had their dreams crushed by the harsh reality of life there, and they had wasted their youth in pursuit of fortune. Because of how many people had settled there, the city had spawned thousands of powerful zombies after the apocalypse had begun. Less than 4% of the city's population had survived the subsequent zombie attacks. However, after the military had cleared out the bulk of the zombies and given the survivors weapons, the survivors treated the city as their own paradise. They lived in the ruins of five-star hotels they had never been able to afford to stay in before, drove abandoned sports cars until they ran out of gas, and sampled the leftover fine wines and gourmet foods in the remains of classy restaurants. They didn't have to work, so they had all the time in the world to indulge themselves in luxuries that had once seemed like they had been part of a different world entirely. While a deluge of rain flooded the streets, destroying their personal playground, they couldn't help but complain that the reinforcements from the military were taking too long to arrive. Guys, how are we going to get out of here? One survivor said anxiously, as he watched the water wash over the surrounding buildings. The survivors were fit enough to travel from one tall building to the next without touching the ground, but they gasped in horror as several buildings around them collapsed under the water. What's going on? One of the survivors said in a panic, as they saw the buildings in the distance start to collapse. Although the water had continued to rise, it had been a gradual process up until that point, and the survivors had felt safe on the highest floors of the buildings they had chosen to seek refuge in. None of them wanted to leave the relative comforts and luxuries they had enjoyed in the city, and they did everything they could to convince themselves that they didn't have to flee. They thought that they would easily be able to outrun the water if it kept rising, and that the military would surely step in to rescue them if they were really in danger. But as the water surged forward, it was clear that it didn't care about the fantasy world they had created for themselves. We have to get out of here now, the survivors said. They all rushed back to their rooms to pack their belongings, trying to escape the rising water as quickly as possible. A woman wrapped in a bath towel lazily looked at a man who was packing his things. "Why are you so anxious?" she asked. "Are there zombies or mutated beasts coming?" Butte had been a safe haven for so long that it was hard for her to believe that danger had found them, and she couldn't understand why the man was in such a rush to leave. She'd enjoyed a life of luxury like the others there, and it had lulled her into a false sense of security. The man ignored her and packed the food and water he had collected from the city into his backpack. Then he slung it over his shoulder and started to run out the door. "Hey, you still didn't tell me what's going on," the woman said, grabbing his arm before he managed to leave. The man turned around, pried her fingers from his arm, and pushed her away. causing her to collide with the dresser behind her and stumble to the floor. She sat there in disbelief for a moment, shocked that the man she had thought was her lover had been so cruel. "What's wrong with you?" she shouted, struggling to her feet. "What the hell was that for?" The man shot a disgusted glare at her. "I'm warning you, don't follow me," he said. "You'll just be dead weight, and I won't hesitate to leave you out there alone." With that, he adjusted his backpack on his shoulder and started to climb up to the roof. Then he looked for an escape route, leaving the stunned woman far behind. Meanwhile, the others also packed their own things and prepared to escape together. They knew that if they took care of each other, their chances of survival would be greater. But as they packed, they heard a rumble of thunder in the distance. Everyone flew into a panic as they felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, and an indescribable fear caused adrenaline to surge throughout their bodies. The sound of thunder grew louder and louder. As the sound became deafening and more buildings collapsed around them, the survivors wanted to run, but they froze in place when they finally realized the cause of the noise. "That isn't thunder," a woman shouted. "It's the flood!" The people who had mustered up the courage to escape reached the rooftop, but when they stepped outside, they discovered that a thick fog had blanketed the area. Even though their eyesight had drastically improved after the events of the apocalypse, they still couldn't see more than 30 feet in front of them due to how dense the fog was. "How are we going to get out of here now?" one man said in despair. A young man pointed to his left. "If my memory's right, there's another tall building just over there," he said. "We should be able to make the jump." Everyone looked over and squinted to see a huge shadow looming behind the fog, the building's silhouette still faintly visible. "I don't care if your memory's right or not," another man said, gritting his teeth and steadying his shaky legs. "We're as good as dead here, so we might as well try to jump." Just as he readied himself to break into a sprint, the thunderous roar grew even louder, and the building suddenly collapsed beneath the group of survivors. The noise drowned out their cries for help as they slipped underneath the surge, and the entire city disappeared underwater with them. The water teemed with a large number of monstrous aquatic creatures, and they swam through the ruined city, claiming it as their own. A few hundred miles away from Butte, the military guided a large number of survivors to safety, instructing them to bring along their weapons and any supplies they could carry with them. The survivors knew it was a life-or-death situation, and they obediently followed the military's instructions. "This is the most effective evacuation that I've ever organized," an older military officer said with a pleased sigh. At that point in the apocalypse, most of the people who had disobeyed the military or caused trouble for them were already dead. The military also didn't hesitate to shoot any remaining stragglers who tried to disrupt their operations. So after telling the survivors the pros and cons of their plan, the evacuation went particularly smoothly, and everyone was ready in less than 2 hours. "Reporting, sir," a soldier said as he saluted the officer. "The evacuation is going just as planned. We didn't need nearly as many soldiers as we thought we'd need to supervise everything." The officer nodded casually, but he noticed that the soldier seemed to want to say something else. "If you have something to say, just say it," he said. "Sir, there are still some survivors in Butte," the soldier replied, his voice faltering. "We can't just leave them behind. That goes against our code of conduct." He felt a wave of shame as he spoke, knowing he was hiding the fact that he didn't really want to risk his life to save people that he thought were as good as dead and didn't deserve to be saved. But he knew that the speed and ease of the evacuation had freed up a lot of manpower, and while his brain was telling him that trying to save the others was a bad idea, his heart couldn't just lead them to die when help was available. The officer was silent for a moment. "Pass on my order," he finally said. "Continue the existing evacuation operation. No one leaves this team without my explicit order to do so." "Yes, sir," the soldier replied, and he saluted before he turned and left to relay the message. His eyes filled with disappointment and frustration as he realized how naive he had been to think that the officer would agree to save the Butte survivors. Less than 200 miles from Dawn City, Charles's scout team looked at him in confusion. "Shouldn't we hurry back home now?" one of them asked. "Why did we come here?" They knew Dawn City was in a panic and needed its leader to go back and take charge. But Charles seemed to have other plans. "You can go back, but I have something important I need to do here," he replied. "If you tell everyone I'll be back soon, that should be enough to calm everyone down for a while until I return." The scouts were somewhat puzzled by his orders, but they followed his instructions and summoned their nightmare horses to ride back to Dawn City. Only Alice, Elena, and Jenny stayed with him. Charles had stopped there because the communication token had received a distress signal. The last time he had passed by that part of the Appalachian Mountains, he had saved a village from mutated possums and taught a young man named Ross Bartlett some survival skills. Before he had left, he'd given Ross a communication token and told him that he could call if he was in trouble. But if he wanted help, he would need to provide proper payment for Charles's services. As the sea level rose, the village at the foot of the mountains was slowly surrounded by water. Even if the villagers moved higher into the mountains, their village would still turn into an island eventually as the flooding continued. I'm already on my way to check out the Sky Mansion, Charles thought. I might as well help Ross out while I'm here and see what he has to offer in return. He had only helped Ross in the village in the first place due to Miranda's influence. If she hadn't been there at the time, he wouldn't have wasted his energy getting involved in other people's troubles. He also wasn't expecting Ross to be able to trade him anything worthwhile, but he was still curious about what the young man considered to be a fair payment for his help. As the four of them approached the mountains, a burst of fog suddenly surged over them from afar. Before they could react, it had already surrounded them. Struggling to see around them, Elena and Alice readied themselves for battle, and Jenny pulled out her holy light sword as the cranes chirped nervously around her. At Jenny's request, Charles had set up an environment suitable for the incubation of crane eggs in his energy storage space. By that point, he had already successfully incubated and hatched more than 20 cranes, and they stood guard beside Jenny. In addition, he'd used hellfire lilies to accelerate the birds' growth, and the largest crane had already grown to 6 feet tall with his help. As he observed the quickly growing cranes, Charles suddenly realized that if they continued to grow, he could use them as flying mounts. Up until that moment, he hadn't entertained the possibility. He had spent much of his previous life hiding in the sewers, where a flying mount would have been useless. On top of that, the sky was full of flying mutated beasts and bugs, and he thought humans would be easy prey there, even with flying mounts to assist them. He also had the Black Lightning Dragon at his summons, and he and the others could fly atop its back if they needed to. He hadn't seen the need for the Dawnians to have their own flying mounts, and so he hadn't thought about the logistics of creating such a force. But as he saw the powerful cranes protecting Jenny, he began to imagine what his team would be capable of if they could harness the cranes' power. As he daydreamed, he tried to sense the source of the fog around them. "What's with the fog?" Alice asked, looking around in confusion. Then she felt a pang of fear in her stomach as she heard the roar of a tsunami in the distance. "It can't be," she muttered, trailing off as she froze in place. A bolt of black lightning flashed, and the Black Lightning Dragon appeared beside Charles. "Hop on, everyone," he shouted to the others. Although he didn't expect to encounter any particularly dangerous creatures in the fog, he didn't want to waste his time fighting whatever lurked within it. So he summoned the dragon to take care of things. He sat on its back in front of Alice, Elena, and Jenny, and the dragon let out a booming roar, causing the creatures in the fog to stop in their tracks, too afraid to move. Due to Charles's nurturing and a large influx of soul energy, the dragon had reached level 7, and no ordinary creature could hope to stand a chance against it. Even if there were creatures that dared to attack it, Charles would just slaughter them and add their bones and hides to his growing collection. The fog formed a 100-foot-tall wall around the area, but the dragon easily flew above it, and everyone looked down from its back at the fog below their feet. As the massive dragon cut through the fog and into the sky, it startled some flying beasts that were hunting above it, and they frantically flapped into the distance to escape. Every beast instinctively knew that while small beasts weren't always weak, large beasts were always very strong, and the sheer size of the fearsome dragon meant that it was surely trouble for all of them. After the Black Lightning Dragon rose into the air, Charles used his soul energy to scan the monsters in the fog, using it to perceive what his eyes couldn't. So that's what the source of all this is, he thought. He leaned into the dragon's ear and pointed ahead. "Go that way," he ordered, and the dragon quickly flew in that direction. When they arrived at the spot Charles had indicated, the dragon descended through the fog, and Charles hopped off its back, wandering off into the distance. Just a moment later, he returned with a palm-sized mushroom in his hand, and the fog disappeared without a trace. "What's that thing?" Alice asked Charles, as she curiously poked the small mushroom he held in front of him. When she touched it, the mushroom tried to wiggle away from her, which made her even more curious. "It's a mirage mushroom," Charles explained. "It can't really fight on its own, but it can control water to form a fog and guide other monsters in battle. It's incredibly dangerous." Some creatures' combat strength was secondary to their other powers, and any creature that could weaken its opponent's combat strength directly was a considerable threat. After entering the mirage mushroom's fog, humans would instinctively panic and try to run away. As they fled, the mushroom would control the fog to confuse the humans, causing them to become forever lost inside it. However, such a trick was of little use to Charles at that time. Other humans wouldn't pose much of a problem to him unless they reached level 7, and level 7 paranormals were still very rare at that point of the apocalypse. Regardless, the mushroom was still an important find, and he decided to give it to Jenny to hold on to. "Here, take this," he said, casually handing it to her. "If it doesn't listen to you, poke it until it does. Don't worry about hurting it. Although it might look weak, it's a very durable creature." He didn't bother using the evil suppressing amulet to tame the creature, as it wasn't strong enough to resist being captured. He also didn't want to waste his energy forging a contract between species with it, as he wanted to leave those for stronger creatures. Elena looked at him with concern. Although she knew that Jenny's path would be a winding one, she wondered if Charles's unusual method of teaching was the right one for her daughter. Jenny also gave him a skeptical look. Then she turned to the mirage mushroom in her hand and jabbed a finger into it. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. "If you don't listen, I'll have to make you." After a brief break, they continued on their way. Meanwhile, trouble brewed in the mountains as a crowd of angry people surrounded Ross. "Ross, we'll stay here with you because we believe in you," a man said, holding out a knife to protect him from the mob. "But now that the mountains are surrounded by seawater, what do you think we should do?" "You have to take responsibility for everyone's lives," someone shouted. "Didn't you say you could call for reinforcements? Well, where are they?" "No one asked you to stay here," a farmer yelled back. "You saw the valuable ores here, right?" "That's the reason you don't want to leave. Ross already asked everyone to evacuate, but you didn't follow his orders, so why are you blaming him?" When the sea level started to rise, Ross called for everyone to leave the mountain village. But the area had a vast supply of the purest dark iron ore in the east, and the potential fortune that the mountains held had made many people reluctant to leave. After all, although Charles's dark iron weapons were incredibly powerful, not everyone could afford them, and the Super Squad Guild only had a limited supply of them. The villagers knew that even if their dark iron weapons weren't as good as Charles's, they were sufficient for their needs. They could also sell the dark iron for a high price to people in other regions. After all the time they had spent at the mercy of the mutated possums, the villagers only wanted to live a better life, so they didn't want to give up their control of the mountain area, even if they had to risk their lives. However, as the tsunami submerged their village at the base of the mountain, everyone had begun to worry, and they had pushed all responsibility for their survival onto Ross. "This is all your fault," a villager shouted at him. "If you weren't so powerful, we wouldn't have trusted you and stayed here. But now you can't figure out what to do, and it looks like you lied to us about the reinforcements too. We're all going to die here because of you." Ross's face twisted with anger, and he clenched his fists tightly. He knew he could have left with only the people he trusted when the flooding started, but because of the pleas of the same people who were accusing him of failing them, he had chosen to stay and protect them. He felt that the greater the strength someone had, the greater their responsibility, and since he was the strongest person there, he couldn't have faced the guilt of abandoning everyone. "What's their problem?" he thought, as they continued to berate and threaten him. "Do they really think I can't let them down just because they trust me? What kind of roundabout logic is that? And why did they talk about trust when I asked them to leave?" Facing their guilt tripping, Ross felt helpless and sad. "I don't care what your excuse is," a man said, glaring at him. "You have to give us an explanation. If you can't, we'll have to force one out of you." "You can quit trying to lead us on with the promise of reinforcements too," a woman added. "We don't believe you anymore." Seeing everyone's furious faces, Ross realized that the reason they were so angry at him was because they didn't have the courage to face their fear. Instead, they found it easier to find someone to blame and to shift responsibility onto. As the leader of the village, Ross was a natural scapegoat. His heart gradually turned cold as he contemplated whether the people he had chosen to protect at all costs were even worth protecting. At that moment, a roar rumbled through the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a huge monster flying over the mountaintops, striking fear in their hearts. "What the hell is that thing?" a woman cried. "We have to run!" "Aren't you our leader?" a man shouted at Ross. "Hurry up and figure out a way to escape!" The same people who had just been threatening him and blaming him for their predicament felt no shame in turning to him for help as soon as danger arrived. A mocking voice sounded from the sky. "Are these annoying people the crisis you called me about?" it asked. "Do you want me to kill them all? What do you give me if I do?" The villagers turned pale at the sound of the mysterious voice from above, wondering what kind of monster would suggest killing all of them so casually. But as the black lightning dragon circled overhead, they knew that no matter who had spoken, it would be foolish to challenge them. When Ross recognized the voice, he beamed with excitement. He hadn't known Charles's true identity when they had first met, but because Charles had helped them defeat the mutated possums and had pointed out a way forward for the village, he was very grateful to him. However, as Dawn City had become more and more famous, and the Super Squad Guild had started spreading news throughout the eastern region, Ross had gradually learned the true extent of Charles's power, and his admiration for Charles had continued to grow. He used Charles as a model for the type of leader he himself aspired to become someday. The villagers' eyes widened as they saw Charles and the others jump off the Black Lightning Dragon's back. "Is that monster their pet?" one woman muttered in disbelief. After seeing Alice and Elena dismount from the dragon's back, everyone stared at them in awe, wondering how they could possibly look so clean while living in the post-apocalyptic era. Since the apocalypse had begun, most people were constantly covered in dirt and grime, either from not having time to bathe while struggling to survive, or from simply not having access to enough fresh water to do so. Bathing had become a luxury few could experience. Alice and Elena looked almost ethereal compared to all of the filth that surrounded the villagers. Seeing that some of the villagers were leering at the two women, Charles's body burst with a menacing aura. Although he could control the aura, he didn't want to. When his aura permeated the area, everyone felt their hearts beat rapidly in terror. They felt as if a ferocious beast had them in its sights, and they wondered if they were about to die. One villager even collapsed to the ground in fear, whimpering and begging to be spared. Charles's gaze fell on Ross. "Do these people deserve to die?" he asked. Ross shook his head. "They might be wrong, but they certainly don't deserve to die," he replied. "Teaching them a lesson is more than enough punishment. There's no need to kill them." Although their betrayal had hurt his feelings, he didn't think that was nearly enough to condemn them to a miserable death at Charles's hands. He knew that the villagers had been overwhelmed by their fear of dying, and that when the crisis was over, they would return to their normal behavior. Charles sighed. "If you say so," he said. "It's your call." He felt that some people were born ingrates, and that going easy on such people would come back to haunt Ross in the future. He thought that they were sure to backstab Ross in the long run, unless he asserted his dominance and power as their leader with a swift and harsh punishment. But he wasn't really concerned with Ross's future. He was just there to check on the situation in the Sky Mansion and help Ross solve the crisis he was facing at the moment in return for an equal payment. As Ross palmed the communication token, he recounted the deal Charles had made with him. "You said you could help me, but I have to properly compensate you," he said. "Well, we need your help now. I'd like you to take all the villagers away from here so they don't drown in the flood. I think that'll be an easy task for you." As he spoke, he carefully looked at the Black Lightning Dragon in the air. He knew that, as long as Charles was willing, he could use the dragon to whisk everyone away to safety. "Sure, I can get you all out of here," Charles replied. "But I'll be saving all of your lives. How can you repay me for that?" In the New World, nothing was free. If someone was too kind, they would quickly be surrounded by people looking for handouts. Kindness was often synonymous with weakness, so Charles made a point of only helping those who could offer him something worthwhile in return. He knew that even if the trade was a bit uneven, and the person he helped had more to gain than he did, they would more than make up for any lost profits with their gratitude. "I think you'll find what I have to offer very interesting," Ross said. "I found a new type of ore that's very similar to dark iron in our mines, but I can't extract it because it's too hard. It even broke our dark iron pickaxes when we tried to mine it, but I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get it out of there." Charles was stunned. "Is it gold iron?" he wondered. Golden iron was a special form of dark iron. In fact, it was chemically identical to dark iron, just like graphite and diamond are to each other. As long as the structure of the chemicals was different, the resulting iron was different too. Ordinary dark iron was like steel. It had good extensibility and plasticity, and it was a natural choice for crafting both weapons and armor. On the other hand, although golden iron was harder to mine and wasn't as flexible as a crafting material, it was significantly more durable. Weapons forged from golden iron could hold their own even against level 8 or level 9 experts for a period of time. "Well, if that's the case, then show me where it is," Charles said with a nod. It takes a lot for dark iron to turn to golden iron, he thought, but people who have access to the celestial treasure can do it. If Ross really found gold and iron, that must mean that the Sky Mansion is about to open. As Charles was preparing to follow Ross to the mine, it became clear that the people around them were unhappy. The presence of the Black Lightning Dragon had subdued them a little. When they found out that Charles had arrived because Ross had sent him a distress call, they suddenly became excited again. "If you came here to save us, should you take us away?" one of them asked. "Yeah," said another. "We're still in danger." "Can't you two catch up with each other after you've taken us to safety?" asked a third. "The sea level is rising faster and faster. If we don't get out of here now, it might be too late." "That's right," said another. "You're clearly more than capable of rescuing us. It shouldn't be too much trouble for you to get us away from here." They didn't know who Charles was or what position he held, and yet they instinctively turned to him with their demands. At first they felt timid and reluctant to stand out, but as their number grew, they became bolder and more demanding. In their experience, good people had one fatal weakness, which was that they couldn't turn down a plea for help. Their goodness compelled them to rescue others, to the point that they compromised on their other priorities. A good few hundred of them had joined the group by that point, and they thought it would be unlikely that Charles would turn down requests from so many of them. Ross was dejected to hear their pleas. He turned his gaze to the ground. It was clear that the mayor of Dawn City was a very powerful figure, and Ross knew what a rare opportunity it was to meet with him, so he wanted to make the most of Charles's attention while he had it. He was frustrated to see that the villagers seemed so ungrateful for Charles's help. Listening to the crowd, Charles remembered how helpless he had felt in his previous life. It almost made him laugh to think how far he had come. He turned to Ross. "If I help you, you'll need to pay me back in kind," he said. "What you've already promised me is good, but it isn't enough for me to save everyone here. So you need to decide what you want me to do. I can either save the people here or the people in the survival base. It's up to you." The crowd tensed at Charles's ultimatum. Ross's supporters drew their weapons and stepped towards him. Meanwhile, the troublemakers started to shout. "What are you talking about?" cried one. "Are you really so cold-blooded that you let one group die just because we can't pay you enough?" "Yeah, it's obvious you could save us all if you wanted to," shouted another. "So why don't you?" "You're just looking for trouble," called a third. "Don't trust him, Ross." "Hurry up, Ross," shouted another. "Get him to do the right thing." Their confidence quickly turned into panic as they saw their chances of rescue slipping away. They could sense that Charles would really follow through on his words and leave one of the groups to die. Alice and Elena observed the crowd. They were already used to Charles's style of doing things. Jenny opened her mouth to say something, but then she decided to stay quiet. She could sense that, even though she was young, her intelligence far exceeded that of her teammates. She felt that she had a better sense of right and wrong than the adults, and although she didn't fully understand Charles's decision, she knew there had to be a good reason behind it. Ross was torn. He couldn't believe that he had been landed with the decision of which group should be saved and which abandoned. He wasn't even sure if Charles was to be trusted. He thought that perhaps Charles was only playing a mind game, and he would end up saving both groups or neither of them. There were so many uncertainties that he simply had to take Charles at his word. He couldn't see anything else he could do. He turned his gaze on the crowd. He saw the panic on their faces and realized that their fate wasn't in his hands, but in Charles's. As a level 7 warrior, Charles had the power to control the lives and deaths of others. Before all of this happened, there were already more than 30,000 survivors in our Appalachian survival base, Ross said. That number has since shot up past 100,000. The faces in the crowd fell, realizing what Ross had decided. They could tell what he was going to say next. "I know it isn't easy," he continued, "but I need you all to sacrifice yourselves to save the greater number of people." The crowd burst into an uproar. "What are you talking about?" cried one of them. "Why should we be the ones who've sacrificed?" cried another. "This guy's crazy! He's talking nonsense!" "You devil!" cried a third. "To think that we ever trusted you!" Ross looked away from them. If he was honest, he hadn't even made his decision on the rational basis of saving the greatest possible number of people. Rather, he was simply sick of the villagers, so he found it fairly easy to sacrifice them. He turned in the direction of the survivors who were hiding nearby. "The mayor of Dawn City has come to save us," he shouted. "However, some people are rejecting his rescue. They're only interested in saving their own skins and letting everyone else go to hell. What do you think we should do?" At those words, the other survivors emerged from their hiding spots and rushed at the crowd. "They'd rather see us die just so they have a chance of survival themselves?" cried the one leading the charge. "Then we need to kill them!" A bloody conflict soon broke out. The reason that the people in hiding hadn't caused much trouble before that point was that there hadn't been many who were brave enough to speak out. But Ross's appeal had stirred them into action. As he had said, there were more than 100,000 people in the Appalachian survival base. Even after discounting those who went there to take refuge, there were still more than 30,000 of the original members. Part of the reason that the villagers who had been blaming Ross for their predicament had become so arrogant was that they had tacitly agreed that some of their group would act as their figureheads, and if anything went wrong, they would be able to blame those people. Their willingness to let others suffer the consequences of their actions had led to their becoming more and more complacent, and the others' silence had led them to believe that they really did represent the wider will of the people. But when it turned out that their interests no longer aligned with those of the greater group, those people were thrown to the wolves as the first sacrifice. In the times before the apocalypse, certain would-be leaders have been able to hold forth on their opinions without fear of reprisal, thanks to the social and legal structures that had allowed them to do so, as long as they hadn't broken the law. No matter how despicable their words or actions, as long as they had toed the line, they had gone unpunished. As a result, the law, which had originally been established to maintain social stability, ended up protecting those with thoroughly reprehensible opinions. Even though those laws had long since broken down, some people still behaved as though they were protected by them. But times had changed, and without the law getting in their way, the survivors of the apocalypse had found new ways to ensure justice was served. "Kill these scumbags!" someone cried. "They're only thinking of themselves!" shouted another. "Let's get them!" They had heard Charles's words, and they knew that he really was powerful enough to protect or sacrifice whoever he chose. However, after hearing the group ask him why he wouldn't simply save all the people, they couldn't be completely sure that he would do the moral thing and save as many people as he could. They also didn't trust Ross, whom they thought of as weak and easily swayed. They weren't sure if he had their best interests at heart, and so they launched into combat, attacking the others. Ross was pained to watch the people who had caused trouble earlier being beaten to death by the angry crowd. He felt that he had gained an insight into the darker side of humanity. Those people had merely been trying to survive, and were instead being killed in the most brutal way. He began to regret letting Charles influence his decision-making, which had made him forget the well-being of his own people. Charles wasn't at all concerned about Ross's torment. He wasn't the kind of person who would allow guilt to affect his decisions. But he had seen that if one group was allowed to survive, they would only end up causing misery and death to the others, and so he needed to teach them a lesson. It would be absurd to choose to rescue those who would only bring death on others after they had been saved. Charles thought that if Ross came to the same realization, then all would be well. But he wasn't going to waste any time trying to convince him. Ross needed to come to that conclusion by himself. The troublemakers hadn't been a particularly strong group to begin with. After all, if they had already been a powerful force, they would have felt no need to stir up dissent. After they had beaten the others to death, the crowd turned to Charles. They wanted to ask him to guarantee their safety, but they didn't dare demand it outright. "My position hasn't changed," said Charles. "If you want me to save you, you'll need to pay for it. And I'm not talking about your money. Your money is worthless to me." The people in the crowd heaved sighs of relief. If Charles had addressed them in a friendly manner, they would have suspected that he was plotting something against them. However, he had spoken so bluntly that they felt that what he had said had to be true, that he really would help them if they could pay him back in return. They looked at Ross with anticipation, hoping that he would be able to give Charles the precious materials that would convince him to help them. As far as they were concerned, Ross was their only hope. Meanwhile, Charles was just a means to their survival. "Come with me," said Ross, and he led Charles towards the ore mine. The events of the day had put him in a dark frame of mind. He didn't know how to make sense of all that he had seen. However, he was sure of one thing, which was that it took more than just a loud voice to rule a group of people. A leader also needs to understand the human heart. He was keenly aware that he was nowhere near as powerful as Charles, and he could hardly rely on his strength to intimidate everyone. Therefore, he had to rely on other methods. He decided that he would devote himself to properly considering each situation that was brought to him and to deepening his understanding of human nature. They soon arrived at the mine. "Some of our pickaxes were damaged while we were mining here," he explained as they walked through the tunnels. "That's why I came to take a look. The ore is extremely hard. Even with our dark iron tools, we weren't able to dig it out. If you can find a use for it, you're welcome to use it. We can't do anything with it. I even tried the high-quality dark iron hammer you gave me to try to destroy the ore, but the hammer broke instead." A nearby super squad guild had given Ross's group not only a hammer, but also a furnace and an anvil, all made from dark iron. Charles had decided against aiming for a complete monopoly on dark iron equipment, understanding that there were no longer the legal structures in place to enforce it. As a result, he would have had to enforce the monopoly by himself, and that would have turned everyone against him. It wasn't that he was scared of such a thing, but it would mean he would end up having to eliminate anyone who stood up to him, and then he would have no customers at all. When he reached the bottom of the mine, Charles used his soul energy to scan the area. He detected a few powerful auras down there, which seemed to be the same as the iron lizard he had encountered the last time. However, he didn't intend to fight the creatures or even engage with them at all. Elena summoned some sword energy into her hand and used it to slash at each side of the ore. However, although her Terminator sword ability had always been very useful in the past, it only left slight scratches around the ore. Her face dropped when she saw how little effect it had. Alice sighed. "Even if we can't refine this stuff, it's already hard enough that we'll be able to use it as armor as it is," she said. "If we can get it out of the rock, that is." Although Charles had hurt her feelings in the past, she was still set on doing all she could to help Dawn City, and she was eager to think of another way of using the ore, even if Elena was unable to make much of a mark on it. "I was sure you'd find a way to use it," said Ross, dejected. "I didn't think we'd run into this problem." He had long thought of himself as the guardian of the Appalachian Mountains. He was set on saving as many of his people as possible, and was disheartened that Charles's team might not be able to use the ore that he was using as payment for their protection. "Everyone leave," said Charles. "Go and guard outside." When they had gone, he summoned some sword energy into his hand. Just as Elena had done, he aimed at the rock around the ore. Although Elena's Terminator sword ability had only been able to leave slight scratches around the ore, Charles was able to pierce the rock. "I'm glad my powers are good for something," he thought, pulling his hand away. Although he wasn't able to combine his sword energy with other martial arts powers, the sword energy on its own was very powerful. It wasn't as potent as the skills recorded in his ancient book, but it was still much stronger than his regular attacks. In his previous life, he had chosen to develop the Terminator sword ability to its greatest power. It meant that in his new life, he had been able to build it back up very quickly. The sword energy worked outside of the rules of the ancient book. Rather than having a basis in the old text, it had been developed and honed separately by high-level warriors, who had used it to achieve a great many things. "It's still too slow," thought Charles. He needed more strength in order to extract the ore, and so he activated the preservation ability, his special divine ability that enhanced his perception and control of soul energy. Charles had chosen to learn the preservation ability in his new life, as it suited his needs better than the Terminator sword ability. And as the divine seed grew and strengthened, the ability became stronger and more focused. At first, the greatest benefit that the preservation ability had given him was increased intuition. It focused his senses to such an extent that he could rely on his instincts almost entirely without needing to engage his rational thinking much at all. Each action of his body followed his instincts, making his combat strength incredibly fearsome. When he added his sword energy to that, he became extremely powerful. Those abilities had become even more powerful after he had reached level 7, and again after the battle in the Water Mansion. His intuition made the most of his subconscious, allowing him to quickly figure out the best solution in each situation. That ability also helped him drive his body to its utmost potential. However, as the divine seed continued to grow, it stopped him from being able to control his intuition directly. Instead, it turned his intuition almost into a separate will or consciousness, helping him to solve problems. In the same way that a person might use a calculator to solve a difficult math problem. The battle at Lake Superior had also allowed Charles to fully comprehend the most powerful part of the special ability. In his previous life, he had spent months perfecting his divine wrath. Meanwhile, in his new life, his preservation ability had allowed him to do the same in only a few minutes. Although that was partly a result of his experience with that power in his previous life, it showed how useful the divine ability was. He knew that he couldn't become complacent, though, and that he would need to continue working on his skills. The various combinations of his exact amulets had unlimited possibilities, but they required an equally powerful mind to make those possibilities a reality. For all its complexity, the human brain was limited, even after one had reached level 7. If one pushed their brain to its limits, they ran the risk of it collapsing. But the preservation ability stopped that from happening. It was as though the user's brain had been plugged into a separate brain without the same restrictions. If the individual overused their powers, it might overspend the extra brain, but the user would be safe. On the way back from Lake Superior, Charles had occasionally used the preservation ability to develop new moves. In fact, if circumstances had allowed, he would have spent a month or two cultivating that ability. Even so, the small amount of practice he had managed to find time for meant that he was easily able to begin calculating the best way to cut the ore from the rocks. My sword energy is sharp, but it uses up too much energy, he thought. That's why I need to also use conventional weapons in battle to ensure I don't overspend my energy. And also, of course, I can't use sword energy on other weapons because the weapons repel it. That was another flaw of the sword's energy. It couldn't be combined with other weapons. In fact, that was the main reason that many people didn't bother learning to use it at all. In addition, if a person's sword energy grew past a certain point, it would have serious damaging effects on the body. However, that exclusivity and potency were the foundation of the sword energy's strength and the most reliable guarantee of its success. In that way, its greatest weakness was also its greatest advantage. However, if you were to use elemental soul energy to somehow imitate the sword energy, even if you were only able to imitate the most superficial aspects of it, it would still be very powerful. Following that train of thought, he quickly made a plan. A few minutes later, a sword imbued with huge destructive energy appeared in his hand. The new sword in Charles's hand wasn't a real sword, but one made entirely of soul energy. However, it was soul energy that had been condensed into a physical substance. Charles looked at it transfixed. He thought back to the process of creating divine wrath in his previous life. It had been at the most desperate time of his life, when he felt surrounded by despair and betrayal. He had wondered from time to time if the very reason he had been able to create the new technique was that his soul energy had in some way understood his suffering and had created a technique with which he could overcome it. There was nothing subtle about the divine wrath ability. It brought total destruction. After creating it, he went on a vengeful rampage, killing all those who had wronged or oppressed him up to that point. He had given it an apt name. He often saw in his victims' eyes an almost biblical fear, as if they really felt that it wasn't Charles, but some godly presence that was striking them down. In his previous life, he had become infamous for using that move, and people had begun to regard him as some kind of angel of holy retribution, sent to Earth to settle some divine score. However, nobody seemed to understand that the reason he named the move Divine Wrath wasn't that he saw himself as some kind of representative from on high, but that he himself felt that he should be condemned by the heavens. At first, he had indeed considered himself an agent of justice. He had made sure that each of his decisions aligned with what he believed to be right. He had ended up growing a following of like-minded people who were more than prepared to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. In fact, it had been that drive towards justice that had seen him endure more than 10 years of the apocalypse. His belief in justice had created a strong following. His strong following had protected him, and their protection had further bolstered his conviction in the justness of humanity. He also understood that hope was the only thing that could save humans from their predicament. However, it had become clear to him that such hope was hard-won, and one had to sustain blows and setbacks before they could reach any kind of peace. It was one thing for someone to sacrifice themselves for others, and yet another to have the resolve and conviction to ask those around them to sacrifice themselves for the good of humanity. It was difficult to see how hope could be kept alive when people's loved ones faced death each and every day. It was a result of such difficult and troubling questions that had led Charles to create his new move. In the past, I wasn't trying to defend my beliefs at all, he thought. I just assumed that following those beliefs would by default make me a great person. I didn't hesitate to hurt people who got in my way. I wasn't kind, I was only weak. But that was because I only cared about the things that I thought were worth caring about, and only saved the people I thought were worth saving. The reason I created Divine Wrath was because I had fallen into a state where I didn't really believe in divine judgment at all. In its absence, I needed to turn myself into the wrath of heaven. But underneath it all, I actually wanted to be condemned myself. He realized that his new life had allowed him to make a fresh start. He didn't know if that was a gift or a punishment. Perhaps it was nothing more than a trap, forcing him to experience the suffering of his past life all over again. However, his only way forward was to see it as a chance to change his fate, and that conviction ensured that he wouldn't give up. He ran his gaze up and down the jet black blade of his new sword. I've condensed all the elements to create the strongest heavenly punishment, he thought. Unlike with the previous divine wrath, I've added earth and water to this one, making it even more stable. He swept the sword through the air, sending out ripples where it cut through the very fabric of space. Space-type paranormals were the rarest type. In fact, only a paranormal who had completely mastered the other elements could gain access to space powers. Charles had met very few of them, with Lewis being one of the only exceptions. The ancient books spoke of space-type extract amulets, but they were very complicated to use. In his past life, he hadn't had a chance to learn much about them, and he only had the vaguest understanding of their general structure. It had been a lot more efficient and effective to focus instead on simpler amulets and abilities. As he no longer had access to the book, he dismissed the space-type extract amulets entirely. Therefore, although he was able to use space powers, he hadn't developed them very far. However, after making his new sword, he understood another reason why his space powers had gone undeveloped. It was because his desire to kill his enemies was too great. That violent fury sometimes overtook him completely, distancing himself from the fabric of the material world on which space-type abilities were founded. Although he was still very cold and cruel in his new life, he had more people around him about whom he cared deeply, and he wanted to protect them. His coldness was targeted solely at outsiders, whereas towards the people closest to him, he began to feel a gentleness that he had never known in his previous life. That gentleness had pushed him a little closer to the potential to learn more about his space powers. I can't become completely kind and gentle, otherwise I'll become weak, he thought. Although hope is important, I can't trust in it blindly. However, I need to learn not to give in to all my violent urges. It's all a question of balance. Nothing is black or white, and that's a good thing. Otherwise, the world would be a pretty boring place. The thought calmed him. He realized that he couldn't expect to fully comprehend the power of space without a great deal of training and consideration. It would take time before he understood those questions more fully. The Divine Wrath sword slid across the rock in front of him, parting the rock easily with its immense space powers. It sent out a wave of spatial ripples, which transported a large amount of ore into the energy storage space, digging it out as easily as scooping ice cream from a bowl. Charles swung the sword a few times before heading straight for his target. When he had first used his soul energy to scan the area, he had discovered the reason. The dark iron ore in that area had changed into golden iron. It was because energy was leaking from a certain point in space, and that energy was changing the structure of the surrounding rocks. Although there was no way to find out the exact reason, he was confident that that was the source of the change. He collected a large quantity of ore. As he worked, he detected a slight fluctuation in the energy of the place. Ordinary people wouldn't have detected anything at all strange in the energy of the mine, but Charles's perceptive abilities were many levels above those of regular people, who were limited to the 5 bodily senses. He raised the Divine Wrath sword and stabbed it forward. At that point, the sword was already able to affect the fabric of space. He could feel waves of energy ripple outward. He could also sense resistance. At that moment, he detected a strange feeling. The Sky Mansion hasn't yet had a chance to open, he thought. The same sentiment had been written on the celestial tablet. Even if one didn't understand the words, their meaning left a clear imprint on one's mind. That kind of immediate communication instilled by such artifacts was crucial for allowing people to reach certain levels. The Sky Mansion hadn't yet opened, and so it couldn't be accessed by traditional means. That means the celestial treasure isn't available yet either, Charles thought. All of a sudden, he felt annoyed. But who says so? I keep waiting for the right time to lay claim to what I want. But surely I'm now powerful enough to take what I want, whenever I want, without waiting for the universe to hand it to me on a plate. He stepped forward over and over again. He could sense that the energy fluctuation was trying to stop the sword, but was too weak to do so. A gap in space opened in front of him, giving out a quiet hiss. He still wasn't satisfied, though. He swept the sword left and right, cutting the gap wider and wider. It had taken a great deal of energy for him to create the sword, but as he had reached a stage where he could rely on the energy storage space to recharge him whenever needed, the consumption was trivial. He kept cutting the edges of the gap in front of him. It was already large enough for him to fit through it, but there was no knowing what dangers lay on the other side. There could be vicious enemies waiting to attack him, so he knew that he couldn't rush in without thinking. Nobody had yet died in pursuit of the celestial treasure, but that didn't mean it was completely safe. Still, after managing to gain the water tablet through force, his awe and respect for the different treasures had dipped. He no longer saw the mansions as sacred as he had previously thought. His time in the water mansion had shown him that it could be ransacked just as easily as any other building. Likewise, he no longer cared if he had any right to the treasures. All he knew was that he wanted them, and so he was set on taking them by any means necessary. As he continued to hack at the gap in front of him, he could sense that the part of space from which energy was leaking was weakening too. He felt that some presence was getting closer and closer to the human realm. He used his soul energy to investigate it. He thought, it doesn't seem too dangerous. However, he couldn't be certain that there was no risk at all. After all, he conceded that there was still much about the celestial treasure that he didn't understand. There might still be a safer way to get it. If that was the case, there's no sense in trying to take it by force. Large amounts of soul energy flew into the sword. He continued stabbing at the space until eventually, he was satisfied that he could pass through safely enough. Sure enough, these treasures might seem mysterious at first. When you learn how to access them, they're as plain as any old thing, he thought. He stepped through the gap and found himself in a large space in the shape of an 8-pointed star. On the walls in each of the 8 directions were grooves, some of which held different weapons and items. These grooves must be where you put the treasures to access the ultimate one, he thought. So far, the items that had been placed in the grooves were rather plain-looking. However, Charles didn't intend to follow the rules of the place. He wanted to gain access to the treasure inside. He waved the Divine Wrath sword around, scoring on the walls. He could sense that the sword was so powerful that it almost breached the limit of what the space could accommodate. "Stop it, you foolish human!" snapped an exasperated voice. "You already caused enough damage when you broke into this place. Are you really going to destroy it now that you're here?" Charles was a little taken aback, but he had encountered stranger things in his time. There had been many strange creatures guarding the water mansion, so it stood to reason that the sky mansion would have its own protectors. "Hand over what I want and tell me what I want to know, and then I'll stop," he said. "But if I'm not satisfied by whatever you give me, I'll wreck the place and take what I want." After his time in the water mansion, he had lost all patience with following the rules of the various mansions. He had already trashed the water mansion and taken its treasure, and he was easily prepared to do the same again, and then allow his followers to share in the bounty. If the power of the sky mansion was similar to that of the water mansion, it wouldn't be difficult for him to destroy it. The voice was silent for a few moments. "Fine," it said at last. "If you're really set on learning the secrets behind the celestial treasure, I'll tell them to you. After all, humans have an important part to play in the events to come." "Stop playing tricks on me," Charles said coldly. "If you really want me to believe you, come out from wherever you're hiding and let me see you." By that point, he had dismissed the 3 great treasures as nothing but instruments of evil. He knew that it didn't matter if the treasure's guardians spoke the truth or not. Even if they were completely honest with him, his limited human understanding could well lead him to misunderstand their words and misuse the treasures anyway. For that reason, he wasn't all that excited that the mysterious voice had promised to tell him the truth. For one thing, he had no way of knowing for sure that it really was the truth, and even if it was, he would have no way of making any safe use of it. "I know more about you than you think," the voice said. "I understand that the actions of the aquatic army have misled you regarding the water mansion's true intentions, and as a result, you don't trust us. I also know that you've put your full trust in the world's will, which has led you to believe that the treasures are inherently evil. But if they really are evil, why would the world allow them to enter this plane of existence in the first place?" Charles didn't know how to respond. He realized that he hadn't fully thought through the role of the world's will in all those events. Although he didn't have any direct evidence that the world's will even existed, his gut told him that it did. He also felt that he understood why the world's will hadn't completely punished those who brought evil into the world, or rewarded those who brought good. The reason was simply that good and evil were human concepts, and that the world's will had no responsibility to act according to them. As far as Charles understood, humans served the world's will, not the other way around. In the eyes of the world's will, there was no fundamental difference between humans and any of the other things that existed on the planet, whether animal, planet, or mineral. It had been easy to forget that that was the case until another species invaded the world. The world's will saw no need to take sides in conflicts where one species of Earth fought another. As long as the conflict was between two species that belonged to Earth, the world's will acted completely impartially. But that impartiality was founded on a more holistic view of the world than that experienced by most humans. Therefore, it was easy to see the world's will as evil or unfair, just because it wasn't serving humanity's needs. However, it also stood to reason that if the world's will really existed, it would never allow a species to invade Earth from another world. As Charles had come to understand it, the various tablets were its means for ensuring that such a species would be repelled. The Celestial Earth tablet could be used to change the layout of the land. The Poseidon tablet could control rivers, lakes, and seas. The Genesis tablet had the power to command living beings. The lower their intelligence, the easier they could be swayed. In a sense, the combined powers of the three tablets amounted to the total power of the world's will. The powers of the Celestial Earth tablet, the Poseidon tablet, and the Genesis tablet make up the overall power that it takes to control the entire world, said the mysterious voice, echoing Charles's suspicions. Each treasure has been divided in two, with their power lying dormant until the halves are united. Only when the world feels threatened will they appear, so that they can be unified and order brought back to the world. So you're saying the giant turtle actually wanted to protect the world? Asked Charles with a sneer. If you truly understand the world's will, you realize that there is no fundamental difference between humans and the aquatic creatures you faced, said the voice. The only reason that humans were chosen to enact the plans of the world's will is that they are better equipped to do so. What you don't seem to appreciate is that the creatures of the Water Mansion were once guardians of the world too, but it was the world that came before this one. Just as humans do now, they carry the responsibility of protecting the world. After the crisis in their world came to an end, they were chosen as the protectors of the Poseidon tablet. However, in this new era, the world will no longer see them as fit for that purpose, and so it has rejected them. Once again, Charles was struck silent. He couldn't help taking the voice at its word. Although there might well be flaws in what the voice had said, he couldn't detect them yet. You say the aquatic army creatures were the defenders of the Poseidon tablet, he said at last. Does that make you the guardian of the Celestial Earth tablet? And what do you mean when you say the world has been through a crisis before? Ask yourself this, said the voice. What does it mean when the world is in danger? The world may go through a crisis, and the world's will may appoint a protector. But once the crisis is over, that protector will have grown so powerful that it could then threaten the world itself. That's why the world's will created not one, but three realms in which such forces could be relegated without posing a threat to its creation. After the previous crisis, the Guardians were shut away in those zones, where they waited until another similar crisis befell the world, with the understanding that if they don't fulfill their duty and protect the world once again, they will be eliminated entirely. So the world's will just wants to protect the world, said Charles. He could see that, from a human perspective, the three spaces that the world's will had created were like cages to keep the Guardians captive. From the world's will's point of view, though, they were more like resting areas where the Guardians could recharge and slumber until they were needed again. Seen that way, the world's will almost seemed benevolent. Maybe the world's will kept the Guardians in those sacred grounds out of kindness, or maybe just so it could keep them close at hand in the event of another crisis, said the voice. All we know is that they were put in charge of guarding their corresponding treasures. However, as time has gone on, it's become clear that they've started to rebel against their original purpose. I can understand that, said Charles. Nobody wants to live as nothing but a tool for someone else. He didn't fully understand the world's will or the treasures as guardians, so he could only see things from a human perspective. And as a human, he knew that he would never be willing to live in subordination to another's will, and if it wasn't human nature to rebel, there was no reason to think the same wouldn't apply to the Guardians. From that point of view, then, the giant turtles no longer looked quite as villainous. Rather, they were doing just as Charles would be doing, revolting against the higher power that kept them in servitude. I'm glad you understand, said the voice. Humans are the main characters of this era. Even if the treasures as guardians fully inhabited this world, they'd only be able to do so for a short while. What you need to understand is that although the guardians haven't yet fully abandoned their original mission to protect the world, they've certainly started to do so, and have already begun to sow the seeds of division among humans. The three great treasures are just tools, neither intrinsically good nor evil. They're only made good or evil depending on the will of whoever uses them. It seemed clear that the Guardians really were set on opposing and destroying humanity, rather than protecting it. The world's will didn't care who protected the world, whether humans, aquatic creatures, or some other party. It only cared that the world was protected. Charles knew that there was nothing that humans hated more than to be controlled, and that humanity wouldn't be able to rest until it had reasserted its power over the world. In the longer view, these matters are irrelevant, said the voice. As long as the world is protected, the world's will doesn't care what happens. It doesn't matter if it's humans or other creatures that fulfill that role. What do you mean it's irrelevant? Asked Charles. He thought that maybe, from the voice's point of view, it didn't matter what happened to humanity. Indeed, in the bigger picture, the Guardians' actions were understandable. After all, they were only trying to fight to better their own species. But to Charles, that didn't mean humanity ought simply to give in and let the Guardians trample over them. He felt they needed to do all they could to fight back. I mean that it doesn't matter, because only humans are strong enough to protect the world, said the voice again. Once again, Charles was rendered speechless. He hadn't considered that explanation, that the Guardians' powers were too limited to have any effect on proceedings, and so they too had to simply bow to the intentions of the world's will. You said before that you were once guardians of the world, said Charles. What were you defending it from? What was the crisis back then? Was it the same as what we're going through now, when the world's will created these mansions for you? Did it force you into them, or did you go of your own free will? He had asked a lot of questions, but that was because he knew his understanding of how the Guardians had dealt with their crisis would teach him something about how to handle the one his world was facing. One matter that he found particularly unsettling was that after the previous crisis, the Guardians had been escorted into their relevant mansions for the good of the planet. He couldn't help wondering if that meant that humans would be trapped in similar prisons once their crisis was over. Although overcoming the apocalypse was humanity's main goal, all of their efforts and sacrifices would be for nothing if they were then held captive in some separate realm. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Charles had focused only on surviving, but recently he had begun to wonder what life would look like if they actually managed to endure beyond the difficulties that they faced. And after all that the voice had told him, he had started wondering more than ever what the world's true intentions were. I don't know, said the mysterious voice simply. Are you kidding me? Charles asked. Instinctively, his hand went to his sword, gripping the handle in fury. You're really telling me that you used to be the guardians of the world, but you don't know anything about the crisis you were guarding against? If you really wanted to lie to me, you could at least have come up with a believable story. Don't treat me like a child. He was so furious, he wanted to destroy the treasure rather than take it to use it. You're asking about the distant past, the voice said. Since then, the world and all the living things in it have evolved beyond recognition. Meanwhile, the three sacred grounds have undergone changes of their own. We're talking about time spans you could hardly comprehend. Most of what I've told you, I didn't experience firsthand, but I was told about it by my ancestors. I'm not even sure how much of it is true. For one thing, I know that the celestial grounds have long been on the brink of destruction as a result of a civil war. If you want to learn more, you might find more accurate records in the abyssal grounds or the spirit grounds, but there's little evidence here in the Sky Mansion. Charles nodded. He knew that history itself had been rewritten so many times that it was difficult to know what was true and what wasn't. If the previous civilization really was as old as the voice claimed, it made sense that great swaths of its history had been lost to time. He had to be prepared for the eventuality that even if he could track down some survivors from that time, even they might not know the truth. How much do your ancestors know about the world's will? He asked. Although history has been rewritten, surely the world will remember exactly what happened. He was confident that the world's will might be able to offer a completely objective view of what had taken place in the world, untainted by propaganda or pride. The guardians of the treasures have never been in direct contact with the world's will, or as we understand it, the will of heaven, said the voice. In the past, the authority in charge of the sacred grounds took the form of a human to patrol the human world. He even directly engaged with them from time to time,
But who can say what the will of heaven thinks of matters on earth? Instead, we had to simply accept that we would never fully understand the mysteries of the universe, and we need to simply get used to living in it. Before long, that authority disappeared from the world anyway. He returned to the sacred grounds, where he went into seclusion for 300 years. After his seclusion, he reached some profound understanding about the universe and transcended to yet another plane.
Charles mulled over those words. So as long as we're living in the world, we'll never be able to fully comprehend its limits or its overall aim, he thought. We'd only be able to do so by transcending it, at which point we'd be able to see it from the outside, so to speak. Still, he found it hard to believe that people had been asking such questions for so long without someone reaching some sort of answer. The only thing he could be sure of was that the person the voice had spoken of must have been even stronger than him. And if such a person had needed 300 years to fully understand the mysteries, Charles couldn't see how he would be able to figure them out in his lifetime. You've spoken a lot, but you still haven't shown yourself, he said. He knew that he needed time to reflect on what he had learned. For the time being, though, he needed to get down to business.
It isn't that I don't want to show myself to you, the voice said. It's that this world can't accommodate my physical presence. If you want to claim the Celestial Earth tablet, you need to find the Mountain tablet. But please don't destroy this place in the process. This is our only home.
The center of the 8-pointed star began to glow dimly. You'd better not be lying to me, said Charles, before using his soul energy to detect any dangers that might be nearby. He could tell that the voice belonged to a powerful entity, and he didn't want to provoke it any more than he needed to. However, he knew it would be foolish for him to trust the voice completely, and so he needed to be sure that there weren't any enemies in the vicinity. When he used his soul energy to scan the area, he was surprised to find a familiar presence. When Charles inspected the 8-pointed star with his soul energy, something dawned on him. When he had obtained the ancient book in his previous life, he initially felt a bit lost in the face of just how much knowledge it contained, and he hadn't been able to work out which sections to pay attention to. In the process, he skimmed the entire thing. All of a sudden, he realized that he had seen an image of the 8-pointed star among its pages. He hadn't learned much about the formation at the time, instead focusing on the types of power required to make energy shields. It had only been later that he learned about different magical formations, such as the spell array. At the time, he'd given up on learning much more about such formations. It had simply been too difficult, and he had decided that a better use of his time and energy would be to focus on abilities that directly increased his strength. The arrangements in this space is the same as I saw in the book, with a few alterations, he thought. That must mean that the book's previous owner came here too. Either that, or there are more places like this in the universe with the same formation. He didn't know which of the two was correct, and decided that it wouldn't benefit him to pursue that question any further just then. He would need a fuller understanding of such things before he would be able to pass any information on to others. However, he knew that if the previous owner of the book really had had a connection to that place, then they might have communicated with the other party that he had found there. That might imply that the presence Charles had met might not be an enemy after all. Although he wasn't afraid of making enemies, there was no sense in making new ones needlessly. Although he was confident that he would be able to protect himself against whatever that space threw at him, he wouldn't be able to guarantee the safety of those around him. All he needed to know for the time being was that the 8-pointed star was a special formation, apparently designed to preserve important things. That meant it was likely that he would find something useful there that could help him in the future. He thought it was at least a good place to start looking, if nothing else. The way he saw it, the grooves that lay in the 8 directions of the formation equated to 8 locks. Each time the correct key was placed in them, the sealing closing whatever lay behind them became weaker. It seemed that one didn't even need to fit all the keys to weaken the formation to the extent that it could be broken. He took out a flag and put it in one of the grooves. Immediately, he got the sense that the formation had weakened. At the same time, he sensed that whoever or whatever oversaw the place had been pacified by his offering. He also felt that he had come closer than ever to gaining the Celestial Earth tablet. The knowledge felt so profound, it was as if it had been literally imprinted on his very soul. With it came the understanding that when he encountered the owner of the Celestial Earth tablet, it would be extremely dangerous for him not to follow whatever orders they gave him. No wonder those people did everything they could to take the Celestial tablet from me, he thought. They weren't willing to use it, though, and even if they were, they wouldn't have known how. Regardless of what he had just learned, he resolved not to follow anyone's orders.
even if it meant he would be unable to access the Celestial Earth Tablet after all. He used his soul energy to refine the imprint on his soul into the purest energy. Then he placed a spear, a scimitar, and a dagger in their corresponding grooves. The seal weakened even further. With each item, he could feel a further imprint on his soul. He refined each imprint just as he had done with the first, turning them into extremely powerful forms of soul energy. After filling half of the grooves with objects, he stopped. He condensed a great deal of elemental power into his hand and used it to send an energy ripple across the formation. With its assistance, he reached out to the center of the star, which seemed to act as the heart of the seal. The objects he had just placed in their grooves corresponded both to the point on a compass and the 4 elements. After doing so, the formation had lost much of its power and could more easily be broken. He was grateful that he remembered some of the information from his ancient book. Otherwise, he would have had to destroy the seal using brute force instead. After the spatial ripple had been released, the mountain tablet appeared in his palm. He didn't know what would happen when the celestial tablet and the mountain tablet were combined, but to be on the safe side, he made sure to put the tablet in the energy storage space, where it could be more easily controlled. By claiming the mountain tablet, he had confirmed that the star formation of the Sky Mansion really did correspond to what he had found in the ancient book. Just as he was about to leave the mansion, the mysterious voice said, "I have a gift for you, if you promise to help me someday." "That depends on the nature of the gift," said Charles. He wouldn't mind borrowing the voice if it could give him something valuable in return. Whether he kept his promise was immaterial. He wasn't the sort of person who liked to confine himself to keeping his promises. He cared only about taking what the other party was offering. Still, if the voice could give him something good, he might be dissuaded from destroying the place. The only reason he had destroyed the Water Mansion was because the giant turtle and its forces had been too arrogant and aggressive. A book appeared on the floor of the Sky Mansion, and Charles picked it up. Its title was A Treatise on Magical Formations. Its main subject seemed to be formations similar to the 8-pointed star, although it also appeared to contain a lot of information about politics and law. Charles was sure that Olivia would be able to use a great deal of its knowledge. Even a cursory look showed him that it was useful enough that it would be worth whatever the voice might ask in return. In all, the trip to the Sky Mansion had been much less complicated than the one to the Water Mansion. He was satisfied with what he had gained from his time there. After leaving the Sky Mansion, he found Alice and Elena, who had been waiting outside all that time. They smiled with relief. Although they hadn't thought he would be in any real danger, they were still glad to see that he was safe. Ross was there too. He looked at Charles nervously, concerned about whether or not Charles would still agree to lead his people out of their predicament. He wasn't sure if Charles was happy with the things he had found in the mine, and he was aware that Charles might leave without helping at all if he didn't think he had been sufficiently compensated. "I'm very satisfied with the resources here," Charles said, his verdict filling Ross with relief. "I'll need to rest for a few days, but then I'll help you find a solution to your problem. Don't try finding me until I come to you." Then he left without giving Ross any chance to respond. Ross stood there in a daze. He knew that the people in the Appalachian survival base were in a state of extreme anxiety, and he would need to put on a brave face to reassure them. Other than that, there wasn't anything he could do until Charles returned. He knew he wasn't powerful enough to bargain with Charles to convince him to act sooner. He needed to be satisfied that Charles had agreed to help at all. "I need to keep strong," he thought. "I need to focus." He knew that if he grew strong enough, the time would come when he would no longer need to rely on people like Charles to help fix his problems. He wouldn't need to rely on anyone at all. After leaving Ross, Charles had a closer look at the book. Its cover was made from the hide of some kind of beast he couldn't identify, while the binding was made of the beast's tendons. The writing inside was in hieroglyphs, unlike any language Charles had encountered on Earth. Still, his perceptive abilities were strong enough that he was able to read it. He spent 2 hours reading through it, gaining a general idea of its content. He was able to use the preservation ability to speed up the reading process. What a strange book, he thought. He didn't allow himself to get sucked into the book completely. Although it had some similarities with the ancient book from his previous life, it was clear that the two diverged significantly. For one thing, the ancient book had given a very practical step-by-step guide to using magical formations and explained how such formations could be used to reach great levels of power. Meanwhile, the treatise was a lot less user-friendly,
discussing the formations by explaining their origins and their gradual evolution over time. Also, while the formations laid out in the ancient book required only the use of soul energy, those in the treaties also demanded that the user choose the correct time and place when casting the formations. If those strict parameters were adhered to, the formations would grant the user almost unlimited power, not only to win a specific battle, but even to potentially control the world. However, that great power came with the risk of causing considerable damage to oneself and one's allies if it was applied incorrectly. The two approaches had their own strengths and weaknesses. Charles was more inclined to stick to the formations described in the ancient book because they needed less time to understand and develop. To others, though, the methods in the treaties would prove extremely useful. If one had the time and resources to fully understand those formations, they might well develop an incredible degree of prestige and influence. And so Charles planned to keep the treaties for reference and pass it on to any of his teammates who might be able to use it. For the time being, he copied out 7 water-type formations on a scrap of beast skin, which he handed to Alice. "Since you're specializing in water, these will help you learn some water formations," he said. "The guidance in the book is very specific, and you'll need to make sure you're using it at the right time and place. But if you can get your head around them, your water control will become extremely powerful." Alice didn't fully understand what Charles meant, but she took the beast's skin from him and resolved to study it when she was free. Charles didn't want Alice to become an expert in all formations, as that would mean she would need to fully understand all the different power types. But she would still be able to use the formations to develop her water powers, and when her water powers were at their strongest, she would then have a better understanding of the other power types by comparison. "I'm going to rest now," he said. "Everyone keep a lookout." With that, his mind entered the energy storage space, and he began to study the mountain tablet. He used his soul energy to investigate it in and out, and began to understand its internal structure. The celestial tablet could change the terrain and the direction of the wind. If it were used by a master of formations, it could be used to devastating effect. Its powers complemented those of the mountain tablet, which would change the structure of matter. So while the celestial tablet might be used to carve a fortress out of the landscape, the mountain tablet could be used to change the material of that fortress into the strongest imaginable. Charles thought, with both tablets together, I'll be able to create an impenetrable stronghold. The only problem is that even the strongest fortress can be taken down from within. Charles had possessed the celestial tablet in his previous life. Although it hadn't made him powerful enough to make a completely impregnable fortress, it had provided a level of protection that ordinary enemies have been unable to break through. However, even a base as strong as that one had been destroyed by internal strife. He had been sure that the people in the base wouldn't dare rebel against him, even if he used all the resources they gathered to improve himself, rather than to sustain his followers. He had thought they would surely understand how important it was that he kept himself as powerful as possible, as that would ensure that he could continue to protect them. However, he hadn't realized that just because he was the person who had created the base and who protected it, that didn't mean that everyone had seen him as their leader. As a result, he was soon betrayed. A civil war had broken out in which countless of his supporters had been killed. In the end, many considered him a traitor to humanity itself. Charles shook his head, driving those painful memories from his mind. Things were different in his new life. He had a much better understanding of humanity, and he had become so strong that even if he did suffer the occasional error of judgment, he had the power and wisdom to correct it. After he had obtained the mountain tablet, the 4 other treasures in his possession took on a little of its ability to alter matter. As a result, he finally understood how people in his past life had obtained gold and iron. However, as he finally possessed the mountain tablet itself, those other treasures weren't as important to him. Still, he needed to make sure that they didn't fall into the hands of other people in case they affected their judgment. While Charles was able to kill thousands of enemies without paying much of a mental toll, the same couldn't be said for others on his side, and so he needed to make sure they didn't get their hands on the other treasures. After studying the general information and function of the mountain tablet, Charles undid the seal on the celestial tablet. When the two came into contact, they fused together with many intricate bonds until they formed a tablet that fit in his palm. When the fusion was complete, its great power forced itself and Charles out of the energy storage space and into the real world. How did that happen? He wondered, shocked. His hands were trembling. He hadn't expected the celestial earth tablet to be so strong that he would be unable to control it. And yet, as soon as he had created it, it had flung him out of the energy storage space. The celestial earth tablet radiated with an extreme level of energy. It felt like it held the energy of all the mountains and rivers in the world. At the same time, Charles felt that the world itself had undergone a profound shift. He could even sense the sea creatures in the Atlantic rushing to the surface of the water and leaping upwards before returning to the water. Meanwhile, some giant turtles with dark gold shells opened their eyes at the bottom of the sea before closing them again. At the same time, the iron lizards underneath the Appalachian Mountains suddenly woke up and turned in the direction of the Celestial Earth tablet. They bowed their heads in submission. Elsewhere on a certain island, a young man with a wild expression stood with a tablet hanging from his waist. The tablet radiated dark energy. "I didn't expect you to obtain the Celestial Earth tablet so soon," he thought. "Still, you're no match for me. You have a weakness. Yes, Charles, you'll become the enemy of the entire human race, bringing darkness to the world, and I'll be the one to bring the light." Beside him, a group of zombies and mutated beasts kneeled at his feet, and not far off, some other people also trembled in submission on the ground. Far to the west, an angel with a golden halo and a pair of pure white wings turned in the direction of the Celestial Earth tablet, her gaze seeming to penetrate the barriers between worlds. "So, the Celestial Earth tablet has been created," she thought. "Humanity is about to learn that its world is truly tiny compared to the sacred grounds." Charles detected each of the shifts in the world. At the same time, he could sense that he had a special connection to the Celestial Earth tablet. He knew that he could use its power both to change the formation of the landscape and to alter the structure of matter itself. Still, he knew that he couldn't count himself as the tablet's owner. All he had gained was the right to use its power. "From what I can gather, that voice inside the Sky Mansion is telling the truth," he thought. "The Celestial Earth tablet is the gift bestowed on humans by the world's will to allow us to protect ourselves. But it would be naive to suppose I could rely on it completely. It isn't mine. It's only been lent to me." Just as he felt himself a tool being used by the greater powers, so too was the Celestial Earth tablet a tool for him to use. Whether the tool belonged to him or not wasn't important. What was important was that he had been granted permission to use it to achieve his own ends. He understood that just as the three great treasures had appeared when the world had hit a time of crisis, so too would they disappear when the crisis was resolved. Was the last crisis an apocalypse just like this one? He wondered. Could the apocalypse really have happened more than once? He thought that perhaps the world worked as some people insisted, in a constant cycle of reincarnation. According to such people, everyone lived and died only to be born again. He thought about the results of his parents' research, which chilled him to the bone. It was clear that when it came to figuring out the mystery of the apocalypse, there were still many avenues to be explored. "I don't have time to worry about all that just now," he said. "I need to focus on my current problems." He stood on the side of one of the Appalachian Mountains, and he lowered his head to look at the water beneath his feet. The sea level had risen even further, while a tsunami had destroyed many nearby settlements. Although there was still a great distance between his location and Dawn City, it was clear that the sea level rise wasn't slowing. However, with the Celestial Earth tablet finally in his possession, he was able to detect something new. Before the apocalypse, the main reason behind the rising sea level was climate change, he thought. But the arrival of the apocalypse turned the climate much colder. Theoretically, that should have slowed the rising sea. And while tsunamis were usually caused by earthquakes on the ocean floor, that can't have been the case here, because with such a large tsunami, we'd surely have felt the other effects of the earthquake. He used the Celestial Earth tablet to investigate the Earth at a tectonic level, but could find nothing unusual there. In other words, there were no signs of any earthquake in that region of the country that could have caused such a great tsunami. He looked upward. If the cause isn't from below, he thought, then it must be from above. Charles knew that without his intervention, the tsunami would wipe out the Appalachian area soon, and it would be catastrophic for the people living there. In his past life, countless homes had been lost in the flooding, and the cause of the tsunami had been unknown. Charles was certain of one thing, though. It wasn't a natural disaster. The full scale of the tsunami hadn't shown itself yet, but it looked like it was already getting worse. Even a sane-level master couldn't easily create a tsunami simply by controlling water, Charles said, and they would definitely be injured from their exertion, but there's no way anything else could do something like that. The state of the Earth at that time meant that there was a limit to the power level that beings could reach, and any attack from a significant distance away would be weakened. But not every attack needed to be based on power alone. Just like the movement of the moon around the Earth affects the tide, the reason for the tsunami wasn't necessarily to be found nearby. It was almost like someone had somehow changed the rules of how things on Earth worked. He wondered if there might be something happening in space, such as a shortening of the distance between the moon and the Earth. The sky was covered by dark elemental energy, and the days were getting shorter. The average day was fewer than 6 hours long, and the sky was much darker than it had ever been. He thought that if darkness and elemental energy were so powerful, surely the great experts would be able to affect the environment. After all, the celestial Earth tablet he held had the ability to change terrain. Even if all that were true, Charles didn't have the ability to fly. Although he was able to mount the Black Lightning Dragon, he was well aware of all the dangers the sky presented. It was many times more dangerous than the ground, and those dangers weren't only the mutated birds. As time went by, some experts managed to tame mutated birds, and others who had learned how to fly took to the skies. But most went up and never came down. Looks like that's what I'll have to do then, Charles thought. Looking at the celestial Earth tablet in his hand, he had an idea. It was a dangerous one, it wouldn't be easy to carry out, but it might stop future disasters, and that was reason enough for Charles. If Charles had only needed to look after himself, nothing would bother him, and he would take all the risks he needed to. He wouldn't mind if there was no reward in it for him either. He would just get on with things. However, he wasn't alone. He had his family, and he needed to find a way out for them. That was where his idea would come in. Charles went and found some mutated plants on the mountain and collected as many as he could, placing them in his energy storage space. Then he found Ross and some of the others. "Have you come to get us out of here?" "Please say you have," Ross said excitedly. When Charles saw the look on Ross's face, he couldn't help but think the excitement was a little false. Ross wasn't normally like that with people. For Charles, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing, though. "I've come up with 2 plans," Charles replied. "Both of them have their pros and cons, and you'll need to decide for yourself which is the better option. I can take you westwards to a place that hasn't been submerged yet. The tsunami is going to be here for a while, so you should move west anyway. If you do decide to go, you'll need to fight the zombies and the mutated beasts that the sea has washed ashore." Ross looked at the people around him in silence. They all looked perturbed. They had never really thought about what Charles had said. They realized that even if he managed to lead them away from the Appalachian Mountains, they might not actually be safe. They also had their share of questions and doubts about his identity, capability, and motives. After the tsunami had hit, not only the humans, but also the mutated beasts had begun to migrate on a large scale. If Ross and the others chose to leave, they would definitely have to fight along the way. Ross had a dreadful sense of foreboding. Is anywhere safe? He wondered. "What's the other plan?" he asked dryly. "Well," Charles said, "the Appalachian Mountains sit on high ground. There won't be any chance of being drowned by a tsunami up here. Sit and wait things out." "No," Ross replied. "We don't have enough supplies here. We could only hold out for 1 month at most. Also, once this place gets cut off by the water, the sea creatures will attack us for sure." He shook his head in rejection of the second plan. The Appalachian Mountains had an abundance of supplies, but there were simply too many survivors there that needed sustenance. There were hundreds of thousands of people, and no single area could sustain such numbers. For the immediate term, Ross and the others were safe, but their time was running out. Such a mountainous region meant that planting and growing crops was very hard, and once the supplies started drying out, the mutated beasts would go after the survivors, and the destruction of the humans in the Appalachian Mountains would only be a matter of time. "If I help you solve these problems, do you think you'll be able to stay?" Charles asked. "Can you get us enough supplies?" Ross replied. "How would you stop the sea creatures from attacking? Some have already reached land." Although the survivors were skeptical, they hoped against hope that Charles could help them. After all, he was a living legend. "Don't worry about the supplies," Charles replied. "There are a lot of mineral veins around here, and they're extremely valuable. I should be able to get you 2,000 tons of food. You can always eat the sea creatures, too. Their meat is edible, if nothing else. You'll have enough to survive until this is over." Ross and the others started to feel hopeful. "I think I can help you stop the sea creatures from invading as well," Charles continued. "We can build defenses, especially around the most vulnerable places. Think of them as arcane walls. I can't guarantee there won't be casualties, but I can guarantee my plan will at least give you a fighting chance. It's also safer than my other plan." "I choose the second plan," Ross said, surprised at Charles's forthrightness. He knew that if he could survive where he was, things would be easier. He would be able to keep his business, for example, and he wouldn't have to deal with all the problems that fleeing would create. Charles looked at Ross and stroked his chin. "However," he said, "there's one thing I'll never be able to solve, and that's the complexities of the human heart." "The human heart?" Ross was puzzled by Charles's statement. "Yes, the human heart," Charles repeated. "You know that you have enough supplies here, and you know you can survive until all this is over. If you allow this place to fall, it'll mean that all the eastern states will fall soon after. You need to stay strong. After all, you seem to be in a better position to survive this crisis than anyone else. Not everyone will understand this, though. When you start to become isolated, people will panic, and it's at these times that you'll see the true character of a person. Some people are born to be troublemakers, and they'll do what they do. Some people like to spread rumors from within. These people will become another type of enemy when you're under siege. If you were a general in charge of a military force, things would be different. But you're the leader of a ragtag group of survivors. When everyone starts to panic over the shortage of supplies and the invasion, your biggest enemy won't be the sea creatures, but the people who have lost hope." Ross said nothing. He knew exactly the type of people Charles was talking about and was well aware of the dangers they presented. Before Charles had arrived, a group of such people had started to blame Ross for their predicament. They saw him as the leader of the survivors, believed it was his duty to save everyone, and thought that he would be responsible for their deaths if he didn't do so. Ross knew those people were determined to cause trouble. They would never take responsibility for themselves or for anything bad that might happen. They would simply look for a scapegoat. That wasn't a rare personality trait. Millions of people shared it. Ross didn't typically spend his time thinking about such things, but Charles's words had served as a reminder that those people would always be there. "So what should I do?" Ross asked Charles. "What do you want to do?" Charles replied. "You should ask yourself. Only you can do this. You have people who are loyal to you here. As long as you have them, they'll help you lead. You have to learn to win their hearts and minds and keep them one. But make no mistake, you'll need to get rid of all those who stand in your way." Ross felt his heart skip a beat. How would he get rid of the people standing in his way? He already knew the answer, but didn't want to admit it to himself. At that moment, a few of Ross's supporters gathered next to him. "You're not a saint, you know," one of them said. "You don't have to make sure everyone survives. There's no way you could possibly do that. You can only do what you can do." "That's right," another said. "If the mayor of Dawn City hadn't come here today and you'd surrendered to those troublemakers, what would have happened to the survival base?" "We're right behind you," another survivor said. "What do you want us to do if they try to make you a scapegoat?" If Charles hadn't arrived that day, and the troublemakers had succeeded in making Ross a scapegoat, he still might have been able to survive. But his standing in the Appalachian Mountains would have been diminished, and a leader with a compromised standing would never be trusted. If he lost his position as leader, his successor might not treat him well, and his supporters might struggle to survive without him. Ross looked at his followers, his eyes full of determination. "Some people tell me I shouldn't sacrifice the few for the many," he said. "But if the few don't want to help themselves, then why should I help them? I can't save each and every one of them." For Ross, it wasn't about morality. It was about doing what was best for the people around him. That was the second part of what he had to say, the part that he didn't say out loud. Ross's supporters smiled with relief at his words. It was as if a burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They followed Ross because they thought he was a good man. They hoped he could save everyone, but they felt sure he could save some of them at least. He had amassed such a large following because he made sure to look after people as best he could, and he always tried to lead them to a better life. As for those who didn't hold Ross in high regard, they were mostly envious of his position and influence. He knew that if a leader treated everyone the same, then people would become disillusioned. In his eyes, not everybody deserved to be treated the same. "What happens next will depend on the decisions you make now," Charles said, the divine wrath sword appearing in his hand. "Now I'll provide you with a better place to live," he shouted. As he spoke, he jumped onto the back of the black lightning dragon and flew toward a nearby mountain peak. Landing on the mountainside, an intense aura emanated from his body, and it seemed like his sword was pulling the energy between heaven and earth toward him. At that moment, Charles seemed to be the most powerful person in the world. Watching Charles's actions, Ross and the others felt overawed. "What's he trying to do?" someone shouted. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. How could a human be so powerful? "If the mountain can't sustain all the survivors during the flooding, then we'll change its dimensions so that everyone can dwell on it," Charles said. He wasn't shouting, but his voice seemed to effortlessly manifest itself right by everyone's ears. Then he swung the longsword around his head, and the sword's energy was compounded by a layer of radiant silver light. It emanated outward for hundreds of feet and crashed against the mountain peak. There was no sound, making the sword attack seem like an illusion to those observing. Then the sword suddenly disappeared, and Charles jumped back onto the Black Lightning Dragon as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "I bet he failed," said a survivor. "Me too," said another. "There's no way anyone could do something like that." When the survivors saw that the sword strike seemed to have done nothing, they weren't angry with Charles at all. In fact, they felt relieved. If a human really was capable of doing such things, then it would mean that the pre-apocalyptic world was really gone for good. It was at that moment that one of the survivors pointed to the mountain with a trembling hand. "Where's the mountain peak gone?" he asked. Everyone followed his finger and stared in amazement. The part of the mountain that Charles had attacked with his sword was gone, leaving a flawlessly chiseled gap, a perfect platform for habitation. No one spoke. The survivors were shocked by what Charles had done with his sword, but paranormal phenomena were part of everyday life in the new era. They would ultimately have no choice but to accept that the era of ordinary humans was over, and the era of the superhuman had begun. It would have been difficult for them to believe that a human could perform such a feat before Charles had done it. But afterward, things were different. People had witnessed the fantastical act. He'd used his sword to destroy part of the mountain. The survivors' senses were in flux. How had they heard nothing, but seen everything? They knew the Appalachian Mountains well, and were sure what they had seen was a miracle of sorts. News of what Charles had done quickly spread throughout the survivor community, scattered as it was across the entire mountain range. "Did you see what happened to the mountain?" a survivor asked. "One minute I was looking at it, and it was a mountain. The next minute, it was gone. There seems to be some kind of platform halfway up the mountainside as well. It's incredible." "This is crazy," another shouted. "How could half the mountain be gone without anyone feeling it? I heard it was done by some kind of sword." "What are you talking about? Have you been drinking?" came the reply. The survivors were in a state of shock. However, when Charles did the same thing to 2 more mountains, the survivors were beside themselves. "This must be the work of a ghost," one shouted. "I don't think ghosts are that powerful," another snapped. "This place is scaring me. Let's get out of here," a third screamed. "Wait a minute," a woman bellowed. "Look, there's a black lightning dragon in the distance, and there's a person on its back. Legend has it that only one person has such a pet, and that person is the mayor of Dawn City." As the mountains disappeared one after another, everyone began to focus on Charles sitting atop the dragon. Although most of them were incredulous, they seemed to understand that Charles was the destroyer of mountains. Then, Charles's voice fell upon them. "The mountains have been cut off by the sea, and the surrounding villages have been destroyed. But don't worry, I've created a perfect place for you to build your new homes. You need to listen to Ross and do what he says. He's your leader. I hope you'll all be alive the next time we meet." Then, half of another mountain appeared in the air upside down, where it hovered for a moment before landing in a valley and filling up every inch of space in it. Charles had created yet another safe place for the survivors to use. Then, he and his dragon landed at Ross's side. A mark appeared on Ross's arm, followed by a soul transmission to his ear. "I've given you dominion over some of the animals," Charles said. "This is my gift to you, but it has to be kept secret at all costs. Consider it a sign of my confidence in you. Keep it safe until we meet again." Ross was both ecstatic and humbled. Charles had cut each mountain in half with one sword strike, and then he had filled in the valleys with the earth and stone from the severed mountaintops. Ross felt a yearning stir in his heart. "I want that kind of power too," he said to himself. He had no idea what the power was or how he could get it. All he knew was that he wanted it. Every fiber and cell in his body wanted that power. He needed that power. The survivors shared Ross's awe, wondering if the feat Charles had just displayed was the true power of the mayor of Dawn City. "Does Charles really want to give us a safe place to stay?" one of the survivors asked. "Is that why he did all this?" "I get the feeling he did all this for Ross," another said. "None of that matters," a youth said. "We shouldn't do anything to offend him, not after everything he's done." Charles's actions had made Ross the center of everyone's attention, granting him a newfound fame. Everyone had his name on their lips and in their hearts. If Ross could capitalize on the power of his reputation, he would become the undisputed leader, and no one would challenge him. But if he failed to live up to Charles's expectations and those of the survivor community, he would only have himself to blame. Charles had done what he had done on the spur of the moment. He had had no need to cause such a commotion and draw attention to himself. As he had said, it was an investment. It was just that there were countless people who wanted him to invest in them. Ross had always been a lucky man, but this new opportunity would depend on how he embraced it, rather than luck. At the foot of the mountain, Charles met up with the other Dawnians. "Charles, tell us how you did all that," Alice demanded. She, along with everyone else, hadn't been able to believe their eyes. Elena and Jenny also looked at Charles, longing for some insight. Charles looked at all three of them. "It's very simple," he said. "I cut off the mountain peaks and put them in the valleys." Alice was speechless, and Elena and Jenny were stunned. Charles had told them the truth, albeit in a matter-of-fact way. Whenever he sliced off a mountain peak with a Celestial Earth tablet, the entire structure of the mountain range became fragile and was simply blasted away by the energy that his sword channeled into the terrain. The energy storage space could easily hold half of a mountain peak, and it served as a temporary place to keep the peaks before manipulating them and placing them in the valleys. He hadn't always been able to do that, though. During the Battle of the Water Mansion, he had fed the space a massive amount of soul energy, so its storage capacity had increased. It was for that reason that Charles could use the space's power to contain the mountains he had smashed. The whole thing sounded deceivingly simple, but only Charles could do it. "If you don't summon the Black Lightning Dragon, how will we ever get home?" Alice asked. She didn't hesitate in getting to the point anymore. Charles's answers had made her that way. Charles turned to look at the mountains, which the sea was slowly rising around, and he said, "Before we go back, I have something else I need to do." The first thing that cutting down the mountains had done was give the survivors places where they could build their new homes. The second thing it did was scare people. If the survivors chose the areas that Charles had created for them to build their new homes, they would always remember their savior and his sword, and disagreements between them about Charles's power and status would lessen. If Ross didn't live up to expectations, then Charles would no longer care and cut him loose. However, until then, Charles felt he had to do right by Ross. When the Dawnians had first arrived at the foot of the mountain, there had already been a vast ocean before them. Since then, the sea level had risen by another 30 feet. The tsunami had caused all the land below the survivors' camp to be submerged, and Charles knew it was only a matter of time before the next one appeared. The Divine Wrath sword materialized in Charles's hands once again. Before, he had cut down the mountains effortlessly, using the same sword for each peak. However, his exertions had caused the energy in his body to be almost totally depleted, and the sword had become unstable, slowly turning into dust and seeping through his fingers. However, while he had been running down the mountain to observe the speed at which the waters were rising, Charles's energy had returned. After all, he had the energy storage space at his disposal, and that made his soul energy virtually limitless. It meant that Charles had unlimited power to carry out his tasks. With his energy back, Charles was powerful again. He knew that a stable combination of earth, water, and fire powers could control space, but he felt there was more to fully appreciating those powers than just knowing how to utilize them. It was similar to how the storage amulets were a tool to access the energy storage space instead of the space itself. To Charles, using soul energy to construct a storage amulet was simply controlling soul energy. However, when he used the energy to construct a real space, it meant that he could truly understand the nature of space and what he was doing without having to rely on the extract amulets from the mysterious ancient book. Although he was still very far from grasping true spatial law, it was a start, and that counted for a lot. His sword had served him well in the past, and he wanted to test it again. He would do so with the Celestial Earth tablet. The Divine Wrath sword, as black as if it could devour light, appeared in Charles's hands once again. He waved it around his head and landed silently on the surface of the sea. On the final wave of the sword, the seawater parted. Like Moses, who had used his hands to part the Red Sea, Charles had created a 10-foot wide path down the middle of the seawater. Alice was dumbfounded. "What is this sorcery?" she asked. She couldn't believe that Charles had power over water, but she had seen the seawater part after he had swung his sword. It was as if a tunnel had appeared, granting safe passage to all who needed it. Elena, too, was astounded. She thought she knew Charles well and was sure of his abilities, but what she had seen at that moment caused her to doubt herself, and she wondered if she could ever know the true power of Charles and his sword. Whenever she thought that she knew everything about him, Charles would surprise her by displaying some kind of tremendous ability or unimaginable strength. The more people thought about it, the more they realized they knew nothing of Charles's powers, and they could see that he was frustrated even with everything he had done for them. "It's still not enough," Charles muttered, shaking his head forlornly. "I have to do more." He had just used the power of space to create something that fell beyond the boundaries of all human logic, but he felt doing that alone might open him up to criticism of just trying to look cool, rather than actually helping the survivors. "Forget it," he said to himself. "Let's not think about all that now. I need to set up an array here that will protect the mountains." After Charles had given himself a talking to, he started to set up formations to protect the mountains. He had chosen a formation found in a treatise on magical formations that relied on the power of water to defend against all external enemies. It was known as the Weak Water Formation, and it could remove the energy from all bodies of water. Once the seawater had subsided from around the mountains, the formation would disappear. It was a formation that was used to protect moats originally, but it could just as easily be used to defend against the sea creatures. Charles believed that the Appalachian survivors wouldn't leave before the tide receded. Moreover, if they really did want to die, there was nothing he would be able to do about it. But because they were surrounded by the sea, he knew his formation could at least serve to weaken the sea creatures. More importantly, if the Appalachian Mountains came under direct attack, then Charles wouldn't be able to help. After all, he couldn't be the survivors' personal guard, constantly at their beck and call. Even if Dawn City was so weak that it couldn't help Charles, he wouldn't abandon it. Nor would he abandon the Appalachian Mountains. Using the formations contained in a treatise on magical formations, as well as the methods of the other mysterious ancient books, Charles felt he would succeed. After all, the materials he needed were found on Earth. Charles had no interest in specializing in array formations, but he could use the preservation ability's analytical capacity to study them and then use them when needed. That method wasn't the best for what Charles wanted, but he didn't intend to use it forever. Anyway, he had learned never to look at anything in the long term. In addition, the formation in A Treatise on Magical Formations had one advantage compared to barrier formations, which was that it was very difficult to break by force alone. If the people waited for the seawater to retreat on its own, the barrier formation might break before it was even tested. However, if one wanted to break the formation by force, one would have to be able to destroy the terrain and environment in their entirety. That was way beyond the capabilities and understanding of the masses at that moment. Charles suddenly had an idea. When he had first encountered the Water Mansion, the creatures there had yet to be rejected by the Earth. However, after becoming enemies with him, they had been exiled and weakened by the world's will. After Charles had channeled a large amount of the mansion's energy into the Earth, the world's will had decided to treat the Water Mansion as its enemy too. Charles felt that something wasn't right if the so-called sacred grounds behind the Water Mansion really had been created by the world's will at the end of the last era and used to imprison the protectors of the three great treasures. Could it be that the world's will was deliberately forcing the Water Mansion inhabitants to become traitors? He wondered. Even if the world's will doesn't possess intelligence, those actions would violate the principle that it will always protect itself above all else. If I had to guess, it almost seems like the world's will is hedging its bets on humanity as Earth's best hope, and abandoning or deliberately sabotaging the other protectors. He scratched his chin as he sank deeper into thought. But if the world's will is supposedly human-like, why couldn't the sacred ground sense it? He wondered. Could only the previous protectors of the Sky Mansion understand it? Charles seemed to have solved many mysteries, but more appeared. Dawn City was the most prosperous place in the entire eastern region. After the many tsunamis and the rising sea level all around it, thousands of people had arrived to seek refuge there. The approach to the city, though, was a battlefield. As the masses had started to arrive at the main gates, countless zombies and mutated beasts had appeared and had started to slaughter them. With nowhere to run, the survivors were sitting ducks. They knew that Dawn City was a safe place. It was just that getting there was dangerous. Dawn City was known to be a place of hard work, a place where people got things done. Once someone started something, they would see it out until the end. It was no place for lollygagging. Over time, the people of Dawn City had perfected bartering. In other words, people would create goods with their own hands and exchange them for other goods that they needed. Those who couldn't adapt to that rule found that they were quickly asked to leave. Before, bartering had been consigned to history, but they were living in strange times. There had initially only been 30 to 40,000 core members in Dawn City, and they received the most supplies. After the induction, those numbers swelled to some 150,000. Due to the limited resources, those members that were recruited later had to make larger contributions to the communal pot than those who had been there from the start. Since its inception, the population of Dawn City had never exceeded 200,000 people before. However, the number of survivors who had recently arrived in the outer city limits exceeded 100,000. All told, the population of the city at that moment exceeded 400,000 souls. Those who arrived in the outer city limits weren't satisfied with their lot, though. They demanded entry into the city proper and to obtain permanent residency. "Let us in!" was the standard cry. People would scream at the gates. "What have we done to deserve this? Aren't we all the same? Do we not have the same enemies?" Up on the city walls, the city bureaucrats would look down upon the masses and get more and more angry. They would shout that they had fought hard for what they had achieved and that they were struggling against the odds to stay alive. They weren't going to let people in who had had no part in the struggle. Slogans weren't enough to be granted access, they said. Lena sighed. "Before, I never understood why Washington and Butte were such sought-after places to live, but now I get it." Washington's and Butte's reputations had always been good, hence why so many people had wanted to live there. That had caused problems in the past, with many complaining that the cost of living in those areas was prohibitive, and was effectively dividing people into those who had means and those who didn't. It hadn't seemed fair that the people who had lived there had done so because of their birthright alone. It had seemed random. Olivia felt she needed to say something. "I gave them the chance to come in, but they're not willing to fight the zombies and mutated beasts. They want a safe place to stay, but won't shoulder any of the burden. It doesn't work like that." Dawn City had been different from the start. Inside its walls, everyone was equal, and everyone had a chance to better themselves. As long as you were willing to work, you had a shot at the prize. However, the whole system was based on one having to win the prize oneself. The city had welcomed everyone, but the prerequisite had been that each inhabitant add value for the place, not simply chant slogans and issue demands. At that point, the crowds in the outer city limits started to rise up. Some of them began attacking the gates and walls with any makeshift weapons they could find. The energy shield attached to the city walls lay in wait. "We're coming in!" came the shout. Seeing this, the expressions of all those atop the city walls changed. Olivia was the first to react. "This is strange," she said. "Why would they attack us like this? And with no chance of winning? I know people are desperate to get in here, but there must be more to it. We need to find out who's behind all this." The worst the rioting survivors had done until that point was to block the main gates to the city. But as the super squads had become more widespread, more areas were targeted, forcing the survivors to take increasingly desperate measures. Usually they had simply been reported to the Super Squad Guild and then handed over to the authorities at Dawn City, and the city's Knights of Hell had forged a serious reputation for themselves as a result. Until that moment, the most those people had done was to shout outside the gates of the city. They had never dared to attack before, but suddenly, they had plucked up the courage to attack the energy shield. "Set the Knights of Hell on them," Mark shouted. "You don't want to kill them, surely," Lena replied. Olivia sneered. "We only need to kill some of them," she said. "The rest will get scared and calm down." "You're right. Kill a few and the others will scatter." A familiar voice seemed to resonate in the sky. Then the sun was blotted out by a huge shadow, and the black lightning dragon soared into view. As soon as the dragon landed, Charles dismounted. He was wearing his black combat suit. Everyone rejoiced at the return of the mayor. "Where have you been?" Lena asked. "You've been gone for more than a month. Aren't you worried you'll be forgotten?" Lena was right to ask. A mayor leaving for such a long time might convince their citizens that they had been abandoned, and they might turn to another leader. But that didn't seem to apply to Charles. "I thought you'd forgotten about your brother," Charles replied with a laugh. "I didn't hear from you the whole time I was away." Lena was embarrassed and lowered her head. Seeing his sister reminded Charles of Kevin, and Charles suddenly wanted to beat him up all over again. He thought better of it in the end. It was a luxury to have a relationship in the post-apocalyptic world, so he let it go for Lena's sake. He knew Lena's relationship with Kevin would be a pleasant memory at least. Whether the relationship was healthy was a whole other matter. "Dawn City has never rejected ambitious people who want to contribute to the community," Olivia said. Charles looked over the city wall. "Are you telling me those people down there aren't going to cause trouble if we let them in?" he asked. "Letting them in would be good for our reputation," Olivia replied, keen to reach out to those in need below. "Protecting your own home is the best reputation you can have," Charles retorted. He motioned to the black lightning dragon, and the beast started to spray the crowds below with thick, black smoke. The black lightning dragon's death breath ability was even stronger than its lightning powers. It soared over the troublemakers trying to break into Dawn City, sending billows of noxious gas from its jaws and into the crowd. The troublemakers screamed in misery and tried desperately to flee. "Spare me!" shouted one. "We were wrong! We admit it!" yelled another. The death breath killed great swaths of them. Most of the troublemakers hadn't even had a good reason to be launching the attack in the first place. They had simply been manipulated by others into doing so. Once the greater part of the crowd had started attacking, others had joined mindlessly. They had never suspected that the mayor of Dawn City would return during their attack and start massacring them. "Everybody get down," shouted Charles, his voice booming as loud as thunder. "Anyone still standing after 3 seconds will be killed without mercy." More than 10,000 people had led the attack on the walls, and the dragon's death breath had killed a few hundred of them. The rest glanced up in despair at the dragon circling in the sky, and then they looked helplessly at one another. As Charles had ordered, they kept as close to the ground as they could, lifting their hands up around their ears. All of the Dawnians and the outsiders watching the scene trembled with fear. Charles's order had been so decisive that many who hadn't even been involved in the attack had instinctively crouched down in fear. Meanwhile, some tried to take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, Charles wouldn't allow them to do so. With his sword energy, he cut down one of those trying to flee. The energy sent out a blast so great that everyone surrounding the victim was also killed. The people outside the city were relatively weak, as those with any real strength had already made it into the inner city. Before long, many of the people who had assisted those attempting escape had been killed in a series of explosions unleashed by Charles. Hundreds of them lay dead on the ground. Charles's ruthlessness had scared the survivors to the core. They kept as low to the ground as they could, quaking in fear. Anytime it looked like one of them was about to stand up, those around them quickly pulled them back down, sure that Charles might well execute the whole group of them just to punish the errant escapees. "You dare attack Dawn City?" asked Charles. "I should have sentenced you all to death on the spot. However, I've been merciful enough to give you a second chance." A red longsword appeared in his hand. He waved it in the air, casting a length of sword energy which flew out and surrounded the troublemakers like a lasso. Those who looked on from a distance were chilled. It had become clear to everyone watching that they were living in a time where only the strong were respected. In the New World Order, the strong could do whatever they wanted. "All of you will stay here," Charles said. "After 24 hours, I'll let you go. Anyone who tries to leave before then will be killed. Anyone who stands up will be killed. Anyone who whispers so much will be killed." He spoke so sternly that they had no doubt he would follow through on his threat. Other than their terrified trembling, they didn't dare to move. Although there were some people there who would rather have kept their dignity than cower in fear for a full 24 hours, none of them were trapped in the circle. Anyone with any backbone had either already been killed or gone elsewhere. Such people would never have been so spineless as to follow the crowd to attack the city wall. Instead, they had remained on the outskirts of the city, building their own strength. All the onlookers were shocked by what Charles had done. They could see that he had effectively placed the troublemakers in a prison. Once he had trapped them, he had told them that anyone who tried not only to flee, but even to stand, would be killed. They were dismayed by how crude and cruel a solution their mayor had found to the problem. However, while some found his decision too cruel, others looked at him with admiration. He had shown such strength and authority that it hardly mattered to them if he was good or evil. Besides, it seemed clear to them that if Charles had killed the troublemakers outright, it would hardly have resolved the matter of their uprising. Instead, it would only have turned more people against him. Meanwhile, keeping them captive served as a powerful warning of what would happen to any who acted against Dawn City. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, many have been desensitized to the prospect of death, but they still feared captivity. And so the onlookers had decidedly mixed feelings toward Charles's handling of the situation. Many of them felt that they had grown accustomed to Charles's style of leadership, but such a ruthless method still made them extremely uncomfortable. After giving his order, Charles returned to the city wall. "It seems that you've let things get too lax in my absence," he said to Olivia. "You need to be tougher if you're going to deal with people like these." Olivia shook her head. "Not everyone can be as merciless as you," she said. "We have other things to bear in mind." Like others, Olivia wished that she could be strong enough to lay down the law without care or compassion for others. But it seemed that Charles was almost monstrous in his ability to cut off all sympathy for other people. She couldn't switch her empathy on and off quite as easily. Charles turned to Mark. "Send some people to watch over the people outside," he said. "Anyone who dares to plead on the behalf of the troublemaker should be captured and killed. Then take 10,000 level 3 crystal cores and use it as a bounty to root out those responsible for this uprising. People need to understand that if they cause trouble in my city, there will be consequences." "Yes, sir," said Mark. The paladins and the captains of the Knights of Hell were excited. They felt that Olivia's leadership skills were lacking, and they were glad to have Charles back. His return had made it clear to them that effective leadership wasn't a matter of strength or wealth, but of having the confidence to look down on everyone from above and make the difficult decisions that ordinary people were incapable of. As far as they were concerned, Charles was right. Any who acted against Dawn City had to be killed. Charles is seen to have complete control over Dawn City after numerous zombie attacks among others. With Charles back, Dawn City is now back in order and under Charles's control. Charles seemed to have solved many mysteries, but more appear. Let's find out what new hurdles Charles has to cross, what new adventure he has to embark on to keep Dawn City safe and in order. Stay tuned to Pocket FM for Season 2 of Zombie Apocalypse. Until then, enjoy some of our other exciting stories.